Rebel.
Welcome to the additional public hearing for the inquiry into budget estimates 2021 to 2022. Before I commence, I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, who are the traditional custodians of this land. I'd also like to pay respects to the elders past, present and emerging of the Eora Nation and extend that respect to other Aboriginals present or who may be watching today. I welcome Minister Natalie Ward and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of Metropolitan roads, women's safety and the prevention of domestic and sexual violence. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's proceedings are being broadcast live from Parliament's website, and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. All witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness. According to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. Minister, I remind you and the officers accompanying you that you are free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing? All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister Ward, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I'd also like to remind the following witnesses that you do not need to be sworn as you have been sworn at an earlier budget estimates hearing before this committee. Mr Rob Sharp, Mr Howard Collins, Ms Camilla Drover, Mr Bernard Carlon and Mr Just de Kock. For all the other witnesses, I ask that you each in turn state your full name, position, title and agency, swear either an oath or an affirmation, and the words of both the oath and the affirmation on the cards in front of you. I will begin with, and just bear with me 1 second. Do you have a list of who's been sworn? Excellent. If I could start with Mr Michael Tidball.
Michael Tidball. I'm the Secretary of the Department of Communities.
Could you bring the microphone? Sorry.
Can you hear me?
That's better, thank you.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Ms Anne Campbell.
Thank you. Anne Campbell, Acting Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy and Commissioning, Department of Communities and Justice. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Mr Paul McKnight.
I'm Paul McKnight. I'm the Deputy Secretary of Law Reform and Legal Services at the Department of Communities and Justice. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr Peter Dunphy.
Yes, Mr Peter Dunphy. I'm Acting Deputy Secretary for Safety, Environment and Regulation with the Transport for New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:30am to 12:45pm. We will have a 15-minute break around 11am. We're joined by the Minister in the morning, and in the afternoon we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2 o'clock to 5:15, and again we will have a 15-minute break around 3:30. During these sessions there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only. If required, an additional 15 minutes is allocated at the end of the morning and afternoon sessions for government questions. Thank you for your attendance today. I hope that you didn't get too wet on your way in. We will begin with questions from the opposition. Mr Graham.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to all the transport witnesses for appearing today, and congratulations, Minister, for your appointment.
Thank you, Mr Graham.
I might ask firstly about the email we received from Mr Sharp's office, Minister, last night at 7:09pm with an urgent witness update, Metropolitan roads, which indicated that Deputy Secretary Megan Burke-O'Neill would not be attending today. What is the reason for her non-attendance?
I might ask the Secretary to speak to that. Thank you. Can you hear me now? No? No, we're not working.
Maybe
We
bring
are
it
now.
forward a bit.
Can you hear me now? No. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Terrific. Thank you, Mr. Graham. Yeah, I was aware of that, and I might ask the Secretary to speak to that, given it
Going
was
to come to
from him.
Mr Sharp on that in a minute. What's your understanding, Minister, of the reason for her
My understanding is that Ms. Burke O'Neill is on leave
And when were you made aware of that?
last night.
At what time?
I'd have to check like early evening.
Yeah, thank you. Mr Sharp, if you could expand on that, what is the reason?
Yes, Miss Burke O'Neill is on leave, and our executives do from time to time take leave, particularly in the large operational areas, and Miss Burke O'Neill is on leave.
Who initiated that leave?
I initiated that leave in conjunction with her.
Apologies. Could I just ask you to bring your microphone forward as well, John?
And who is acting in the role?
Acting in the role is a very experienced Deputy Secretary, Trudy Mayers,
Yep.
for the period of the leave.
And what is the period of the leave? When is she currently scheduled to return?
It'll be 3 weeks at this stage.
3 weeks. So that makes it, I think, maybe the 18th of March. Would that be correct?
It'll be whatever 3 weeks is, probably about the 18th, I would say.
Yep. What type of leave is Ms Burke O'Neill on?
Oh, look, I think it's inappropriate to talk about individuals' leave. She is on leave. Executives take leave, and we have
Well,
representatives.
Mr Sharp,
here
you
to talk
put
to.
her on leave, is what you've told the committee. What type of leave did you place Ms Burke O'Neill on?
She's on directed leave.
Directed leave. Thank you. There's speculation in the paper today that Ms Burke O'Neill has been terminated. Has Ms Burke
She's
O'Neill
on
been
leave.
terminated? Has Ms Burke O'Neill been terminated?
No, she's on leave.
Will she be terminated?
No, there's Ms Burke O'Neill is a very capable, experienced bureaucrat. She has my full support, and she's on leave.
Yeah. Minister, do you have concerns that Ms Burke O'Neill may be terminated given the speculation in the paper today?
Look, I've seen that media reporting. My understanding is it's not correct. The Secretary has given that evidence now, and no, I have no concern. She's very capable.
And Mr Sharp, can you confirm that Ms Burke O'Neill was one of the key agency officials who was in contact with Minister Elliott's office during the current train shutdown?
Ms Burke O'Neill is the Deputy Secretary of Greater Sydney, so she deals with a number of ministers, including Minister Elliott's office, and has done so for an extended period now, about 6 months. Dealt with Minister Elliott's office since the formation of his department.
So I'm putting to you that she was one of the key transport officials in contact with Minister Elliott's office during the train shutdown. You agree that's accurate?
Yes,
Yes,
indeed.
thank
and
you.
The executive team.
And finally, that period of leave Ms Burke O'Neill will be on will essentially see out precisely the estimates period. You'd agree with that?
It goes past the estimates period, correct?
Barely.
Well, 3 weeks is the leave.
Greetings to you, Minister, as well, and congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you, Mr Mookie. I appreciate the opportunity to assist the committee today.
And you can assist by just bringing the microphone forward, actually, Minister. That would be
We all
great, because you're whispering.
Right,
Well
okay,
done.
so, yeah.
It's off to a good start.
Having
I might
sat
just
around
pursue
these
that
for a
line of
while.
questioning. Mr Sharp, you said that this was a form of directed leave. Why did you direct...
Sorry, Mr Mookie, I'm not trying to be impolite.
Sorry,
I'm very
Ms.
happy
Minister,
to direct
through
those
you, Minister.
questions. Thank you, if I may. And can I just add, I think that I reiterate Mr Sharp's comments. It would be inappropriate to comment further, particularly for Ms Burke O'Neill's circumstances. I'm happy to speak to Metropolitan Roads in the forum of this committee and my role or our role in the Metropolitan Roads portfolio.
I appreciate that, Minister, but Ms Burke O'Neill was certainly in so far as this committee goes, incredibly helpful when it comes to Metropolitan Roads.
Yes,
Mhm.
And
indeed.
so, hence the questioning. But, Minister, through you, or to you, as you see fit, I respect Ms Burke O'Neill's privacy, so I won't ask about that, but I certainly will be asking about the Secretary's actions. And, Minister, through you, the Secretary has said that he directed Ms Burke O'Neill to take leave. Why did the Secretary direct Ms Burke O'Neill to take leave?
Well, thank you, Mr Mookie. Can I just be clear that those are matters for the Secretary. We're here to assist today in relation to Metropolitan Roads. She certainly is a key component of the executive team, but we have a number of officials here today who are able to assist with any of those issues in relation to the Portfolio Committee. I believe he's answered the question, but he may have something to add to that.
Mr Secretary, thank you, Minister. Mr Secretary, why did you direct Ms Burke-O'Neill to take leave?
I think it's inappropriate to talk about an individual's circumstances, and as I said, she's on leave. We do, from time to time, have executives go on leave, particularly from these large operational areas, and I believe I've answered the question, Mr Mookie.
Well, Mr Sharp, I believe you answered the question. But
point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
The question's been asked. It's been asked now twice. It's, I presume, about to be asked a third time. If a question's been asked and answered, then we should be moving on.
Just in relation to the point of order, I think it is important that we do rephrase the question if we think it hasn't been answered or understood. But if we could refrain from asking the same question over and over, that would be great.
fair enough. Mr Secretary, did you seek advice before you issued a direction for Ms Burke-O'Neill to take leave?
Look, in regards to any employment matter internally, we would go through usual processes. And when I say usual processes, there's quite specific protocols for taking any action or communication with a staff member, and I have a team that supports me in regard to those matters.
And Ms Burke-O'Neill is being paid while she's on directed leave?
She is.
And at full salary?
Yes, it'd be at her normal salary level.
And prior to you directing her to take leave, did you indicate to her that it was your intention or you were contemplating either terminating her employment?
Look, I don't think it's appropriate to talk about an individual's circumstances, Mr Mookie. What I've indicated to you is that she's on leave. She was asked to go on leave, and there's advice that I took in regard to that matter.
Miss Minister, were you advised prior to last night that the Secretary was contemplating directing Ms Burke-O'Neill to take leave?
Was I advised last night?
That the Secretary was prior to last night. Prior to last. Let me just. I'm restating the question.
Yeah.
Prior to last night, were you advised or given any warning, or your office given any warning, that the Secretary was intending to direct Ms Burke-O'Neill to take leave?
Mr Mookie, I wouldn't expect that the internal mechanisms of the senior executive team within the Department of Transport is a matter that I would be advised of beforehand. That is the Secretary's responsibility, and I would expect him to carry out that task. I believe he's answered the question. We're attempting to assist the committee as far as possible in relation to the circumstances of Ms Burke-O'Neill, but I don't think it's fair to comment further on those particular circumstances. She is on leave, and I don't believe we have anything further to add to that.
Well, it's directed leave, Minister. It's directed leave, and Ms Burke-O'Neill is responsible for major projects in Sydney that affect the roads portfolio, including major investment decisions that are coming before the government.
And we
have other witnesses
and hence I'm exploring the
witnesses.
circumstances that led to the Secretary directing the leave.
Mr Mookie, order. If I could just remind all members that rather than interjecting, if they can put points of order to the chair and then they can be ruled on, that would be appreciated.
Mr Mookie, I might assist, if I may, by answering this way. It's not my job as responsible minister to direct or be involved in the leave arrangements of any staff member within the Department of Transport or Transport for New South Wales. That is a matter for the Secretary and his executive team. So that is very clear that that's not part of my portfolio responsibilities. I would expect him to carry out that task. I believe that we've assisted the committee as far as possible in relation to Ms Burke-O'Neill's arrangements, but we also, can I assure the committee, have other officials here who are very capable of assisting today, providing information about Metropolitan Roads.
But the circumstance, I appreciate that, Minister, and I'll just be very clear here. I'm not suggesting that it is your operational responsibility. I'm firmly suggesting that it's the Secretary's. And given the decision has a huge implication, I'm just going to ask this to the Secretary. At the conclusion of Ms Burke-O'Neill's leave period, are you considering reassigning her away from her existing responsibilities as Deputy Secretary to another role?
I also don't think you can give conjecture.
I will hear the point of order.
That this is now the fourth time the question has been asked.
No, to the point of order.
3 times by the Honourable Daniel Mookie, and at least once, maybe more than once, by the Honourable John Graham.
To the point of order.
And
it's a separate question. It's not about termination, it's about reassignment. And secondly, it's important in a budget estimates hearing that affects especially given the public interest in this matter, that the government actually try to answer these questions. And I understand, of course, that this might lead to some embarrassment for certain members of the government or not. But the point is that we are asking a reasonable question about a official that is responsible for metropolitan roles and plays a big role to explore why it is the Secretary made the relatively extraordinary decision to direct her to take leave. And I think it's extraordinary that the government would try to interfere in that line of questioning.
The line of questioning is clearly not out of order under the terms of reference of this committee and this inquiry. I will, though, remind the opposition again to please make sure you're asking different questions.
Different question. The question is, Secretary, are you considering reassigning Ms Burke-O'Neill away from the role of Deputy Secretary to any other role in the transport portfolio at the conclusion of her leave period?
Mr Mookie, she's on leave. She's the Deputy Secretary of the Greater Sydney.
We might return to that issue, Mr Secretary, in the officials section. Minister, I might turn to you on Monday the 21st of February. Following the train shutdown, traffic was backed up 22 kilometres on the M2 motorway. There was gridlock on Victoria Road, on the M5, on the Hume Highway. The city came to a standstill on its roads. When were you informed? When did you become aware of the train shutdown that occurred that morning?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Graham. And can I say on that morning I empathised with all commuters impacted at that time and over the following days, not only as a result of the weather that we've seen today and during that week, but as a result of that disruption. And can I say it was my priority to get people back in their, getting them where they needed to go, knowing that disruption, after 2 years of disruption, let's face it, families are trying to get back in a routine. People are trying to get back to work and get their kids to school often in that first week. So my focus was to get people where they needed to go as safely and quickly as I could in the circumstances. I spoke with the Secretary early in the morning and quickly put into place a plan to do what we could in our space in Metropolitan roads, which was to open up the transit lanes, the T2 and T3
So when you say you spoke
lanes.
to the Secretary in the morning, that was when you first became aware that morning?
Yes, that morning.
And how did
when
you
there
first
was,
become aware?
There was a flurry of activity, I have to say, Mr Graham. There was.
How did you first become aware?
I have to say that there was a combination of Mr Sharp and I speaking. There was obviously media reports. We were monitoring those. I was speaking with my staff. There was a range of activities. What we were focused on, Mr Graham, was getting people in those transit lanes so that we could ease that congestion.
I think you're saying you don't quite recall how you first became aware. Is that?
It was early in the morning.
Yeah.
I'd have to check my phone for the exact text message times, but certainly we were speaking early as soon as
Yeah,
we
and
were
did you
aware.
contact Mr Sharp or did Mr Sharp contact you?
I'd have to check that, but
Perhaps
we
on
ordinarily
notice?
would have media reports coming through.
Yeah.
I would have
Are
staff
you happy to
text
take that
messages.
on notice?
If I can assist, if there's specifics. But can I say, early in the morning we were speaking quickly about what steps we could take, and I was very keen and emphasised that it was my expectation that we would utilise those road networks that you mentioned, Mr Graham, to ensure that we were opening up those transit lanes, that we could get people where they needed to go. And so we wanted to get the
When was the
communications out
first
quickly.
official advice you received in writing relating to the train shutdown events on Monday?
I would have to say early in the morning. I'd have to check my phone, and I can do that in the course of the morning.
Yeah.
But it was first thing in the morning.
Okay. I might turn to you, Mr Mookie.
Just on that, Minister, how often do you meet with the Secretary?
Very regularly.
And how often do you speak to the Secretary?
Regularly.
When you say regular, weekly, daily?
Every couple of days. We would speak every day at least.
And that's
We
the
would
usual-
meet. We have regular meetings set up for updates. We have daily meetings set up for updates on a range of matters. So very regularly, depending on the particular portfolio issue. So that might be on the big infrastructure matters. It might be on the day-to-day updates, particularly today at the moment with the, as I say, the flurry of activity to try and ensure that we're
Cool.
adapting
and
to the
Minister,
disruptions.
I presume you met the Secretary as soon as you became Minister? Or sooner thereafter?
I would have to check my diary in relation to the specific timing, but certainly we have had many meetings.
But within
since
close proximity to your rise to power, you have met with the
I
Secretary?
wouldn't describe it as a rise to power, Mr. Mookie.
Others do, Ms Ward, others would.
Certainly say it's a privilege to serve at this time and assist where I can, but I would have to check the exact time of our of those
On
meetings, but
notice.
certainly we had briefings early on, and we set up regular meetings in order to be updated on a range of matters, including the sort of day-to-day functioning of our motorways.
I appreciate the Minister. On notice, are you in a position just to provide us a date of all meetings you've had with the face-to-face or Zoom or other forms of meeting that you've had directly with the Secretary since you became Minister?
Yes, I endeavour to do that. Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Minister, I think you
But I
know,
will
and you've
just add,
responded
Mr
in the
Mookie,
House.
as you know, that my diary is published, so it's very clear that all my
To be fair,
meetings are
you're
published.
not
yeah.
necessarily your meeting with your officials, though. Your meetings with your
Certainly,
various
sure.
interest groups are. But
Yeah,
not-
yeah, of
Thank
course.
you.
Minister, you've responded in the House to the opposition's concerns that tolls in Sydney are significant and rising. Tolls are one thing, but Minister, are you concerned about the impact on drivers of other road-related taxes and charges that are going up under your government?
I'm happy to assist, but if you could just clarify which
Yeah, well,
ones you're
let me give
referring
you some
to.
examples. Over the life of this government, vehicle registration fees are up in real terms 42.5%. Driver's licence fees in real terms up 12%. Stamp duty on vehicles in real terms up 7.2%. Put the tolls aside. Are you concerned that drivers are really having charge on charge on charge piled on them as they just go about their business?
And thank you for raising it in the House, Mr Graham. I know it's something that you've consistently advocated about. This is a government that is very aware of cost of living pressures on families and on commuters using large infrastructure and motorways, and also getting where they need to go. I'm aware of the work that Transport for New South Wales is continuously working to provide a better and more affordable suite of mobility infrastructure services for the people of New South Wales. And I'm also aware of the Australia Automobile Association Transport Affordability Report that was published over the weekend. That did
But given
highlight
you
some
know
of
about those
issues.
cost of living
But
pressures, why was your first act as minister, you're appointed I think on the 21st of December, but literally your first act as minister was to put up the tolls on the 1st of January, up 4%, for example, on the WestConnex. Given the cost of living,
Mr Graham, I'm not
why
sure
are you
that's
putting up the
correct.
tolls?
I'm not sure that's correct, but can I say that a number of those tolls, and I might get Ms Drover and others to speak to that, but those tolls go up as a matter of automatic increases. So it's not something, as
You
you
didn't
assert,
consider-
that I sit and direct in my, as you say, my first days. They are a result of the concession agreements, but Ms Drover might speak, or
Well, I'll
others
come
might
to
speak
the
specifics of that.
officials.
Well, no,
in
no,
that-
I've asked
Point
the
of
question,
order.
Mr Graham.
Point of order.
I'll hear the point of order.
The Minister was asked a question. The Minister is endeavouring to answer the question of Mr Graham by referring it to an official. That's completely allowed by the Minister and should be allowed to continue.
Just on that, it is absolutely within a witness's right and within the minister's right to refer to an official to give an answer, but it is also within the questioner's right to say that they'll pick that up later when it's just the officials. So it's up to you, but I wouldn't be pushing. Sorry, I wouldn't be pushing the minister for a question that she's referring to someone else.
So I was just in relation to the specifics of the increase that you referred to on that tolling increase, which I'm sure that somebody can speak to more succinctly than I. What I would say, Mr Graham, that our tolling approach enables motorways to be delivered, ahead of time, decades ahead of time,
And you've made that
by the
case in the
private
House,
sector absorbing that cost.
Minister.
So that we can
One
lower
of the
the
other
burden on
things you said in the
taxpayers, Mr
House, and I
Graham.
might
Madam
turn to
Chair.
this.
Order. I'll hear the point of order.
Sorry. Point of order, Chair. The Honourable John Graham is talking over the top of the Minister while she's still answering. She should be allowed to finish her answer. It wasn't a long answer, and then he should ask another question.
Thank you. I think let's try and deal with this one just once.
Yes.
Question then answer, so that Hansard can record it. Then we won't need any more points of order. Go ahead.
I might put
If I
my
might
question.
assist, Mr Graham, if I could just
Minister,
get
one
some-
of the things you've said in the House in putting the case that you've just started putting then is that the top 15% of non-business motorists spend more than $13 per week per tag in tolls, more than $2,000 a year. On top of these other charges, do you consider that is becoming too much for the ordinary driver?
We are always aware of cost of living issues, Mr Graham. That is why we have a toll review in place, led by Treasury, supported by Transport for New South Wales. That work is being undertaken specifically to address the tolling issues. This is a government that's well aware of cost of living measures. That's why we have over 70 rebates available from this government, a number in transport alone, but across the board, because we know that cost of living pressures are an issue for our community. I'd love to add to the specifics, but I'll do that in the next session.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Banasiak.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, Minister. Change of topic. Let's look at domestic violence. Minister, are you aware of the Crime and Justice Bulletin Improving Police Risk Assessment of Intimate Partner Violence, which was published last month by BOSCA?
I can't say it's top of mind. I'm sorry, Mr. Banasiak, but I'm happy to for you to tell me what it contains. I'm sure you're correct.
I might pass this up so as I'm talking to it, you can have a look.
Well, I'm not really going to read on the run. I'm happy to assist if you have something you'd like to highlight in it. But I'm not sure I can absorb the entire report and answer your questions and not waste your time.
I don't expect that. All right, so I'll just give you, I guess, a brief summary of what it is saying. It's shown that New South Wales Police Force's domestic violence safety assessment tool has had and still has poor predictive accuracy in discriminating against those who experience intimate partner victimisation and those who do not. So police have been used.
Could you just repeat that sentence?
So it states that New South Wales Police Force's domestic violence safety assessment tool has poor predictive accuracy in identifying victims of domestic violence, essentially, and has had for many years.
Yes.
The study is fairly extensive. It looked at over 234,000 incidents, so it's not just a narrow view of the world.
Yes.
And it basically says New South Wales model for predicting, I guess, domestic violence is the poorest. Does that concern you as, the new Minister for Domestic and Sexual Violence?
Yeah, and can I say, thank you for the question, Mr. Banasiak, and can I say it's my absolute privilege to serve as the Minister for Women's Safety and the Prevention of Domestic and Sexual Violence. This is a role that I do have some background in, and I'm very privileged to work with frontline providers and the department and everybody working very hard in this space. We are committed to ensuring that victim survivors receive appropriate assessments to understand the risks to their safetyhood and the likelihood of future harm. That's a very important component of this area. Legal Aid New South Wales, the New South Wales Police Force and BOXAR have undertaken significant research and reviews to understand the opportunities that they may be available to improve the DVSAT, the risk assessment tool. That has been a component of the coercive control inquiry. We looked at that and had evidence about that as well and ways we could improve that. I understand that Legal Aid New South Wales and the Police Force in New South Wales are anticipated to complete their review of the local coordination point DVSAT and police DVSAT early in this year. So I'm looking forward to receiving that work from them and that they will consider the findings from the BOXAR study in the redesign of the DVSAT because it's important we get that right. But Mr Tibble might have something further to add to where that's up to, or Ms Campbell in relation to where that review is up to. It's important that we get this right. You're absolutely spot on, Mr Banasiak, that the assessment tool is something that is critical when police are going out and making those assessments. And we have seen, particularly in the coercive control inquiry, that there is opportunity for us to do better, to analyse and recognise and record those factors. But Mr Tibble might have something further to add to that particular question.
Thank you, Minister. I'll refer the question to Ms Campbell.
Thanks, Secretary. I'll just add that the study also found that the optimal model can be simplified.
Order.
I'll just stop you there. If everyone just pull their microphones a bit closer.
I don't know if the volume is a bit quiet today, but it does need to be quite close.
Various tactics. If the light's not green, we're not hearing you. So,
Okay, I'll try again. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, so I was just going to add that the study also found that the optimal model can be simplified to only 5 predictors. So the study demonstrated that a risk assessment instrument with a small number of variables can assist in identifying victims who are most at risk of future intimate partner violence. And as the Minister indicated, we are working at the moment with Legal Aid and New South Wales Police Force to look at a revised tool. And that's likely to be sort of early this year.
I might add, if I may, just to assist with that we're looking to trial the revised tool in 2022. So we're looking to roll that out and trial that this year, because that domestic violence safety assessment tool is a critical component of the work that we do in those frontline services.
I think Ms. Campbell picking up on that, the top 5 predictors, everything below that doesn't, necessarily impact the accuracy of the prediction. And I think you would agree, Minister, police going to a victim of domestic violence and then having to interview them for 2 hours to get through this set of questions that they have at the moment isn't probably ideal in terms of supporting that victim, given that it could be done in, within the first, 5 questions.
Well, I think any opportunity for us to assist police to do what they do in those situations is something we should absolutely consider, but we have to ensure that we're obtaining information at that critical time that assists those victim survivors in the circumstances, and that we're accurately recording those measures. My job as Minister for Women's Safety and the Prevention of Domestic and Sexual Violence is to ensure that we are providing police with every opportunity to recognise what might be that evolving situation in the surrounding circumstances. It's a matter, obviously, for police and the Police Minister in relation to how they roll that out, but we will partner very closely with them to ensure that we're providing those tools wherever possible. And as you rightly recognise, we need to do that in an efficient way and equip police with the education and the understanding and the tools to be able to capture that information as best we can, so that those victim survivors and perpetrators are held to account. Victim survivors are equipped with the ability to get through that situation, survive, and ultimately prevent that situation occurring. If we can do that by the tool setting out discrete steps to be able to assist police to ask those questions or prompt for those questions, whether or not they have had that training or not, that we have a robust system in place. I'm very keen to ensure that we're doing everything we can in this space to progress that prevention.
I might just push you a little bit further. Are you going to be advocating for the removal of those questions that don't fit into those top 5 predictors as a way of simplifying the tool for police?
I'm very happy to work with the review, and I think that the work that's being undertaken by those subject matter experts and the specialists, we should allow that to continue. Once that report comes through and they have those recommendations, I'll be looking very closely, and I'll be interested to see that at the earliest opportunity, Mr Banasiak, so that we can, following that independent evaluation, have a look at the opportunities for us to improve so that we can assess the victim survivor's likelihood of future harm, so that we can put in preventative measures. And we know that it's important for police to be equipped with the opportunity to recognise the flags, and for us to be able to work together with police and legal aid. I'd be very happy to work with the Deputy Premier and the Minister for Police on this. This is my job, and I'm very keen to ensure that we can get that balance right as you identify.
Okay. I think I might only have about a minute left now, so I'll throw to
Thank you.
the Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Minister, for attending your first budget estimates as our new Metropolitan Roads Minister, but also the Minister for Women's Safety and Prevention of Domestic and Sexual Violence.
Thank you. I might also point out it's Mr Tidball's first estimates also, so appreciate his opportunity to be here.
Apologies, I couldn't hear you. See, I'm missing your jokes. You need to pull the...
Oh, I'm sorry. It's also Mr Tidball's first estimates today. So
welcome, Mr Tidball.
Yes.
So I think many in the DV sector were really quite pleased that somebody who had some experience throughout the coercive control inquiry, etc., and had shown an interest in prevention of domestic violence had been given the portfolio. But quite a few people were perplexed that you were also given Metropolitan Roads. That is a very odd mix of portfolios for you to have. What does that look like in practice in terms of the breakdown of your energy and resources?
Thank you. And as I said, it's a privilege to serve in both portfolios, given the background and the work that I had done, and in my previous life, having practiced as a solicitor, working with victim survivors, I think I can bring to this portfolio my knowledge in practice of trauma-informed practice, of holding perpetrators to account, of the court system and the justice system, and working together with frontline services to be able to avail ourselves of every opportunity to enforce the Premier's priority, which is to reduce recidivism, reduce domestic and sexual violence, really prioritise women's safety. And so I think it's important that I continue the work of my predecessor, the Attorney General, who was a strong advocate in this place and ensured record funding in this area. So continuing that work, obviously together with it being a Premier's priority, is a privilege for me. The energy that I bring to it is a result of my prior work, but also knowing that it is a priority for this government and I can do all I can. I get the balance, and I think your question will be as to the balance between, roads and women's safety and the prevention of domestic and sexual violence. I will get that balance right as much as every inch of energy that I have, I can put into both.
I'm sure you will, but what is the expectation when you were given those ministerial portfolios in terms of the split of your time and energy?
Yeah, I think I'm known for having a fair bit of energy and being having some attention to detail. I will bring that to both portfolios with everything that I have. I think I can walk and chew gum. And it's a bit like asking me to choose my favourite child.
And again, I understand that.
I have to work very hard on both.
Do not do that on Hansard. But with respect, my question was, what is the expectation on you? So obviously, when these multiple portfolios are given to a minister, there will be an expectation as to the sort of relative importance or balance. What was the expectation when these were given to you?
They're both extremely important portfolios for the people of New South Wales, and that I dedicate every bit of energy that I have to both of them, given that the Premier's priority is very clear about the women's safety and prevention of domestic and sexual violence portfolio. Obviously, I work with both departments equally. In my prior role, I had 4 portfolio areas, and I was able to manage as best I could with all of those portfolios. It's a matter of very good time management and a lot of energy.
When I last had the opportunity to have the Attorney General before estimates, I did ask him about his opinions on the Premier's priorities, particularly noting that at that point we had understood that Premier Perrottet would be updating those priorities. I asked the Attorney General at that time whether he would be inputting into those Premier's priorities and perhaps changing, given how poorly the government's tracking against the reoffending target, that perhaps there would be a change in that priority. Is that something that you are looking to take on board?
The priority hasn't changed, Ms Boyd, so it is a Premier's priority to reduce recidivism and reduce reoffending in women's safety and the prevention of domestic and sexual violence. That remains a priority. That's very clear in my portfolio area. I will be giving 100% to that, as is the expectation of the Premier.
Do you think, though, that is the most appropriate priority to have within domestic violence, to have that focus on reducing, really a focus on the perpetrator as opposed to the victim? Could we not, for example, and I did put this to the Attorney General as well, could we not, for example, be focusing on 0 deaths? We still have 1 woman dying every week. 0 deaths, or ensuring 100% service delivery to those people who are in need. That sort of victim-centred approach would perhaps finally reduce the incidence of domestic violence, as opposed to the reoffending priority, which has been in place for many years, and we still haven't seen any meaningful reduction.
Ms Boyd, you make a very good point, and there is some commentary around that which I am interested in reversing the narrative to the perpetrator as opposed to the victim survivor, and I'm very open to that conversation. I think it's important that we address this in any meaningful way that we can. What I would say in relation to my predecessor is, and to my role, is that there is record funding in this area, $484.3 million, record funding in this space to be able to address this issue. And so I think that speaks volumes, because it is a priority of this government to support women and children experiencing domestic and family violence. That's why we are rolling out 75 extra women's refuges on top of the 86 currently operating. It's the largest funding commitment ever made in the domestic violence sector, and I think it's important that we continue to roll that out and this dreadful. I wish I didn't have to be the minister in this role. I know that it's this government that's put this in place specifically, not just a women's minister, but a minister for the prevention of domestic and sexual violence and women's safety, to really focus on this and raise the profile of what we are doing, working together in this space. But I think it's important that I'm always open to opportunities to do that better. I think the record funding certainly speaks to the government's commitment to ensuring that we are addressing this and assisting and supporting those frontline services.
I'm glad that you mentioned funding. There obviously is a difference between a commitment to funding and funding actually getting to where it's needed, when it's needed. It was reported that funding that was committed to the Staying Home Leaving Violence program in June still hasn't been delivered to regional domestic violence services, despite the Attorney General saying in November's estimates hearing that it would be allocated before Christmas. What's happening with that funding?
Yeah, thank you. I have to say that that's not entirely correct. There was no delay in that funding. I note that on the 10th of February, I announced nearly $20 million over 4 years to expand the Staying Home Leaving Violence program. We know that program works. That's why I've expanded that from the existing 33 locations to reach the 70 locations across the state, focusing on areas of high demand. Ms Campbell might speak further to that, but it was important that we continue to roll that funding out as you identify. That was a part of the $32.5 million announcement in the 21-22 budget.
Could you clarify then what the Attorney General was saying at the November estimates when the delay was raised with him and he said it would be delivered before Christmas? You're saying there was no delay?
There was no delay. I can't speak to the Attorney General's comments at that time, and I'll ask Ms Campbell to speak to what has been done so that we can assist the committee to understand what's been done in that time. I came in December and we committed to the expansion of that program and will be the disbursement of that funding Ms Campbell might speak to. I think it might have already gone out, but if you'd like to clarify that to the committee, that might be
Thank you, Ms Campbell.
Thanks, Minister. Sorry,
the microphone again, if you could bring it quite close.
So when the budget was announced last year and there was the additional $32.5 million, we had to work with each of those staying home leaving violence providers in terms of looking at what the additional enhancement would look like in terms of a footprint. So that did take quite some time within the agency for us to actually pull that information together. But as the Minister indicated, that funding has gone out to date to about 11 of the 28 providers. We've sent out letters to each of the providers with variations. In government we call variations to their contracts. We're still awaiting 8 of those providers to come back to us so that we can issue the money, which is part of government procurement approach. And I think the rest of the providers who have provided their variation letters will be paid this Wednesday, but 8 of them have already been paid today.
Okay, thank you. No doubt we'll follow up again in the next estimates to check on that progress. In relation to, the Honourable Mark Banasiak was asking some good questions about the approach of police and the improvements we could make in terms of the police response to domestic violence. One of the really positive announcements over the last little while was the announcement that we had a sort of co-location project between police and DV experts, which was very welcomed by the sector. But my understanding is that there hasn't been any funding allocated to that's expected to come out of from the police side, from their own existing funding, but also from the expectation on domestic violence support services that they also will fund that themselves. Is there any independent funding coming for that pilot?
I might ask Ms Campbell to speak to that in relation to the WDV CASs and where that's at in the support for those. That's been a program that's been around for some time and also is very successful. Partnering with victim survivors throughout that process is an important component, and I thank everybody who is in that space able to assist, because it's important that we help and walk beside our victim survivors throughout that court process and the justice process. They're brave enough to come forward in the first place, and the WDV CASs, and can I thank all of those working in that space? It's incredibly important. Ms Campbell might speak.
Just before you answer, Ms Campbell, just to clarify, I think there are two separate issues here. There's the issue of providing more funding to the WDV CAS. I understand that they're asking for a 50% increase in baseline funding. But then there is also the co-location pilot, which I understand has not begun yet, but is beginning this year, and at least as far as I know, hasn't received any independent funding.
Yeah, I can answer
Thank
that
you.
question. So, as you indicated, a pilot program has been established by co-locating the WDV CAS within selected stations across New South Wales. The commencement of the co-location pilot has been delayed because of COVID, so I'll be upfront about that. But New South Wales Police and the WDV CAS proposed to commence the pilot on the 1st of April 2022 and run the pilot for 12 months. There's no additional funding that has been provided for the pilot. It is funded from within existing resources.
I'll have to pick up on that at the end. Back to you, Mr Graham.
Great, thank you, Chair. Minister, when traffic was backed up 22 kilometres on the M2 motorway due to the train shutdown, on that day, Transport for New South Wales issued an apology to commuters. Minister Elliott has never apologised. Will you apologise to commuters for the appalling situation they faced on that morning?
Mr Graham, I too was very conscious of the disruption to commuters at that time. It was an extremely difficult time for families who were just trying to get to work, get their kids back to school, get in a routine again.
Very conscious, but you won't apologise. Is that an accurate summary?
Let her finish.
I can't be more clear, Mr Graham, that my role was to assist on the roads, and I was very conscious of assisting families wherever possible at that time to help them to get to where they needed to be. That's why I immediately spoke to the Secretary on the day to do whatever we could, and the first thing we did was to open up those...
But the officials have apologised. They did so on the day. We're now more than a week later. You have never done so. Are you sorry for what happened to commuters? Will you apologise?
I think any disruption is absolutely dreadful. On that day, there was not only terrible weather, people were on a Monday morning trying to get back to work and to get their kids to school. It was a terrible disruption.
Of course it's dreadful, but are you sorry, Minister? Are you
Point of order, Madam Chair.
I'll hear the point of order.
The Honourable John Graham is asking the Minister a question. The Minister is endeavouring to answer his question, and the Honourable John Graham is just running over the top of her. Can you please call him to order?
Yes, to the point of order.
Had a week to be able to answer this question, and the fact she's not doing so now is only making things worse.
If I could just rule on the point of order, if I could remind members that when they ask a question, if they could at least give, it's, you know, I understand sometimes the answer might be very long and you might want to try and interrupt to redirect, but if the Minister has only just begun answering, if you could allow her to answer.
Where have you adopted this philosophy?
Minister,
Graham,
will you say
Mr.
sorry?
Graham, sorry, can I just be clear? I'm not trying to not answer your question. I'm here to assist the committee, and I'm very committed to doing so. As a member of this House, I value this process. So I just want to be very clear about my assistance to the committee today. I was very concerned about the impact to commuters on that Monday morning, which is why I spoke with the Secretary immediately. My job is to ensure that the roads run as smoothly as possible. I don't believe that I have an apology to make for the work that I did in doing my job, which was to ensure that we opened up the transit lanes, that we used the smart motorway opportunities with the cameras and the traffic management centre to be able to monitor the on-flow, the on-ramps and off-ramps, so that we could stage traffic lights, so that we could assist people with the variable message signing, so that we could run as smoothly as possible in the circumstances. I used all the actions available to me to assist in that space on the day.
I might turn to that issue about costs for drivers that I was asking about, the rising costs for drivers across a whole range of categories. You're keen not to be associated with that 1st of January toll increase, and I can understand why.
Well, no, that's not the case. That's not a fair characterisation of my evidence today to the committee, Mr Graham. I'm very concerned, and this government is very concerned about cost of living measures. That's why we have a toll review in place, led by Treasury, supported by Transport for New South Wales. They are subject matter experts who are undertaking that work. We're very proud of our opportunity. So I don't think it's fair to say that I'm not concerned.
Well, Minister, sorry, you interrupted me asking the question. I want to put the question to you.
Okay, order.
You actually didn't ask the question.
All right, no interjecting from anyone, thank you.
Minister, what I want to know is tolls have increased 4 times under this government since it came to power. Is that one of your concerns, that tolls are up so much over that period?
Mr Graham, this is a government that is rolling out record infrastructure, $71.5 billion in transport, 8 motorways either delivered or in delivery. This is a government that has a $108.5 billion infrastructure pipeline. In doing so, we partner with the private sector to be able to roll out this large infrastructure ahead of time, but we also are mindful of cost of living pressures on families, and that's why, as I said, we offer over 70 rebates. We're very conscious of cost of living pressures on families and commuters. That's why we have a range of rebates available, and we're very proud of having that in place.
And I'm familiar with
we're
those
continuing that.
rebates, Minister. Are you concerned about this? New camera data released last week showed mobile speed camera revenue hit a record high for the last full month, on record $13 million in December 2021. It's not just the tolls or the other charges, a record fine number for mobile speed cameras, while mobile phone camera revenue in the same month hit its second highest month ever of $6.8 million. Are you concerned about that cost going through the roof for drivers?
Mr Graham, I thank you for your interest in the area. We're always conscious of cost of living pressures on families. This is a government that has that top of mind. What I would say in relation to speeding fines is that it is not revenue. It's not appropriate to categorise it as revenue. It doesn't go into the government coffers. It goes into the Community Road Safety Fund, an $800 million fund. I wish that there wasn't a single dollar in speeding fines because when people obey the road rules, they keep themselves and others safe, and that is our job. And so we want drivers to be aware of when they're speeding. We want them to slow down, and those signs are there for that very reason. We're very clear that signage is appropriate and signage is rolled out.
I'll come to signage. Minister, how can you say that the government's conscious of the cost of living when car rego is up, driver's licence fees are up, stamp duty revenues up, tolls are up, fines are up? I mean, this put aside the cost of petrol for ordinary people. Do you accept that no government, no state government has ever charged more for ordinary drivers? Do you accept that?
What I would say is that we have over 70 cost of living measures. This is a government that is very clear that we are rolling out large infrastructure while putting measures in place to ensure that we have a range of
Minister,
opportunities
this is
for
getting
drivers
worse
to
by
be
the
able
day.
to
You've only been in the job for
rebates,
70 days. You've only been in the job for 70 days. You've already set a record. You've already set a record. No minister has ever charged drivers this much. You've been in this job this short time.
Well,
you personally hold the record for the most that drivers have ever been charged. Do you accept that?
I'm not responsible for inflation, Mr Graham. I can't control inflation. I can't control.
These are up in real terms.
Order. Point of order.
Yep, I'll hear the point of order.
The Honourable John Graham is not allowing the Minister to finish her answer and is continually talking over the top of her, and really he should be called to order. And the Minister should be able to finish her answer.
On the point of order, if I could ask the Minister to bring the microphone even closer, because I think part of the problem is that Mr Graham is quite a lot louder.
Yes.
And Mr Graham, if you could allow the Minister to finish her sentences, that would be appreciated.
Thank you. Mr Graham, in relation to my portfolio areas, roads, we have toll relief, so we have free vehicle registration for drivers who've spent over that yearly threshold on tolls in the previous financial year. For the full free rego, that is $1,462. For the half year rego, it's $877. We also have the M5 Southwest cashback, which allows New South Wales residents to claim back the value of tolls, excluding GST, that they have paid while using a vehicle registered in New South Wales for private, pensioner or charitable use. We have the large towed recreation vehicle toll rebate for those drivers towing caravans, boats and horse floats.
Minister, these are all on the record, all these programs have been referred to by your officials before. You're avoiding the question I'm putting to you. Do you accept, you hold the record for the roads minister around the country ever charging drivers?
Mr Graham, there's a combination of factors that for which I am responsible, which I take responsibility for. I don't deny that I have a role to play. What I can't control is inflation. What I can't control is petrol prices. I can certainly and indicate to the committee that this is a government that is absolutely committed to cost of living measures. That's why we have these in place. That's why we've undertaken a toll review by subject matter experts. Our tolling approach ensures that we can build large motorways, deliver those years ahead of time, with the private sector absorbing that upfront initial cost, lowering the overall burden on taxpayers, freeing up capacity to invest in other essential services such as hospitals, schools, transport and police. Thousands of drivers every day benefit from roads, having their travel time slashed, getting to where they need to go quickly. Well, Mr Graham, I've answered the question. I've attempted
to be fair, you've answered the question to your satisfaction. I'm moving on now to another issue. I want to ask about tolling on the Sydney Harbour Bridge and the Sydney Harbour Tunnel. On the 12th of November, there was a report that the government was considering two-way tolling. On the 18th of November, the Treasurer apparently ruled out, said there was no plan for a northbound toll. On the 23rd of November, there were reports that Perrottet, as Treasurer, had blocked proposals for two-way tolling. Now there are reports that a two-way charge will be considered. In fact, we know that Treasury is modelling that to put as advice to the government. What is the government's plan for tolling on the Harbour Bridge and the Harbour Tunnel?
Thank you, Mr Graham. I've seen those reports. The government has not made a decision on the future tolling strategy for the Sydney Harbour Bridge and Tunnel, as has been expressed by the Premier. We want a regime that is fair across the board. That's why we have the tolling review being undertaken by Treasury, led by Treasury and supported by Transport for New South Wales. A decision on the future tolling strategy for the Sydney Harbour Bridge and the Tunnel will be made in due course after assessing the merits of a variety of options that review will put forward. The bridge toll revenue, of course, supports a number of Transport for New South Wales operational commitments, including maintenance of the bridge, repayment of the financing debt incurred, the construction of the Harbour Tunnel. Those are important components, but the toll is set by the Sydney Harbour Tunnel company and must not exceed, obviously, the toll price for the bridge. That concession, obviously, is coming to an end, and we're looking at opportunities to plan for the future management of the tunnel. That's in progress.
Minister,
that work is being undertaken, and I welcome that work.
The Treasury have said that this tolling review that you refer to will be completed towards November and December. Are you saying the government will not be making a decision on a northbound toll on the Sydney Harbour Bridge until the end of this year?
Mr Mookie, I'm very happy to assist the committee in whatever way I can, but I can't...
Well, you can assist by answering the question.
I'm trying to.
You can assist by answering the question.
She's trying to.
Well, actually, to be fair, I can barely hear it because, Minister, you need to bring the microphone
I'm
forward.
trying, but we might need a technical person to look at the microphone because I really am trying. I might just speak up. So can I say I'm not able to provide the committee with future conjecture about what the government's position might be. What I can say and what I can assist with is that this work is being undertaken by Treasury. They are questions for the Treasurer. That work is being led by Treasury, supported by Transport for New South Wales. I can't, in a budget estimates committee hearing...
It's an extraordinary position.
Order. If we could let the Minister finish the question.
I've been clear in my evidence.
Sorry, I will hear that. Yes.
We are well entitled to ask the Minister to respond directly to our question, and we are entitled to draw the Minister, any Minister, back to the direct question that's being asked.
Well, on the point of order, if you've finished...
Yes, please.
In fact, you're not.
No, we are.
The Chair is entitled to, if you take a point of order.
No.
But it is not for you
to
sit there.
I don't know the rules were last time you were there, Don.
How she should answer her questions.
Order. We don't speak across the table. If there are comments, they are made to the Chair in relation to the point of order.
For the Honourable Daniel Mookie to direct the Minister as to how she should answer questions.
I will remind witnesses and members that members are allowed to steer a witness back towards relevance, And I also remind the Minister not to perhaps make your questions a bit more, your answers a bit more truncated. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, it's
Certainly.
an extraordinary position for a roads minister to come to a roads budget estimate and says that you aren't in a position to explain roads policy. The Treasury is undertaking a review. It says it won't complete till December. Are you saying as roads minister you are not going to be turning your mind to the question of a northbound toll until December this year? Is that seriously the position you're advancing?
That was not my evidence, Mr. Mookie.
I'd ask you to clarify.
I'm trying to answer your question. That's not my evidence. I didn't say I wouldn't turn my mind to it. What I've said is that there are subject matter experts undertaking this work. We are absolutely conscious as a government of cost of living pressures. That's why we've undertaken the toll review, led, as I said, by Treasury, supported by Transport for New South Wales. The review is looking at a variety of options. My expectation is that that work should be completed as soon as possible. And I welcome that work coming forward. I can't provide future conjecture about what the outcome of that might be, what the recommendations might be, and what our response to that would be,
Regardless,
Mr.
given
Mookie.
the government has had notice since 1987 that the Sydney Harbour Tunnel concession will expire in August 2022.
Order.
Given you've had a level of notice that that concession is coming to an end,
I wasn't the minister in 1987, Mr. Mookie. I'm not going to argue with him.
but you are now.
Harry Unsworth.
You are now. Surely you would have a view as to what's going to be happening with the Sydney Harbour Tunnel when the concession expires in just a few months. What is the government's policy when it comes to the expiry of the Harbour Tunnel in August of this year?
Yeah, I've answered that question, Mr. Mookie. I referred to my earlier answer.
Fair enough. Equally, we know now that when the concession expires, you're going to be the recipient of a $222 million windfall, which is when the operator has to repay the interest-free loans. What are you going to do with that money?
Mr. Mookie, once again, I can't provide conjecture in a budget estimates hearing about the government's future policy. What I can say is in relation to that issue, as I've indicated previously to the committee, there is a review being undertaken led by Treasury, supported by Transport for New South Wales, in addition to our cost of living measures, which are top of mind for this government.
I'm not asking you for conjecture. I'm asking you for an explanation of a policy.
No, you're asking
No. I'm asking you. Let me finish,
conjecture.
Minister. I'm asking you to explain your policy on a question that's been coming to you for at least 11 years, your government.
I've been the minister for 11
This is
years, Mr.
remarkable.
Mookie.
It's that you're not in a position to tell us what's going to be happening with the Sydney Harbour Tunnel until when it's expiring in August of this year. Can we at least ask you this question? No, I haven't finished the question.
Sorry, I have to take point of order.
Effectively, the Honourable Daniel Mookie, having been told that a policy hasn't been formed, is asking for the Minister to announce new policy. Now, it's actually against the standing orders of the House to request the Minister to make a policy announcement of new policy. So his questions are...
To the point of order, I don't understand what rules the Honourable Donahan is referring to, but ordinarily if he takes a point of order, I have to actually complete the question, which I hadn't done.
Well,
and so if the Honourable Donahan wishes to take a point of order, I accept the fact that a new minister the government seems to require some protection, but I think the Minister is doing fine and can answer these questions.
I have heard enough. There is no point of order. If you could continue questioning.
Thank you. Minister, are you going to be removing the Harbour Tunnel when the concession expires in 3 months?
Mr. Mookie, I've answered this question, but I will do so again to provide assistance to the committee. This is a government that's conscious of cost of living pressures and the cost of tolling on household budgets. That's why we have over 70 rebates in place and why we have a review being undertaken by Treasury.
Minister, I wasn't asking about cost of living. I'm asking, are you going to be removing the toll when it comes off when the concession expires in 4 months' time? That was a good direct question. I would appreciate it if you could assist us by providing a direct answer.
Mr. Mookie, I believe I have assisted the committee by providing my answer 3 times, but I'll do so again. The government has no plans.
Minister, are you contemplating...
We'll await the recommendations of the subject matter experts we will form a view
Minister,
once we have...
Minister, I appreciate that you answered, so I'll move on. Are you considering selling the concession, extending the concession and selling it as a way in which to raise finances for other road projects?
once again, Mr Mookie, I'm not able to provide conjecture in a budget estimates hearing about the future policy of the government. What I can say is that we have no plans to change the tolls on the Sydney Harbour Bridge and the Sydney Harbour Tunnel. We're always looking at ways to reduce the overall cost to family budgets, to increase and introduce cost of living saving measures. That's why we have over 70
Minister,
rebates
I believe you when you
available.
say you have no plans. That is self-evident now. But are you contemplating privatising the Sydney Harbour Tunnel? Is that even being contemplated by your government whatsoever? And I'm not asking for conjecture, I'm asking for clarification of policy, which only you as Minister can provide.
And I've provided
Are
that
you
clarification.
considering privatising the Sydney
Yeah, I
Harbour
don't have
Tunnel?
anything further to add. I'd love to assist the committee. I can't invent policy on the run.
Minister,
I'm
I
very
might
happy
turn
to provide the
another
information
question
that I
then.
have.
What is your position? Are you give us your view on the Northern Beaches link, particularly given the low benefit cost ratio, particularly given the scepticism of Infrastructure Australia, particularly given the...
I think it's a priority project under Infrastructure Australia,
Well,
actually. They've listed
I'm
it as a
asking
priority
your-
project as the fourth most congested road in
question was
I'm
being
asking
Australia.
your view. What is your view on the Northern Beaches link? Should this road be built?
Yes.
And when will it be built?
Well, obviously there's a process in place. The environmental impact statement, and Ms Drover might speak to the status of that more specifically, but the environmental impact statement was obviously available. We had a long consultation period available for that, which I understand
I'm
was
familiar
also
with the process. I'm
extended.
asking about completion.
Yes, so part of that process is to undertake the planning steps and then undertake the investment gateway decisions through Infrastructure New South Wales. My understanding is that that presently is still in that planning stage following the EIS, but Ms Drover might speak to our response to that, which has been provided. My understanding that it's presently with planning.
Thank you. So, Ms Drover, we'll come to that in the official session. Minister,
No, I've asked her to assist me.
and
I've
I'm
asked her to
moving
provide
on,
that
Minister.
information because you've asked about timing, Mr Graham. It's very important that we
I
provide
might
that
hand
to
to
the
the
committee.
chair.
Saved by the bell. Thank you. Mr Banasiak?
Thank you. I might stick with my questions around domestic violence, Minister. Obviously, domestic violence in Western New South Wales, particularly our river towns, is an issue. I'm just wanting to find out what exactly the government is doing to tackle domestic violence in our river towns in Western New South Wales.
Yeah, thank you. It's an important question, and can I say that across the board with record funding in this space, we have been clear that putting funding behind those frontline services with the record $484 million has been an important component, but also ensuring that we're reaching out to communities and nuancing that response as is appropriate to each of those communities. There's not one simple answer when it comes to prevention of domestic and sexual violence. We have to ensure that we're partnering with those on the front line to tell us what it is that they need to provide those services, particularly in those areas as you identify. For example, with the Staying Home Leaving Violence Fund, we know that works, but we know that we have the opportunity to extend that into remote and regional areas, which is what we are doing at the moment. Ms Campbell might speak to the specifics of the Riverina area and the primary prevention and work that is being done out there to assist. But can I say that it's important to me, and my expectation is, as Minister, that we would be extending this work through the record funding that we have to be able to reach those communities and assist them.
Through you,
So I might just ask Ms Campbell if she could assist just with the specifics.
I know you mentioned the Riverina, but can I ask her to broaden that and also look at the river towns around the Darling River, so Walgett, Warrina, Burt, Louth, Wilcannia, Menindee, as well as the Riverina?
Thank you. I guess I won't go into the detail. I don't have that before me at the moment, but certainly in terms of the expansion of the Staying Home Leaving Violence program, we're looking at obviously what the demand data is telling us in terms of need for services in those locations. In addition to the $484.3 million, the core and cluster, we're currently doing a lot of analysis and engagement with the sector, and we hope to shortly start engaging with local providers and key stakeholders, particularly in some of the locations you're talking about, to look at co-designing that approach going forward. But I'm happy to take the rest of your question on notice.
Yeah. Can I also ask, are you able to isolate, there was 182 million, was that the figure that I heard correctly, Minister?
The 484.
484, sorry.
Yeah, look, I can assist with some of those numbers, particularly in the regions, if it might help. We can get the specific for you and take that on notice.
That might
we'll
be
try
best.
and get that for you
I'd just like
today.
an isolation in terms of where that 484 million is going, because
Yep.
constituents are coming up to us in towns like Waldret and saying, well, there's apparently 5 domestic violence NGOs that are working in Waldret, but they can't see the impact. And I think you would agree that that's a concern.
It's always a concern for me that we are reaching out to communities as far and wide as possible. So we're reaching as many vulnerable women, victims, survivors, families and children as we possibly can. We have taken proactive steps to improve the system for people in regional New South Wales. And I note that the Domestic and Family and Sexual Assault Council, the council provides information to me directly to assist in providing that policy and reform and recognising those unique challenges faced by regional communities. So we expanded the membership of that council last year to ensure that that council represents the views of people from rural and regional communities. I note that we had Danica Lays, CEO of the Country Women's Association, was appointed to fill that role. And so I appreciate the opportunity to hear directly from her and from others who can provide that information to us to inform our decisions. But in relation to specifically staying home, leaving violence, it was important that we recognise, we heard from the sector that there were some of those gaps in those areas. So that program is presently delivered in 33 locations and that provides that intensive case management to support women and children who've experienced domestic and family violence to stay in their own homes. So we know that it's not always easy to just find another home or find another location to go to, particularly in regional and rural areas. So that program assists to change the narrative, remove the perpetrator from the situation and assist women and children, families to stay at home. So those 25 of the 33 current service locations are in regional New South Wales, and with the expansion of staying home, leaving violence, we're increasing that to 70 locations, with the proportion of that funding allocated to regional New South Wales being high. Over 70% of the funding allocated to those services are in regional locations. So it's important that we're clear across that we have not only services for victims, survivors, including that case management, the referral, the triage, that immediate helpline to victim survivors, but they're also targeting men's behaviour change programs in those areas, the evidence-based perpetrator interventions, together with partnering with housing and homelessness services to provide that assistance. So we're trying to address this coming at it each way, Mr. Banasiak, so that we can address those particular nuances that are required. It's not, it's bespoke in particular areas. There are different challenges for space and availability, and that's what we're trying to really target. Ms. Campbell might speak to the regional aspect further.
Okay, thank you, Minister. And I'd also add that the Integrated Domestic and Family Violence Services is available in 11 sites across New South Wales, and that includes 5 regional sites. There's also the Return to Work program grant support, which supports women across New South Wales to access goods and services that will help them return to the workforce after a period of absence. The Minister talked about the Men's Behaviour Change program. That's located in 44 locations across New South Wales, and we currently fund 5 of these providers, which are delivering programs across 6 regional locations.
On notice, Minister, you mentioned it was going from 33. This is the 33 to 70. On notice, are you able to provide what those new locations will be?
Yeah, we're currently working through the aim of expansion of this program is exactly that, to target those areas where we've received that feedback from the sector that there are gaps. And so we're working with the sector to identify where and how we can provide that outreach program. We're doing that to sort of co-design that with those providers to see, so that might not be something we can get you immediately, other than to say that we are working with those providers to identify where we can get into those gaps. It might be an existing provider that does an outreach service to reach that particular location, and we're targeting that on the basis of where we know there's high unmet demand, with a focus on the regional and rural areas. So we're making sure that we're working with those people on the ground that are doing that work to provide that intensive case management, but certainly we'll get you the information we can. But I will anticipate in the answer answer that it will say we're working with the sector, which is my knowledge. Did you have anything further to add, Ms Campbell?
That's fine. Is this all part of the safer pathway? I guess program that you see on the Community and Justice web. I'm just trying to see where it fits.
Yeah, that's more the housing. That would be Minister McLaren-Jones's responsibility. In relation to this funding, it's the overall. Ms Campbell might speak to that further.
Yeah, so you're talking about safer pathways?
Yes, yeah.
So as you know, that's a sort of multi-agency response. Obviously, the new staying home, leaving violence expansion will need to link in with existing pathways. So typically, staying home, leaving violence providers would work very closely with the local referral system, work very closely with police, particularly to make sure that women and children are safe in their home.
Okay, but that's more of a Minister Jones's portfolio. I might follow up with her. Tackling Violence program, is that still running? That because the website says it's updated, but it still only has data from 2019.
Ms Campbell might speak to the status of that program. What we're trying to do is, across the board, find ways to be innovative in our approach and engage the community in doing so. We have a range of programs that is one among many where we can try and partner together to do that. But Ms Campbell might speak to the specifics.
Yeah, that program is still operating, but I'll just take it on notice in terms of the details and the numbers.
Yeah, that'd be great. And you did mention the Men's Behaviour Change program. That was reviewed, I think it was by University of New South Wales in 2019, and there were 16 recommendations, but there doesn't seem to be any evidence of a response from the New South Wales government on that. So I just wanted to find out how many of those recommendations is the New South Wales government supporting?
Yeah, thank you. And look, they're a really important component of the response as well, predominantly those group-based programs that focus on working with the perpetrators to recognise their violent behaviour, support behaviour change, and I know that DCJ and perhaps the Secretary might add further to that specific one, but I know that we are starting a competitive tender process to commission further services, and that will increase those services and because there's increased funding by this government. Those new contracts will commence on 1 July 2022 for up to 2 years. So we're ensuring that we're supporting that sector.
Thank you. And I take it the question is in relation to the Reinvest program?
No.
No, this is a Men's Behaviour Change program that was reviewed.
The opposite.
Yeah, I might add.
19.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm happy to add to that. So obviously you're talking about the evaluation by the University of New South Wales that was conducted based on the pilots in southwestern Sydney, Central Coast, northern New South Wales and mid-North Coast between May 2017 and October 2019. And those evaluation findings included that this particular program, participants reported the program provided a deeper understanding of the negative effects of their behaviours and what that had on their partners and their children. Clients' attendance rating varied across providers. Most clients attended 50% more of the sessions of the programs, with about 38% attending 80%.
Sorry, Ms Campbell, I'm hesitant to cut you off because I've read the evaluation as well, but more specifically, the recommendations that came from that were put to government in 2019. I'm just wondering what's happened with them because there doesn't seem to be any response back from the government. And I do note that this is supposed to be funded till 2021, which is last year.
Well, can I just add to that in terms of the funding? We'll take on notice the specifics of the response to that report, that evaluation. But I note in 2021-22 that we'll invest $10 million through DVF reoffending support, victim safety, to support those men's behaviour change programs and other services for men who choose to undertake them. We have 17 registered non-government organisation, community-based men's behaviour change program providers running programs in 44 locations throughout the state. So we currently fund 5 of those providers, which are delivering programs across the 15 locations. So that's the sketch from this perspective, as you've asked rightly about the budget perspective.
Yeah. Thank you.
But Ms Keller, did you want to speak to the program itself?
I'm just conscious of.
Perhaps we could come back to that because Mr. Badasiak's time has expired. Before we left off before, we were talking about the co-location pilot, and we had the confirmation that there was no additional funding to be provided for that when it begins in April. Minister, have you visited one of these WDV-CAS services that are that actually have a space within a court, such as the Downing Street?
Yeah, thank you. In my prior role as a solicitor practicing in the area, I was obviously familiar with the arrangements in the courts and familiar, obviously not in my capacity at that time, but certainly I'm aware of the co-location and the work that's being done. It's important that we support that. It's important that that continues. I'd very much like to continue that engagement, and but Ms Campbell might speak to the funding.
With respect, we could come back to the funding. I've got some specific questions I'd like to ask you, Minister. The WDV-CAS service that we see in Downing Street is clearly sort of the best practice, I guess. And I have spoken with you about the benefits that I witnessed firsthand between WDV-CAS and police being able to share information and to get a better understanding of domestic violence. Clearly, this is one of the reasons why the co-pilot is such a good idea. But without funding, are these WDV-CAS workers expected to just add that co-pilot responsibility into their other duties? Won't that mean that they then won't be available at the courts to the same extent?
So in relation to specifically the funding, I note that no additional funding has been provided for the pilot, but it is supposed to be funded from existing resources from WDV-CASs. However, I've asked the department to consider whether that pilot could receive funding under the Family Domestic Violence National Partnership Agreement. So that has been raised with me, and we have discussed briefly the opportunity to look at other funding options, whether that can be done under that program from 2021 to 23. So we can, Ms Campbell, you might speak to that specifically, but we are absolutely looking at opportunities to be able to collocate that, knowing that the best opportunities for us to assist victim survivors through the justice system and through getting consistent treatment and being able to have trauma-informed assistance along the way, supporting the police to consider opportunities to provide that enhanced support is something that we know works, and so we know that having those WDV-CASs there is important, but Ms Campbell might speak to that.
Again, I've got limited time. I will come back to you. But the questions, again, are really directed towards the policy in this area. Given that this is a pilot program, and in order to have good results from it that we can then take on board and actually be able to analyse and view as being sufficient, wouldn't you agree that it needs to be properly funded? Otherwise, we're going to end up just with a sort of a failed program.
I agree that this is an important program that we absolutely know has had some success, and so that's why I think the pilot was put in place to see if we could continue or look at that co-location service. Not under me, so under my predecessor, the design of that pilot was that would be funded from existing resources for WDV-CASs, but it's been brought to my attention since I've had responsibility in this role, and I have asked DCJ to consider whether that pilot could receive the funding, as I say, under the National Partnership Agreement, but Ms Campbell might speak to that.
And I do appreciate that, but when we look at, and again, I appreciate that you're not responsible for what occurred prior to you being Minister, but when we look at something like the Reinvest program, which is based on, pretty dubious science, and it was referred to by Boxar as throwing good money after bad, etc., and we still, apparently in the last financial year, have funded them an extra $1.2 million. How is it that a program like that can end up with $7.1 million worth of funding over 4 years or 5 years, whereas this evidence-based WDV-CAS co-pilot is requiring $850,000, that funding hasn't just been granted? Why do we get that disconnect?
Yeah, look, I can't speak to my predecessor. I certainly am responsible now, and I certainly will take every opportunity to support that program and to do so as I have indicated. And I can't speak to the balancing of priorities prior to me, but I can say Ms Campbell might assist about where there might be other opportunities, but I certainly take on board and thank you and others for their advocacy, because it clearly is a program that could benefit from further resources. It's one that we are looking at. As with any pilot, obviously the idea is that it's piloted and then you take you form the view about additional funding. We are doing that under the National Partnership Agreement. Potentially there might be other opportunities for us to do so within the band of funding that we have. But Ms Campbell, you might add to that.
Again, with respect, my question was very much about the government's decision making, and we will come back to where those sources of funding might come from. Yes. Given that the Reinvest program was seeking an extra $5.2 million, I believe, they end up getting $1.2 million on the basis that their results had been not forthcoming and things were not going as planned. Is the expectation that they will be granted more funding in the next financial year, or are we cutting them off?
I'm not able to provide that information to the committee at this time. It's obviously part of the process, but the Secretary might speak to
Mr. Tipple?
Specifics on that Reinvest program. But certainly I'm happy to always advocate in this space for more funding. That's why we have had record funding under my predecessor. I won't take credit for his work, but I certainly will indicate that I will be a strong advocate to the Treasurer, given it's a Premier's priority. But
just to clarify, on the Reinvest program, you're going to advocate for funding?
I wasn't.
No,
Right, good.
We were going to clarify, that's all.
Clarify the question of valuation, but I'm not sure that's your question. So.
Perhaps we can pick this up this afternoon as well then, in terms of if there has been an evaluation of that program so far and what funding is being sought for the next
I take your point, Ms Boyd. I understand exactly what you're saying, and please know that I take that very seriously, and I will be a strong advocate for increased funding for that area and any other programs that will assist victim survivors who are brave enough to come forward and assist through that journey to hold perpetrators to account.
Thank you. In the time I've got remaining, I will just ask you about the New South Wales Sexual Violence Helpline. I'm sure that you have been similarly bombarded with emails in relation to people concerned about the funding for this 24/7 service. Given that sexual assault is, as I understand it, the only major crime category to continue to increase for quite a number of years now.
Sorry, could you say that again?
My understanding is that sexual assault is one of those crimes that is continuing in its incidence over a number of years. The New South Wales Sexual Violence Helpline was formerly New South Wales Rape Crisis, but I understand it has to rely upon corporate and community donations in order to provide a service 24 hours, 7 days. And with the recent...
So you're saying the Sexual Violence Helpline does?
Yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
With the recent change, very positive change to our sexual consent laws, and the publicity and education around that is ongoing, we may expect more and more people to be reaching out for help. Will the New South Wales Government provide funding for that service?
Thank you. I am advised that the department which oversees the Women's Safety Portfolio, Department of Communities and Justice, doesn't provide funding to, I think it's now Full Stop Australia. So I think that question does sit with Health, and I'm happy to address that to Minister Hazzard, or for you to take that to Minister Hazzard in relation to that funding, because it does sit with Health. However, I am advised that all New South Wales Government funding to the organisation is provided and administered through Health through the Sydney Legal Health District, so that's where it sits. Very happy to speak to them or for you to do so. Health provides, as I understand it, funding to Full Stop Australia for delivery of the Sexual Violence Helpline, as you have indicated. That's the online counselling service for anyone in New South Wales who has experienced sexual assault, along with their supporters. Health funds Full Stop Australia to deliver that community-based counselling service, which is critically important at women's health centres across New South Wales for women who experience sexual assault in childhood. That's an important component of our response, and I fully support that.
One final question for you before we break for morning tea. The 75 new refuges that were announced last year, I did ask about whether or not that core and cluster model would be pet friendly, or how many of them would be pet friendly. The answer we got back on notice was not particularly helpful. Do you have an answer as to whether those that accommodation will be pet friendly.
I might take that on notice and come back to you after the break, if I may, just to be clear on that, because I wouldn't want to contradict the answer that you received. So I'll take that on notice.
That would be very useful.
But can I indicate that hasn't been raised with me directly, so
Fine.
I'll look at that.
Yeah. Thank you. We are going to take a break for 15 minutes. We're 3 minutes early, which means we'll come back at 12 past, and we will commence again. Thank you. for returning so promptly. We will commence with questions from the Honourable Penny
Chair.
Sharp.
Sorry, Chair, if I may, just very quickly, if I can
Please do.
assist the committee just coming back on and answer asked of me earlier. I can confirm for the committee that my first meeting with the Secretary, Mr Sharp, occurred at 2 p.m. on Wednesday, the 22nd of December. Prior to that, there may well have been a welcome text or a phone call, I'm not sure, but our first official meeting was on that 22nd, noting that was very soon after, well, the reshuffle was the 20th of December. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Sharp.
Thank you. Thank you. And congratulations, Minister,
Thank
on
you, Ms.
your
Sharp.
new portfolios. And I am very aware that I was not here for this earlier session, so I'm hoping not to double up. I've been well
Certainly.
briefed by our shadow, but if I do, I apologise.
Happy to double the answers.
Thank you. So, look, Minister, I'd like to ask you about staying home, leaving violence, which I know has been touched on. And I just wanted to confirm with you particularly the issues of the funding agreements and the fact that there's an expectation that those contracts will be for 4 years. Are all of those contracts going to be indeed for 4 years?
Thank you, Ms Sharp. And can I say, in relation to that program, it's important. It's a program that works, so we know that's why we have expanded it, because we know that it does work, and changing the narrative to remove the perpetrator and assist the victim survivor to stay in place has been a critical component in stability and assisting them to keep those support networks in place. I can confirm that on the 10th of February we announced nearly $20 million over 4 years, so that does confirm.
Just to stop you there, that's
the expansion.
That 19.8 is part of the already announced 32.5 million, or is it in addition? It's part of that. It's not additional.
That's correct. Yep. So there's the 32.5 in the 2021-22 budget to expand staying home, leaving violence. The $20 million is to assist those existing 33 locations to reach further to 70 locations across the state, focusing on those areas with high demand. We heard from the sector that there were gaps in areas that we were reaching, and so partnering with those existing providers to be able to reach out to those areas was something that we focused on under my predecessor. So I can confirm that. Again, to confirm, was part of the 32.5, and just in terms of the expansion of that program, so those details are forthcoming as we co-design that expansion with those providers in those areas, and they will continue to work. Ms Campbell and the department will continue to work with those providers this year and subsequent years through the expansion plan as we roll that out.
Yep, that's great, but can we just go back to my question, which is there's an expectation, I understand from the sector, that those funding agreements are for 4 years. Can you confirm that those funding contracts are for 4 years, or are they short? We've got some suggestion that some of them are being offered only 16-month contracts.
Ms Campbell.
My understanding is that it is over 4 years, but the funding comes in each financial year. So this financial year, we've obviously currently allocated those funds to those organisations for this financial year, and then next financial year we'll be doing the same thing. It's called a variation in the contract. We didn't go out to a new tender process because we had the existing 28 providers who were clearly doing fabulous work and really needed additional funding to expand their reach.
But are you guaranteeing that those services will have 4 years' worth of funding? It's pretty important when you're actually trying to recruit staff into those, difficult, sometimes very difficult to staff. So you're telling us that the contracts might be, so they're basically getting 4 lots of 1 year contracts. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Why are you doing that?
Because the funding flows through each financial year.
Yeah, but that's not unusual. But often the contract, is that the way? That's quite unusual. I mean, it's over many years there's been moves, particularly within the community sector, to actually give certainty of funding, and so the contracts are for a 4 year period. The idea that you'd make them re-sign up every year for 1 year provides a great deal of uncertainty for the sector. Why are you doing that?
Maybe I can take that on notice and come back to you.
Can I assist just to clarify that the funding is in place, Ms Sharp, for the 4 years? We've been absolutely clear on that. My understanding is, and we will take the specifics on notice, but in order to not have to re-tender on each occasion, the funding is in place and it's a variation to those existing contracts. So it's not a new contract. I think you might have said it's not a new contract, it's a variation to their provision, but also noting that as we go through the expansion, that might necessitate going into new areas and having those agreements, but that funding is absolutely in place. And that's...
So those staff, so those services can go ahead and employ staff for 4 years on the basis of doing this work?
Those that are expanding will obviously be able to employ additional staff, and I accept what you say. It is a very difficult challenge to be able to recruit and retain staff in this area. That's a huge challenge. As they roll out and we co-design that program with them to get into those additional locations, noting we're going from the 33 to the 70, we will absolutely need more staff, and I hope that they are retained for that entire period. We will absolutely need them, and Ms Campbell will provide further information about that wherever possible.
And I apologise if this was asked before. Are you able to give us a list of the new locations?
They're being... I will take it on notice. Ms Campbell might assist. What we're trying to do is assist those gap areas that have been identified where there may not be an existing service, where we can reach into those areas based on highest demand, that work is being done as we speak with the department together with those providers. But Ms Campbell, did you have something further to add?
Thanks, Minister. I would just add to the first part of that question that obviously the funding's been allocated this financial year, and that's what's occurring at the moment. But once we've done the next part, which we're currently about to go into in terms of commissioning those services, we'll be then looking at ongoing contracts from June 2023 for the remaining 3 years, subject to the market testing that we'll be doing and the co-design that we'll be doing with those providers.
Have you had to do that as a result of the delays in terms of getting the money out the door? Is that why you have to do this 1 year, then 3 year?
No, can I just be very clear to our evidence to the committee, Ms Sharp, there's been no delay in rolling that funding out. That commitment was made and that funding has been distributed, or some are being in the process of being distributed.
But do you think, well, Minister, do you think it's reasonable then that services signed contracts in August last year and they're only getting funding in March this year?
I think it's always...
Are you saying that's not a delay?
I'm saying there was no delay in the rollout of this additional funding to those providers. That was clear, and we've got that funding out the door, Ms Sharp.
So how...
But Ms Campbell, you might speak to that.
Sorry, just to be clear, I mean, services signed off on this money in August last year, and they're only just now getting the funding. Have all of the services got their funding?
Ms Campbell?
I answered this a bit earlier today. In terms of in August, September last year, they weren't formal contracts last year. There were agreements between the providers and the department to inform how we would allocate that money. And we've subsequently been working very closely with the providers to look at what they could expand to where within their existing resources.
Can you just then let the committee know how many organisations have received their funding?
So letters of variation to their existing contracts were all sent out, I think it was the day after the Minister announced it.
So that's February.
Yep. Out of the 28 providers, we've received 18 providers have sent back their variation letters. A number, I think 10 were paid on the 23rd of the 2nd of February, and 5 are scheduled to be paid tomorrow. We also met with the providers last Friday just to remind those providers that hadn't set in their variations to their contracts that we actually needed that as part of government approach to procurement to ensure that they sent in signed agreements, and then we'll issue the money immediately.
So 10 out of 28 have been paid?
10 out of 28.
Have got money in their bank accounts?
Correct.
Yep.
Can I just clarify, Ms Sharp, this is additional funding. This is an ongoing program. So Staying Home Leaving Violence, we know works, and that's a program that obviously has been supported and is ongoing. We have continued that ongoing funding in addition to the increased funding of the $150,000 to those existing 33, to those service locations to expand that geographical coverage. So this funding was to expand the programs in addition to the ongoing funding.
That's terrific. Thank you, Minister. I do understand all of that. I'm just trying to understand when the money's in the bank account so that there's actually workers on the ground doing the job. So that's why those questions. If I could just move on to the Joint Select Committee on Coercive Control, and I thank you for your work that you did in relation to this extremely difficult and important issue. I know that there is concern given that the previous minister didn't support all of the recommendations by the committee. Now that that's your part of your role, are you looking at reviewing the government's response to that committee report?
Thank you, Ms Sharp. I'm going to say it was a great privilege to be able to work with members in both houses, both chambers, on that inquiry. And I sit in this position having chaired the inquiry and now being the minister responsible, which is a great privilege. Obviously, the committee made those recommendations and tabled its report on the 30th of June. There were 23 recommendations as to how we could better respond to coercive control. The committee's response was made and released on the 18th of December before my time in this role, as you rightly point out, noting that the government supported in full, in principle or in part 17 of the committee's recommendations, and noted the remaining further 6 for consideration. It's our support of criminalisation of coercive control is something that's being worked through presently, and we'll develop and consult on the drafting of that with the stakeholders. It's something that I will be very keen to ensure happens in this term as soon as we're able to work with stakeholders through a draft of that legislation. And I'm thankful for everybody that's worked so hard on that. We have a challenge ahead of us to get that, to consult with everybody and get that through, but we don't want to hold that up. We want to do that quickly as we can so that we can recognise that ongoing pattern and legislate too.
That's terrific, Minister. But if I could bring you just back to the question, which is that there were, as you've rightly identified, there were 6 recommendations in that report that the government said note is not really going to take any action on. Are you in a position as the minister now, and it's terrific that you actually get to follow through from some of this work to actually being the minister, are you in a position to revisit some of those matters? I mean, some of them are changing the penalties for contravening apprehensive violence orders, issues around stalking and intimidation, advocating for national federation reform for more nationally consistent definitions. I mean, these are quite important. Some of them easier. I mean, I would have thought advocating through the Federal Reform Council would be something that you'd be able to do as the minister, given you'll be sitting on that body now. But I mean, I'm really just trying to understand, do you feel as the new minister that you're going to be in a position to revisit some of these issues, or do you believe that the government's made a decision and that's the sort of the end of it and you'll work within their initial response?
Thank you. Yeah, and it's an important question. Look, I will always advocate within my remit to do whatever I can to progress these important reforms. That's clear. In relation to the government-led response, that is still the responsibility of the Attorney-General. So he is leading the government's response in that space, and that is a matter that you might put to him, but certainly I am committed to undertaking reform and advocating wherever I can to increase services, to work through the recommendations that we've made, knowing that this is an area that we need to address this year. The primary focus, of course, will be on the legislation and recognising those patterns of behaviour so that wherever possible we can include those in our criminal justice system in order to provide better responses, to recognise that this is not an incident-based issue. This is a pattern of behaviour which we know is a red flag for murder. The Domestic Violence Death Review team undertook the review and found that 99% of those murders had red flags before of coercive control. We must do something in this space. We're committed to doing that. That will be my primary focus, but I'm always open to advocating for other opportunities for us to do better in this space and look at reforms wherever I may.
That will include advocating within your own cabinet then, Minister. Thank
Certainly.
you.
Absolutely.
I just one of the and you've acknowledged this in part of your answer. The government response to recommendation 1, which is obviously respond to the domestic violence death review team by criminalising coercive control. There's obviously a lot of recommendations though that go into education and training, as you rightly have identified. This is and where coercive control has been introduced in places like Scotland and other places. That's been an important part of that.
Yes.
Would you expect that, beyond legislation, there'll actually be a package of funding that would go into education and training as part of this?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. Obviously, as Mr Mookie and Mr Graham know, I'm not able to provide conjecture about future government policy. I am, however, very clear in my evidence today that I will be a strong advocate for where we can assist and support these important education campaigns, because we heard evidence during the course of the committee inquiry and we know from the examples what worked in Scotland and what has worked where this has been implemented.
Sorry, I'm just conscious that I've got a bunch of other questions, so
Yes.
I'm just going to push you along. Thank you. Has there been any so you're working on it, it's going to come, let's be honest, it could take quite a while. What education and training is being undertaken, do you know, with police and other frontline workers at this point on coercive control?
I might have to take that on notice, given I'm not responsible for police and respond via that avenue. Certainly, I am very supportive of education of police, and I think that's an ongoing challenge for police, but we might direct that question or take it on notice as far as possible.
That'd be terrific, and maybe, I'm not sure if your secretary, hello, congratulations on your new role. It's also that question, obviously there's a lot of different agencies in the mix here, it's going to require cluster involvement. I'm just, one of the recommendations again is sort of, building that inter-organisation support about that. What action's been taken in relation to this? I'm particularly talking about, so it's police, health, education, justice, housing, and First Nations agencies.
Yep.
Has work started?
Yeah, Ms Campbell.
I'm happy to answer that. Currently, we've actually set up a coercive control departmental group that is coordinating training and education needs for coercive control. So happy to provide further information.
If you could provide that on notice, that would be really useful in terms of who's on that and those kind of things. I just wanted to, I believe again there's been some questions asked about this morning in relation to sexual assault. It's my understanding that there's a lot of money, millions of dollars federally, that's coming to New South Wales for the sexual domestic violence sector, but that none is being invested in sexual violence services in New South Wales. Can you confirm that, Minister?
In relation to those specifics, I might take that on notice unless the Secretary or Ms Campbell have something to add. But can I say our response is in relation to the sexual assault strategy, which was our most recent whole-of-government strategy to address sexual violence. That set out our coordinated approach to sexual assault in New South Wales with those 26 activities under 5 key priority areas.
That's terrific, Minister, and thank you for that. I am, and welcome the investment, but the specific question, and I think it was raised, is obviously being raised in the sector, which is that, look, we know that sexual assault reporting has increased massively over the last 10 years. There hasn't been an ongoing increase in funding to support services that do that, particularly not commensurate with the increase in the number of calls that they've got to take in. We're in a situation now where they basically suggest that only 1 in 3 people who pick up the phone to seek support after a sexual assault are actually getting answered. Don't need to tell you that it's a big thing for someone to actually pick up the phone in the first place, and the last thing we want them to do is to have a call that isn't answered. So I'm particularly after asking about the National Partnership Agreement and just whether you anticipate, so my understanding is that so far no money from the National Partnership Agreement is going into New South Wales sexual violence services, and if I'm wrong, I'm happy to be corrected, but do you expect or anticipate that there will be some if there's not any at the moment?
Yeah, I'll ask Ms Campbell to speak to.
Thanks, Minister. As you know, Health fund all the sexual assault services, so it might be worth referring to New South Wales Health. But in terms of the national partnerships money, we're currently looking at that funding. So obviously we'll be looking at both domestic and family violence as well as sexual assault.
And our package...
Right, so just to be clear, though, in your mind, though, sexual assault's a health issue and domestic violence sits within communities. Is that the way...
no, I think... Sorry, Ms Campbell, you might clarify your answer.
I'm happy to clarify. Obviously, for domestic and family violence and sexual assault, it's not just sits within DCJ, obviously. It sits within other agencies in terms of responding to women and children escaping domestic and family violence and people and sexual abuse. So the funding, the NPA funding is considering initiatives for sexual violence as well as domestic and family violence, and there's also a focus on prevention, though not so much on direct service provision. So I'm happy to take that on notice, but New South Wales Health
Well,
actually...
I mean, just, you know...
Could I just speak to that and just to clarify, if it might assist, to just be clear, the helpline is funded by Health, so yeah, that's absolutely clear. Can I say that in our response, we committed in New South Wales, because obviously we'll be aligning with the national plan, so once we see where that is, we will form our view to be in line with that. But we committed a further $60 million to funding over the 2 years of the National Partnership Agreement, and that brings our additional investment, or our total of additional investment, to a total of $140 million over the 2 years of the agreement. So that funding's in place. The first tranche of that funding to support DV service providers was announced in November, and the $20 million was allocated to more than 80 specialist frontline services.
Thank you, Minister. Our time's up, and I've got one quick one that I wanted to ask you. The government last year made a commitment to fund specialist domestic and family violence children's workers in 20 refuges. Have these workers been employed, and if so, where are they based?
Thank you. I might ask Ms Campbell to speak to those, or perhaps we can get those numbers for you on notice or today.
Yeah, I can just add that we're currently working to allocate that funding, but I'm happy to take that one on notice.
So just to be clear, there's not one additional child worker in any refuge at the moment?
I'd need to take that on notice.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I've just probably got one final question, Minister, before I hand back over to the Chair, and it's to do with the domestic and family violence blueprint for reform. Given that reform has now ended 2021, and there's still, the report cards say still more work to do. You are clearly doing more work, but I'm just wondering, is there going to be a guiding document that I guess outlines this work and you can point to and it can be measured against? Because there's a lot of good stuff going on that we're hearing, but if it's all haphazard and, it's an interagency, there's interagency involvement, but if there's not a guiding document that essentially controls that, it raises concerns in my mind that it's just going to be haphazard and not targeted the way it should be. So is there a document in the works, or is there something that you can point to that will be used to measure the performance against?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Benaziak. It's an excellent question. Of course, the Domestic and Family Violence Blueprint for Reform, Safer Lives for Women, Men and Children, that blueprint that you refer to was the most recent whole-of-government strategy to address domestic and family violence. That included those strategies to intervene earlier for prevention and hold perpetrators to account. That, of course, includes the Premier's priority to target reducing the number of domestic violence reoffenders by 25% by 2023. That was evaluated in 2020, and it found that it was largely implemented in line with its initial design, in accordance to its planned timeframes and within budget, and access to services for victims and perpetrators of domestic and family violence improved under the blueprint, as did collaboration, information exchange and service coordination. So that was the evaluation. Just in relation to the specifics of your question, the blueprint will be replaced, I'm happy to say, by a whole new whole-of-government response, a new domestic and family violence response, which will, of course, align with the national plan. So we have the national plan in place. We're looking to implement our new blueprint, revised and reviewed, in alignment with that plan. So we're getting some consistency across the two.
Just quickly, do we have an ETA on when that new whole of government response will be?
Well, I think that, we're working to align that with the national plan, so seeing where that lands will assist us to be able to provide that, but obviously we want that as soon as we're able to align that.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass back to the Chair.
Thank you. Just a couple more questions in relation to your domestic violence responsibilities, and then I'll move to your other portfolio. The need for a highly skilled workforce in domestic and family violence was something that we identified during the committee inquiry into coercive control, but is well understood. Has the New South Wales Government funded a workplace strategy for the specialist domestic and family violence sector? And if not, is the plan to do so?
Yeah, thank you. And I have had roundtable meetings where that has been raised, and I know it is an issue. It's particularly an issue in the sector for longevity and ensuring that we have that workforce in place and we can support that going forward. Certainly, I am aware there is a need for recruitment and retention to be put in place, and we've had some discussions around that already. Ms Campbell might speak to programs that are presently in place or take on notice if we can get that information for you about anything that might be in place at the moment, but I am very much aware that particularly as we expand and we put this record funding behind expanding programs, that we need people on the ground to be able to roll that out. That requires recruitment, retention, training, and a range of, obviously, we're challenged at the moment because of COVID. It's no excuse, but we are challenged by sheer numbers of workforce. So we need to ensure that we're prioritising that. But Ms Campbell might speak to what we're presently doing on the ground.
That would be useful if you could focus on whether there is a workforce strategy, and if not, if one's being developed.
I think that does exist with the service providers, whether we as a government...
But as a government, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I think that's an area we've recognised that we need to do more on, and we're certainly looking at some of the national partnerships funding at the moment to look at a workforce strategy. We've also been working closely with DV New South Wales, who have some really great ideas in terms of how we can kind of roll that out to support services. So happy to take that on notice about any existing initiatives, but I don't think they probably go far enough in terms of ensuring we've got a really robust workforce strategy.
Yeah, and I know we're working through that with the Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault Council, so the peak organisations attend that. We discuss ways and priorities and what we can be dealing with, but I know that that's been raised and it's something that we're looking at closely, and how we can fund that or how we can assist them to do that better is certainly something we need to look at.
Thank you. Another, I guess, learning from the coercive control inquiry was, and I think it was a great privilege to be, I guess, to go on the site visits we went on and to really understand the individual circumstances impacting women in particular of different backgrounds and different in different locations. And core among them was the particular challenges that First Nations women experience when it comes to domestic and family violence, and the need to really approach the work that we all do in this space in a sort of a culturally appropriate manner. What is the New South Wales Government doing to ensure that in this space it ensures that it will engage with First Nations people in a collaborative and culturally sensitive manner?
Yeah, thank you. It's an excellent question. We did see that in the course of the coercive control inquiry, and we did have evidence about that. Of course, we know that anyway, but it was a very interesting exercise to be able to hear about the specifics. We know that Aboriginal communities experience domestic and family violence at higher rates than the general population. We are committed to reducing domestic and family violence in Aboriginal communities. We're leading the work on Target 13 of the National Agreement on Closing the Gap. That is to reduce the rate of all forms of family violence and abuse against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and children by at least 50% as we progress towards zero. The Premier has made that a priority and has indicated that we must all address closing the gap. And we deliver a range of programs to assist Aboriginal people affected by domestic and family violence in relation to the specifics of what we're doing to nuance that. Those services for Aboriginal victim survivors include the case management, the referral and triage, and the immediate helpline to support victim survivors. But Ms Campbell might speak to the further work we're doing in that space.
Yeah, if you could, I mean, that's all great, but if you could focus on, I guess the question was, what will you be doing to engage in relation to the further domestic and family violence work with First Nations people? I don't think you quite addressed that point.
No, well, so I didn't want to keep going using your time. The Secretary might speak to that specifically, but we do have specific services to engage with Aboriginal people, together with the prevention and education programs, to try and make sure that DCJ is transforming those outcomes. But the Secretary might speak to the work that's being done
Thank
throughout.
you. So in relation to Target 13, the government delivers a range of programs to assist Aboriginal people affected by domestic and family violence, including...
If I could interrupt you. My question really here, and perhaps I haven't been very clear in my question, but it's really about policy development. How are we engaging with First Nations people when making decisions in this portfolio area, particularly in relation to new policies?
We are working alongside and engaging with the Aboriginal Legal Service, the nominated coalition of Aboriginal Peak organisations partner, to progress the work in relation to all of the closing the gap targets. And of course, and Ms Campbell can expand on this, we're right across the board engaging with Aboriginal communities in implementation of everything that we undertake across the state in those communities.
Can I just add, we also have the organisation that's been set up. So DCJ has established that Transforming Aboriginal Outcomes Division, the TAO, I hate acronyms, but Transforming Aboriginal Outcomes Division, which is to drive the design and implementation of activity to meet those targets. And so the structure of that is being finalised. I understand Ms Campbell's looking like she wants to add something to that.
I was also going to add there's an existing governance that's now in place within New South Wales as part of the Closing the Gap target, which has been obviously jointly led by the CAPO, and government. And we're really focusing particularly on the target to reduce the rate of all forms of family violence and abuse against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and children by at least 50% as progress towards zero. And there's currently work happening to look at how we consult within community, and the principles of that agreement will be how we implement things going forward.
And I guess that's the key. I mean, we all know what the statistics are telling us. We all know about the particular issues, and particularly in relation to the Closing the Gap recommendations. What my question is directed at is, I guess, how much are we consulting with First Nations people, and how much are we telling?
Can I just add to that? And the Secretary is looking like he wants to speak also. I just note that we are working to increase the capacity of those Aboriginal community-controlled organisations as well. So to work together with them to make sure that we're structuring that in the right way and taking that on board, but also working together with those community consultations that are being done, as I referred to the Target 13, to inform how DCJ works with Aboriginal communities and organisations, and the program of work in place to address Target 13, to work alongside Aboriginal communities. They are community-controlled organisations, to make sure that they are having that input along the way and included in those programs, so that we are providing those services that are Aboriginal specific initiatives, including we've got What's Your Plan, the Aboriginal Client Community Support Officers, where they work one-on-one with Aboriginal defendants to help them understand and comply with the ADVO conditions, and the UN Stronger Communities Protocol South Coast, which involves proactive partnering with Aboriginal elders, the community, non-government and government services to co-design culturally appropriate violence prevention strategies. And I'll be quick, the last one, BAD V, which is Brothers Against Violence Partnership between the Illawarra Koori Men's Support Group and Aboriginal Elders and Corrective Services, Relationships New South Wales and the police. Again, that's all useful, and I think that's perhaps at a more micro level than what I was referring to. I'm really interested in how the consultation is happening at a decision-making level within the department, but perhaps we can pick up on it this afternoon.
Certainly.
In more detail. Sorry, go.
Sorry, can I also add to that? It would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the Aboriginal Family Health Worker Program, which is run by Justice Health and Forensic Mental Health Network in partnership with Wominda, South Coast Women's Health and Welfare Aboriginal Corporation, just to be clear, but I understand the point of your question.
Thank you. I will turn to tolls before I run out of time. I'm not sure, I assume you've been following a little bit the tolls inquiry at least. I know you're new to the to this portfolio. There's been a few points of contention, I guess, between various individuals that have appeared before the inquiry. If I could just turn you first to the $10 administration fee. So this is something that every time you go through a toll road, if for some reason you're not registered and it doesn't pick you up, then you will have not just the $3 or whatever of toll, but you will also have this $10 administration fee. We heard evidence that there was a great number of people who had tens of thousands of dollars worth of toll fee and admin fee outstanding, and that sort of 3/4, 2/3 or 3/4 of that was in admin fee as opposed to the original toll. We since discovered that $10 was set in 2001 as being something that was seen to cover the costs of collecting the toll. Technology has improved. No one seems to think they've got the authority to change that $10, despite concession agreements telling us otherwise. What is your position on that, and will you be looking into that situation?
Yeah, thank you. And can I thank the committee for its work? Upper House committees play a very important role in looking at these issues, and can I thank everyone for their time in looking at that. Ms Drover might speak to the specifics of the $10 or through you, Mr Secretary, who the appropriate, all these people have come today. It's only fair that they have a question.
And with respect, we will ask them questions in the afternoon, and I have had the opportunity to ask them questions during the tolls inquiry. I'm more interested in your approach to this issue now that it's been brought to everyone's attention. Will you be bringing that $10 fee into line with what it actually costs to administer?
Yeah, thank you. And we're always conscious of cost of living. We're conscious of the impact on family budgets. That's why we commenced the tolling review, and that's why we have those subject matter experts who look at that, who are much better to understand how we can have opportunities to look at reforms and look at a range of opportunities to assist. But I'm very happy to look at that as part of that package. I'm sure they're already doing that work, but I'm happy to continue looking at that, and every opportunity we have to assist motorists to get where they need to and utilise that infrastructure, but also being conscious of the cost to families and businesses in doing so is something that we're committed to doing, and that's why the review is being undertaken. But
Minister, again, I will pick. I've limited time with the Minister, then I will pick up on this again this afternoon. Another sort of part of the puzzle, if you like, that is creating such a burden on people is the failure to aggregate notices. So every time you get this $3 fee, you then got $3 toll, you get the $10 admin fee on top of it. For the second notice, it's $20, and so people are getting for every toll another $13. It seems quite absurd that it's not aggregated into one toll notice if you get multiple, especially if they're on the same day. But the toll operators have told us that that's not within their power. Is that something that you will be looking to change?
Yeah, I obviously can't announce policy here. I'm very happy to assist. What I can assure the committee is that we are looking at opportunities to reform. We're always looking at ways we can reduce the administrative burden, and certainly it seems to me on the face of it that that is an opportunity for us to do something. But obviously I need to take advice on that, and I'm sure Mr Sharp and the team are well aware of that. I've seen the submissions to the tolling review inquiry and happy to look at it as part of its recommendations. I'm looking forward to that report. So
are you aware of the class action in Queensland that's being undertaken in relation to these admin fees for the Queensland toll roads? And does that give you concern and perhaps incentivise you to be a bit quicker in that review?
Look, I think we do need to look at any way that we can address cost of living, that we can address administrative burden, that we can work with providers and do what we can within our remit. But Mr Sharp might have an answer on what was
the Premier has got a priority for removing red tape and administrative issues. We do have a number of fees that we apply right across our network. In respect to this specific one, it is part of the review and we're looking at the mechanisms behind it. But just internally within Transport, there's a number of fees and charges and we are looking at it. We've been challenged to make sure they're fair. We also have some older systems. Can we actually update those systems? There's a practical element and Mr de Kock has that on his agenda.
So do you make a distinction then between the fees that get charged by Transport directly and those where the fee gets charged but ends up in the pockets of Transurban and other toll operators?
Chair, all fees end up being paid ultimately by the public. So we are looking at the flow-on costs as well from administration around these. But where it directly impacts the public, such as the $10 fee, we're reviewing that as part of our tolling review.
But clearly they're different things. There's fines and fees that go into general revenue and there's fines and fees which end up in the pockets of Transurban. So clearly I would expect that the latter category of fee is not something that we have to wait for a review into the entire fines and fees regime of Transport to fix.
Yeah, Chair, what I'm saying is it is on our agenda. We've been challenged as one of our key outcomes to reduce those burdens. There are a number of charges, that being one of them. And we are looking at them, but we haven't landed a response around some of these specific ones that relate to the tolls.
Minister, is it acceptable to you that the question of admin fees, which are currently the subject of an action in a legal action in Queensland on the basis of them being just so unfair and probably illegal? Do you think it's fair that those fees are treated the same as the other parts of the fines and fees and tolls in that review that Transport's doing?
Ms Boyd, I think it's important for people on our roads. They don't really distinguish. If they're paying, and it's important that we address cost of living measures, which is what we are doing as a government with this review. That review is looking at all options available. I encourage those subject matter experts to do that work and look at every opportunity for us to put money back in the pockets of motorists, but we also have to balance that with rolling out a large infrastructure program so that they can utilise motorways to get to where they need to go quickly, reduce congestion and reduce time that they spend on the road so they can get back to their businesses or home to their families or home from
but
school.
presumably
So
there's no proposal from government to be giving a cashback for the admin fee. How is that connected? How is the money that ends up going to Transurban connected to the rest of the sort of cost of living and toll cashbacks? Aren't they completely different things?
Well, that may be so, but any opportunity that we have to reduce red tape, to reduce administrative burden is within our remit, and I wouldn't rule out any opportunity for us to make things easier for commuters, make things easier for motorists, balancing our need to work with those providers to roll out this very large $71.5 billion infrastructure
Is there a concern that you might somehow minusculely diminish Transurban's profits in the process? Is that what's really going on here?
That's not our consideration. Our consideration is how we can offer best cost of living measures, which we do through 70 rebates that presently exist, through toll relief, through our M5 Southwest cashback, through a number of rebate schemes, and we are always open to opportunities to improve and work on that. That's why we have the subject matter experts doing that, and I'm always open to opportunities to continue to do that work. It's important that we are mindful of that and that we as a government continue to address that.
Thank you, Minister.
As we're doing.
Thank you. Time for the opposition.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Returning Minister to the Northern Beaches link, have you sought or been given advice about a potential deferral of this project, that is building it, but building it later?
I'll be back.
I have to take that on notice. I think there are a range of options available when you roll out infrastructure, but it's in a process, Mr Graham. So we're committed to the project. It will go through those ordinary processes as it is with the planning stages that are with the Planning Minister or with the Planning Department as I see it. Ms Drover might speak to the options, but that is a matter that is presently in with planning, given that we've provided our responses.
I'm surprised by that answer, Minister,
EIS.
because your predecessors have been very clear-cut about what the timeline is for that process to take place. So I'm surprised that for such a big project, you're not sure you need to take on notice whether or not you have been given advice about a deferral.
Well, I wouldn't want to do anything other than provide the best available information that I can to the committee, Mr Graham. I just want to clarify and provide that information. But what I can say is that my understanding is that it's presently with planning, as is the normal course with large infrastructure. 8 motorways that have been delivered or are in delivery have gone through the same processes. So that's the normal course. I will clarify whether there's been, I'm sure there's a range of options, but it's not my understanding that's anything other than going through those normal processes. Mr Drover might speak to that.
In the aftermath of the Willoughby by-election, the Premier said that there were lessons to be learnt around community engagement and community consultation when it comes to projects like the Northern Beaches Link and the Western Harbour Tunnel. Firstly, have you had a discussion with the Premier about the lessons that your government should have learnt from when it comes to these projects in the wake of the Willoughby by-elections?
Mr Mookie, I really am keen to talk about the projects within my remit. We always work with communities in rolling out large infrastructure projects. We have done that throughout the large motorways that have been delivered. We continue to have a core group within Transport for New South Wales.
The direct question was, have you spoken to the Premier about the lessons he says your government should have learned?
Regularly on a number of matters.
Just let me finish the question, Minister.
I'm sorry.
I've asked specifically whether in the wake of the Willoughby by-election you've had a conversation with the Premier about the lessons that your government meant to learn. I ask this because the Premier made it very clear that he thought that this was important. And it would surprise me if, despite the Premier's public proclamations, that you haven't had a conversation with him specifically about the lessons that should be learnt after Willoughby when it comes to the Northern Beaches Link. That's the direct question. So, have you had a conversation with the Premier after the Willoughby by-election about the lessons he says your government should have learnt when it comes to the Northern Beaches Link?
Thank you, Mr Mookie. And as I was saying, I have I regularly engage with the Premier, and we have a number of conversations as would be expected. And community consultation is a very important component of my portfolio responsibilities. We've seen that in the 8 motorways that have
Minister, you're straying now from the question.
We have a very robust
the Minister is straying from the question, so I will just now ask the Minister, what lessons do you take away from the Willoughby by-election about how your government can engage those communities which seemed to reject the government's policy, or at least send quite a large message that you're on the wrong road when it comes to this particular one? What lessons have you personally drawn from the outcome of the Willoughby by-election when it comes to the Northern Beaches Link?
Thank you, Mr Mookie. As I indicated to the committee, community consultation is an extremely important component of rolling out large infrastructure, as we've seen in the projects to date undertaken by Transport for New South Wales. They have a robust community consultation arrangement in place, which Ms Drover might speak to further, and we're very conscious that we have to have that ongoing engagement in order to work with communities wherever that may be across New South Wales in the 8 motorways that we've delivered or are in delivery in our $71.5 billion infrastructure project
Minister,
in
construction of the Western Harbour Tunnel will involve lifting toxic sludge off the harbour floor, barging it out of the heads and shipping it to Newcastle. That was the plan shortly after estimates last time. Is that toxic sludge still heading to Newcastle?
Thank you. I might ask Ms Drover to speak to that.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Is that clear?
Yes.
So the Western Harbour Tunnel project, which, as you say, is in procurement, we have achieved planning approval for that. So all the dredging operations for that project will be in accordance with the conditions of approval by DPE. They'll also be in accordance with the Construction Environment Management Plan, which is overseen by the EPA and DPE. There is also a dredging management plan.
The question is that toxic sludge heading to Newcastle?
No, it is not.
Where is it heading?
We are proposing to deposit much of the spoil offshore, and we're receiving some federal granted approvals for offshore disposal. Obviously, the sediments at the top of the top of the harbour, they will be barged to the shore, and they'll be transported to appropriate disposal sites.
Thank you. We'll come back to that.
Could I just add, Mr. Graham,
Yeah,
it's important to acknowledge that. And it's a good question because, Transport for New South Wales and this government understands those concerns about those, the removal and transportation of dredged and excavated materials across the board, particularly where potentially this might happen in Middle Harbour. So that, will be undertaken in accordance with those processes.
Good, thank you. Minister, on the 19th of January this year, you had an issue raised with you about a mobile speed camera placed 8 metres from 100 km/h sign, and you said this, you'd asked the Secretary if we're going to look at what the guidelines are and what the guidelines can be around the placement of these cameras. What guidelines are now in place to stop a similar situation occurring?
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Graham. The facts of that particular situation were reviewed, and in fact it was within between two 100-kilometre signs. It wasn't actually outside of guidelines. I did commission specific advice to me in regards to those processes, and there are quite defined processes that our contracted suppliers need to abide by. And they do take into account entrapment and those sorts of things that was inferred by that particular matter.
Stop you there, Mr. Secretary, and just ask, so I'm clear. So this was looked at and essentially given the green light, as it were. This was a correct placement in this occasion.
Correct.
Is that correct? Is there anything to stop it being placed there? Again, any guideline that's changed or is now in place?
No, there's no change to the guidelines.
Thank you.
No, they're adequate.
But can I say, I think the particulars around that, it was some distance from that sign, but we'll take that part.
Minister, I might turn to the question that you were heading towards before, which was about the signs on these mobile speed cameras that are now being rolled out across the state. I might just ask you firstly to clarify what is the timing. There's some discussion this morning that half of them might be rolled out in a week and the rest by the end of March. Is that accurate?
I can confirm to the committee, Mr. Graham, and thank you for your question, that 75% of the fleet now have rooftop signs affixed, and that we want drivers to be aware of when they're speeding. We want them to be slowing down. We want the other 99% of drivers who are doing the right thing to be seeing those signs as well. That's why we rolled out an additional 1,000 fixed warning signs around.
I think you're confirming that the rest of those signs will be in place by the end of March.
If you want to give my evidence for me, but yes,
I think
1st of March.
Yes, thank you. And I'll just ask you about what some of the Premier's comments. He said this when he was asked about the warning signs. When asked about the opposition position, he said, speed cameras shouldn't just be there to raise revenue for the government. You've got to strike the right balance, which is something I actually agree with him on. He was referring there to Chris Minns, Leader of the Opposition. Minister, the Opposition's position is that signs should be back where they were before these speed camera cars and after them. Do you agree with that position?
So there's a priority for us to ensure that signs are rolled out across the network to ensure safety, raise awareness of the dangers of speeding, and ensure that motorists can see in those positions the 1,000 fixed signs and the rooftop signs on mobile speed vehicle
Minister,
camera vehicles.
I know all that background. You're avoiding the question.
No, I'm certainly not.
Do you agree with the opposition position, as the Premier seemed to, that signs should be replaced before these cars and after these cars?
The challenge with those signs, so the fixed signs are fine and the variable signs are fine. The challenge, and I'll ask the Secretary to speak to this specifically, are, as I understand it, the safety of operators getting out of their vehicles to place those signs before the vehicles. That's obviously a work health and safety issue, which is why we are implementing the fixed signs to the top of vehicles wherever possible, so that we don't have those issues. But the Secretary might
So
add to
I'm keen to ask about that.
Point of order,
Mr.
Mr. Chair.
I'll hear the point of order.
The Minister was answering the Honourable John Graham's question in a very direct manner and was seeking more information from the Secretary to answer it in full.
Well,
she should be allowed to have that opportunity.
Well, to the point of order, I think it would be inappropriate for the Secretary to comment on government policy. I'm constraining my...
No, I was inviting him to speak.
Matter.
Sorry, thank you. If I can invite him just to speak to the safety aspect, because you asked about our views on that proposal.
I'm going to come back to that extensively
signs
this afternoon, Minister,
Well,
so
so
that'll be the chance
the advice
to do that.
I have, Mr. Graham, is that it's a safety concern when people are getting out of a vehicle to place a sign in front of the car, and we would want to be conscious of that and not risk that in a work health safety perspective.
But Minister,
that's the
this
advice I've
operated
received.
safely for years, for more than a decade. Isn't the real issue here that it's not safe to do that if you insist on using two-way enforcement, if you're trying to find cars in both directions, as the government has now moved to? And that's actually the reason why it is a health and safety issue to get out of the car now, because you're not prepared to go back to that old position. Is that correct?
Mr. Graham, I can't talk to what happened before my time I can only speak to what I'm responsible for in this portfolio since I've been here. I'm not able to speak to the arrangements prior to my time. What I can say is that we've committed to 1,000 fixed warning signs around the network, placing those rooftop signs. And if I can just clarify in relation to that, I think I might have misspoken. The commitment of the government is to the end of March, having those rolled out. I think I might have misspoken and said the 1st of March. So just to be clear, we want all of those signs to be on those vehicles by the end of March. We've made that commitment to ensure that those vehicles will not be on the road undertaking enforcement unless they have a sign affixed to the vehicle. That takes time to affix them on those cars.
And can I draw you back to that first question, because I don't want to misrepresent your position. I think you're saying you don't agree with the opposition policy that those signs should be before and afterwards. You provide a reason, but you're saying you don't agree with that opposition policy. Is that correct?
No, the information that we have is that there are safety concerns about operators getting out of the cars, and we might speak to the specific concerns we have on that, Mr. Cullen.
And I promise I'll come back to Mr. Cullen in the official session.
Well, in order to inform my answer to the committee,
I'm asking about the government policy because it is very unclear. The Premier's on the radio saying he agrees with the opposition. You're saying you disagree.
Yeah, no, you've asked for
here?
and you've asked for a specific response to that proposal, and I'd ask Mr. Cullen
what
to
the government
speak
policy
to
is,
the
Minister, and it is
risks
totally
around
confusing.
those signs being
Mr. Cullen can't tell
placed
me
on
that.
the road by an individual.
Mr. Cullen cannot tell me what the government policy is. I'm asking you, Minister, what is the government policy?
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
I'll hear the point of order.
The Minister is attempting to answer the Honourable John Graham's question. She has stated what the government's position is, and she has stated that it is based on the advice that no doubt is provided by Mr. Carlin, and it would be illuminating for all committee members to be able to hear that advice from Mr. Carlin as part of this answer.
To the point of order, I'm actually asking what the government policy is. It will be totally inappropriate for Mr. Carlin to answer that, a point that the Honourable Don Harwin has made earlier in the session.
I think I'm being verbal there.
You have been verbal, well verbal. On this occasion, I am going to have to rule in favour of the opposition, and just in terms of exercising caution in terms of what Mr. Cullen may present, that may be construed as government policy.
I'm sure he's smart enough to work that out himself.
Well,
sorry.
Happy to outline the current operations of the program, which are consistent with the policy.
So, Minister, I might return to that question. What is the government policy here? Is it to agree with the opposition that these signs should be ahead of and behind the cars, or is it to oppose that policy?
Yeah, Mr. Graham, I believe I've answered that question. I've indicated the concerns that we have, and I can't add any more to that.
Yeah,
answer.
so I think you're saying you oppose that policy. I don't want to misquote you, though. Is that correct?
What I've said is on the record, and I've been very clear about my answer. You can interpret that as you may, as the committee may. What I can say is that we want drivers to be aware of their speeding. We want them to slow down. That's why we're rolling out 1,000 fixed warning signs around the network, as well as placing rooftop signs on mobile
Minister, is the reason
cameras.
you're dodging this question so much
I'm not
because
dodging
the
it, Mr.
Premier
Graham.
is on the
Point of order. The Minister. Point of order.
hear you.
Point of order. The Minister is trying to answer the Honourable John Graham's question. The Honourable John Graham is now accusing her of trying to dodge a question when she's trying to, in fact, answer it, and she should be allowed to continue to answer the question.
The member is entitled to put the proposition to the Minister that she's trying to dodge the question, and the Minister can answer or deny that allegation as she sees fit.
Well, she's answering the question. Let her answer it and she'll answer it.
No. To all the various points of order, the member has the right to ask a question. The Minister has the right to answer that in how they see fit. The member also has the right to address the Minister if they don't feel they're answering the question properly. But once again, the Minister then has the right to answer the question as she sees fit. If that is perceived as dodging the question, then that is how it's perceived. I would just ask the member asking the question to make sure it's not considered badgering or it's reworded in a way that it's not seen as badgering.
Minister, given your answer, which is at odds with opposition policy, why is the Premier saying that he actually agrees with the opposition publicly?
Mr Graham, I'm not dodging your question. I'm very happy to assist, and I have great respect for this committee's responsibilities, and I'm here to provide information wherever possible in relation to my portfolio responsibilities. In relation to that, my job is to roll out the fixed the fixed vehicle signs on top of those enforcement vehicles. We are rolling out, in addition to that, 1,000 permanent static signs to remind drivers that they can be caught speeding
Thank you,
anywhere,
Minister, and you've given that
anytime.
answer previously. I might turn to another issue. You've said in the House in relation to the tolling regime for the government, you've said this, and you put it a couple of different ways, there's nothing secret about our tolling regime. Given that the base case financial models for the M7 West Link and the Lane Cove Tunnel have been released to the Parliament previously, will you release the WestConnex base case financial model?
I'll take that on notice, Mr Graham.
Given that you've said there's nothing secret about our tolling regime, will you release the details of the compensation which is owed, which your previous minister said was very, very significant compensation?
Mr Graham, I stand by the transparency which this government has and continues to have with all of our arrangements in place, some of which were started under the previous Labor government, and this government continues as we roll out infrastructure. I'll take on notice the specifics of that particular arrangement. But
Minister, given you've said there's nothing secret about our tolling regime, how many bidders were there for the WestConnex project?
Wherever possible, Mr Graham, if I can just finish that sentence, it's important to note for this committee that that information, where it's covered by Cabinet in confidence, is not within my purview to release. Certainly, I'm able to assist wherever possible with information that is transparent.
I'm happy with that on notice.
There's no...
Given you said there's nothing secret about our tolling regime, how many bidders were there for the WestConnex transaction?
I'd have to ask the Secretary to speak.
No, I'd have to take that on notice as well.
Right, thank you, Secretary. Minister, given you've said there's nothing secret about our tolling regime, how much are drivers paying in total in tolls under contracts that have already been signed by this government?
Yeah, well, I stand by, Mr Graham, that we make that information available wherever possible, unless it's covered by Cabinet in confidence or commercial in confidence arrangements, as is the ordinary course with large infrastructure arrangements and those agreements wherever possible. But if there's specifics I can provide, I'll take that on notice and do so.
Minister, do you you won't tell us? You won't release these base cases. You won't tell us about compensation.
I haven't said I won't,
how many bidders.
Mr Graham, just to be clear, I haven't said I won't. I said I'll assist the committee wherever I possibly can, unless it's covered by something that is not within my purview, which is Cabinet in confidence or commercial in confidence.
Minister, have you been briefed on the base case financial review for the WestConnex?
I've been briefed on many, many matters.
And specifically, have you been briefed on the base case financial model?
I've been briefed on very many matters, Mr Mookie, in relation to my portfolio responsibilities, and can I say that it's a pleasure and a privilege to continue the great work that this government is doing to roll out $71.5 billion in infrastructure across motorways.
And I'm glad that you have been briefed on those aspects of your portfolio, but this question is very specific. It is the base case financial model which we have contractually agreed that the owner of that asset will at least earn the minimum as to what's contained within it. I'm not asking you to reveal the details that's contained in the base case financial model. I'm just asking you to confirm that you specifically have been briefed on it.
And I've answered that question twice, Mr Mookie.
No, you haven't. You've said you've been briefed on many matters to do with your portfolio. I'm asking you specifically about whether or not you've been briefed on that aspect of your portfolio, which affects many people in this state.
Mr Mookie, a point of order has been taken, although you did...
Mr Chair, as you quite rightly ruled before, it is up to a member to put a question to a minister. It is up to a minister then to answer it as they see fit. The minister has answered this question on at least 2 occasions so far as she sees fit, and I suspect if the Honourable Daniel Mookie keeps on pushing the same question, he'll get the same answer from the minister.
To the point.
It's just a waste of everyone's time.
The minister said that she'd answered my question, and I felt that it wasn't answered, and therefore I'm entitled to press for a direct answer, given that she said that she felt that it was answered. It's just routine estimates practice there.
To the point of order, yes, you are allowed to press the minister for a further answer if you don't feel they've answered it properly. I would just ask you to exercise a bit of caution that it doesn't become badgering.
Sorry, Minister, did you want to take another stab at that?
Sorry, what, Mr. Mulcahy?
Maybe repeat the question.
For the Minister, the base case financial model, which sets out by contract the minimum that the owner of that asset is entitled to earn, which sets the baselines for any renegotiations around any future toll relief. Just asking, given how crucial that document is, whether or not you've had a specific briefing on that. And if you don't know, maybe the Secretary might be in a position to sort of say whether he's provided you a direct briefing on that, or anyone else in the department has provided you a direct briefing on that point.
No, I do know, and I have answered, and I have provided my evidence to the committee.
Minister, given you have said this, you've been very clear that in your view there are no secrets around this tolling regime. What is your view about Treasury's insistence that the WestConnex financial details have to be kept secret till 2060 or possibly beyond?
What's my personal view? Mr.
What's your
Graham,
view as a Minister of the Crown?
Well, I obviously am responsible for my portfolio, which is, to roll out the roads and infrastructure program that we're doing in relation to that work. That is a matter for Treasury. Mr. Graham, you should perhaps direct your questions to the Treasurer or make those inquiries of him
I'm asking
in his
about your
portfolio
comments in the
responsibilities.
House representing the government's view. Very strongly, you said there's no secrets about our tolling regime. You put it in a couple of different ways.
Yes.
That's not Treasury's position.
Yes.
They insist there are secrets and they won't come out till 2060 and they might not come out then. What do you think about that, given what you're telling the Parliament?
Thank you, Mr. Graham, and I stand by my comments. Information where possible is made available, where it's covered by Cabinet in confidence or where it's covered by commercial in confidence arrangements. Those need to be respected. It's not within my purview to change them. In relation to the Treasury comments, I again reiterate that you would have to direct those questions to Treasury.
So there are secrets if it's
No, there's
Cabinet
not.
in confidence.
No, they're not.
There are secrets if it's commercial in confidence.
No, they're not.
And there are secrets till 2060 if Treasury is involved, at least.
Well, they're not secrets if it's the law, and that's what the law is in terms of cabinet confidentiality.
I would just...
I can't.
Welcome, Mr. Howard, back
I
here in
can't
the saddle.
change.
Just
No,
on to that
I
point,
don't need, I'm not, even if I wanted to, Mr. Graham, I'm not able to breach Cabinet in confidence or commercial in confidence arrangements.
Minister, I'm provoked enough to now ask you this question.
Sure.
We have this
Please don't
position
twist
where
my
under
words, Mr.
law,
Graham.
the Cabinet submission that the government used to enter into these arrangements will be released in 2045 under the 30-year principle, yet the base case financial model will stay secret for an additional 16 years. How are you plan to resolve that particular conundrum, or are you intending to effectively keep the base case financial model for the WestConnex estate secret indefinitely?
I think that you're, with respect, I'm here to assist the committee, but it is, in my view, unfair to twist my words. That's not the evidence that I've given. Tolling information is publicly available. It can be accessed freely. That information is transparent and clear, and that's why I stand by my indication that it is available. We're not here to do anything other than try and get the balance right between cost of living. That's what we're doing, and the balance between rolling out infrastructure, paying for that, and finding those commercial arrangements under one government or another, respecting those agreements.
Minister,
and the
I agree with that. I
arrangements that are
accept
in
there is a
place.
balance here, but these
Not within my
base
purview,
case
Mr. Graham.
financial models have been tabled in the Parliament before. How can you defend the fact they're now kept secret for 2060
Mr. Graham,
and then say there's nothing secret about our tolling regimes?
Mr. Graham, you're twisting my words. My comments in relation to tolling and the information that is freely and publicly available proactively on websites can be ascertained easily, quickly, efficiently and updated constantly. That information is available. Wherever possible, information is provided. And as we undertake the work that we do in providing large infrastructure in New South Wales, there are necessary arrangements under all governments that require Cabinet in confidence or commercial in confidence arrangements.
Mr. We'll return to
be
this
taken.
issue, but my colleague's
Mr.
very keen to ask about another.
I am. In respect to the F6 extension, we heard in the tolling inquiry from Ms. Drover that the government tolling regime for that particular road will simply be recovering operating expenditure. Is that your understanding?
I think it's now called the M6, but that is that's a a project that is currently, the stage 1 component is currently under construction that will provide those 4 kilometres of twin tunnels commencing from the M8 motorway, extending south under Rockdale and connecting.
Yeah, I know what the road is,
to it.
Minister. My question was direct. If you could please directly answer the question. The question is it the government policy simply to recover the operating cost of that road through the toll, or are you also now recovering the capital expenditure?
Yeah, Ms Drover might speak to that.
No, Ms Drover did speak to that in the inquiry. I'm now asking you a question of the government policy, which, to be fair to Ms Drover, as she said in the inquiry, is a question for government.
Yep.
And hence my question to you, Minister.
And we might assist the committee by providing further clarification of that, by Ms Drover assisting by providing
Well, I'm happy to once again ask Ms Drover, who provided excellent evidence to the tolling inquiry on this matter this afternoon, but Ms Drover isn't the Minister, you are. And hence, it's a really straightforward question. Are you going to be recovering simply the operating costs or the capital expenditure when it comes to the M6?
Yeah.
Point of order.
Either point of order.
It is up to the Minister to answer the question in the way that they see fit. If the Minister to answer the question sees fit that they have departmental advisors providing an answer to the committee, that is within order, and the Minister should be allowed to answer the question in such a manner.
Yeah, you've already ruled on this point. When it comes to government policy, only ministers can answer.
Can I just, to the point of order...
Let me just rule again and reiterate my first...
To the point of order, though, I might just provide some background because previously in these sessions, particularly with Transport with so many officials, we've usually just asked for the officials, other than the key officials, in the afternoon so as to avoid all the team having to be here and be off the job. So that has been the practice with previous ministers where we've asked for, consistent with your ruling previously, to direct just to the Minister in these sessions, and that was the case with Minister Constance and Toole. Just for background.
On the point of order, if public servants can't ask questions about, answer questions, I should say, about government policy, then surely ministers can't be asked questions about operational matters either.
So
I just query exactly, the difficulty is where you draw the
I
line. I don't think there is
excellent judgment of the chair.
As a comment on this particular point of order you've taken, I think you can't have a hard and fast rule. Or sorry, a comment you've previously made on this point of order. I don't think you can have. It's not a black and white matter.
Right. Listening to all the arguments, I'd still reiterate my ruling. I don't necessarily agree with Mr Harwin's interpretation that the Minister can't possibly answer questions on operational matters. Sure, she can seek the assistance on operational matters from the public servants she has available to her. I will allow Ms Drover to answer the question to the best of her ability, but noting that she probably will not be able to assist in terms of government policy. And then leave it up to Mr. Ritchie to
And I can add to her
redirect.
answer after that.
The question that was directed to the Minister has now been directed to you. Is it government policy simply to recover the operating expenditure from the tolling regime that's to be imposed on the M6?
Okay, I might clarify. My evidence to the tolling inquiry was that when we did some modelling of the proposed tolling regime for stage 1 of the M6, by coincidence, not government policy, the tolling revenue aligned with about what the operating and maintenance costs of that toll road would be.
Hence, my question to you, Minister, as a matter of policy, are you going to be recovering the capital expenditure or the operating expenditure, or both?
Yeah, and Mr Mookie, I'd like to assist, and we are endeavouring to do so, but what I'm not able to assist with is future government policy and to provide conjecture and view without having gone through proper processes within my government, including my Cabinet colleagues in a Budget Estimates Committee. I'm very happy to assist
Minister,
on
what is
talking about...
what is the current expected outturn cost on the M6?
Mr Mookie, I've provided my answer.
No, it's a typical question, Minister. What's the current expected outturn cost?
I'll take it on notice.
For the things. Is it still $1.5 billion?
I'll take it on notice, thank you.
Well, does perhaps you are eager to seek the advice of your officials. I'm sure Ms Drover might be able to assist on this operational detail. And given it is an operational matter, I'm very happy to hear from Ms Drover as to whether or not the M6 is still going to cost us $1.5 billion.
Point of order, the Minister's already answered the question in the way that they see fit, that she's taken it on notice.
Mr Mookie, I'm very happy to assist and I'm happy to direct to Ms Drover where I consider it appropriate, but I can indicate to the committee to provide the correct information. We will take that question on notice.
Well, there's been reports that the cost is now much higher, and that and look, there are factors which may or may not explain why that is the case. Hence, I'm asking you, really, because I'm interested into the extent to which you, as Minister, are paying attention to the operating cost of these projects that you can persistently say that you are building. And given you are eager to talk about the 8 projects that you've been eager to talk about the 8 projects that you are building, this is one of them. It's a really simple question. What is this particular project expected to cost us?
And Mr Mookie, I've indicated to the committee that my answer is we will take that on notice and provide that further detail to the committee in due course.
Minister, I might turn back to the answers that the Secretary gave to that question about the speed camera 8 metres before the edge of a 100 km/h zone. The answers he gave said there was no problem with the placement of that camera. What you said publicly was, I think it's important that we have guidelines around that. You're responding directly to concerns about this camera. What do you think about the answers you've been given that this camera placement is being given the green light?
Well, Mr Graham, what I would say is that it's important that we want drivers to be aware of when they're speeding. We want them to slow down, and that is why we are rolling out these speed cameras, the 1,000 fixed warning signs. But I note that in the particular circumstances of that matter, there were 2 100-kilometre speed signs on the stretch of road. So my understanding is it was within the guidelines, but Mr Sharp might speak to the specifics of that. The guidelines were in place, but my understanding is there were those 2 signs. So it
you
was within those.
In this individual instance, which has been drawn to your attention that you did have concerns about, you're now comfortable that that is within the guidelines and that it's appropriate?
The advice to me was that there were 2 100-kilometre speed signs in place. And that within those 2, I'm comfortable that and the advice I've been provided was within the guidelines, that it wasn't, it was within a 100-kilometre zone.
Yeah, so I think it may have been represented to you as being on the edge of a 60-kilometre zone, metres before the speed limit hit 100. You're saying that factually you believe that now not to be the case.
That's correct.
That's what
That's
you're
correct.
The evidence you're giving. Thank you for that. There's no real examination of the placement in the systematic way that there is for fixed speed cameras of these mobile speed camera sites on an annual basis. Do you believe there should be?
I'll ask.
As a matter of government policy, I'm going to put the same question to Mr. Cullen.
No, because there's reasons. And it's an important
I'm interested
question.
in his view on the detail of this afternoon. But as it's not the government policy, as I understand it at the moment, should it be?
I can speak to, I might ask Mr Cullen to speak to why we have those arrangements in place with those 2 providers, because I think it provides the important context for the arrangements that are in place for that that work that they carry out, the surveillance work they carry out.
This isn't about the 2 providers. I might restate my question just so that it's clear, because that would be would not be helpful. I'm asking about the government policy to review the placement of mobile speed cameras. Fixed cameras are reviewed very closely on an annual basis. Mobile speed camera locations are not. Should they be?
Oh, look, I think we can always be reviewing guidelines in relation to government policy wherever it's appropriate to do so. The guidelines that are in place are there to provide optimal opportunities to ensure safety and assist with clarity around enforcement. But we're always open to looking at how we can improve all of our best practice in reducing the road toll and ensuring that people slow down, ensuring that they observe those signs, and that we make it clear that our number 1 priority is road safety, people getting home to their families, people ensuring that they respect others on the road. We know that driver behaviour, 40%
Listening to you there, you're not
contribution is
opposed to
from
this
speeding.
suggestion. You simply don't really have a view at the moment. Is that a fair statement?
No, my view is that we are always open to opportunities to look at reform.
Minister, do you have the current expected cost of the Sydney Gateway?
We'll take that on notice.
Equally, when it comes to the Sydney Gateway doesn't connect to the port, which is creating issues to do with the port. Have you spoken to Sydney ports?
Sorry, Mr. Moy, I couldn't hear you.
The Sydney Gateway project as is currently being pursued isn't connecting directly to the port, which has created concern by the port. Have you had a meeting or had any discussions with Sydney Port about their concerns around the lack of direct connection to the gateway?
Yeah, thank you. I think that is a question in relation to the port's end of it, appropriately directed to Minister Elliott. That is his portfolio responsibility. That is not mine, so it would be in relation to the port's
to be very clear here,
that.
their concerns is to do with the road network, not that part of it. There's a whole variety of sort of concerns to do with a number of roads and the wider impact on it. Hence, I don't expect you, Minister, of course, to know the finer details of the port's position when it comes to the road network. Hence my question, have you actually met with them to discuss their concerns to do with the absence of a road connection to Sydney Port and the wider impact that's going to have on the other parts of the road network that directly affects them?
Yeah, so the Sydney Gateway will obviously help ease congestion, improve journey times for freight to and from Port Botany. The new flyover to domestic
Minister,
terminals
you're not
will
answering the
provide
question
dedicated
directly.
access.
Minister, I'm just going to bring you back directly to the question. I appreciate having heard Minister Gay, Minister Pavey, Minister Stokes, all explain what the Sydney Gateway is, but some of them were actually prepared to answer the questions to do with the port's criticisms.
Very happy to
answer the Minister answer more than one sentence.
The question is, time is short. Have you met with the port? Simple question. Have you met with them?
My diary is published, Mr. Mookie. I was trying to get to the earlier question. Following feedback from ports, the Port Botany Access Study was completed to review the traffic congestion around Port Botany and consider options for improvements in relation to specific meetings. I can assure you that my diary is published and any meetings I have are available there for the committee to see.
Do you have the expected cost of the Western Harbour Tunnel as of now?
I'll take that on notice.
The power of algebra has taught me that, according to your summary business case, the Western Harbour Tunnel and the Warringah Freeway both together were meant to cost somewhere between $7.3 to $7.8 billion, which according to the business case that your government released. Are we still going to get both roads for $7.8 billion?
Mr. Mookie, I'm happy for you to do the math on that, given your extensive experience in that, that space. What I can say.
I'm happy to table my working for you, Minister. My algebra is enough to figure out that it's either, depending on which particular scenario you use, it's going to come, apparently according to your business case, the business cost ratios were all calculated assuming the cost would be somewhere between $7.3 billion to $7.8 billion for both the Warringah Freeway and the Western Harbour Tunnel, which dare I say was optimistic. So I'm asking you, are we still going to get both roads for $7.8 billion?
So, Mr. Mookie, that project with the Western Harbour Tunnel and Beaches Link program is, of course, you'd expect me to say, going to support up to 15,000 jobs. Happily, this large infrastructure program does employ people.
This was a business case that was released.
That the construction will be
this business case was released in May 2020. As of May 2020, apparently we were getting both of these roads for somewhere between that cost. And look, if you can buy both roads for $7.8 billion, credit to you. Hence my question, have you at least read the business case, Minister, for this particular road?
I think there were three questions there.
I appreciate, Chair, that you've just come back into the room, so maybe the
I've been well updated.
I'd assist or deal with this matter. The Honourable Daniel Mookie's point of order was actually in the middle of the Minister trying to answer, and she'd only given 2 sentences of her answer. I understand that there's limited time, but really it was too early to determine whether or not she was being directly relevant. She should be allowed to finish before the Honourable Daniel Mookie moves to another question.
So to clarify, the point of order was people talking over each other, correct?
No.
What is the point of order?
Well, yes. The Honourable Daniel...
it's in the charge sheet.
Mookie started talking over her before she was... and asked a new question before she was able to finish the last one.
Okay.
He gets very excited.
If we could proceed in an orderly manner,
I
That would be
order,
appreciated.
to
Thank you, Ms.
order,
Mookie.
I
Which
plead
I
not
would
guilty
think
to that,
would
Roxy.
mean
But,
Okay,
that the
that'll
minister
do.
was allowed to answer the
well, let me
referendum.
just repeat the question because it's been a while. But Minister, have you actually read the final business case for the Western Harbour Tunnel?
That actually wasn't your question.
No.
Well, it is now.
That's okay. Mr Mookie, there's a range of projects for which I'm pleased to continue my predecessor's work that you've alluded to. I note on Western Harbour Tunnel and Beaches Link that you asked about the provision of funding for that, and we'll provide $6.3 billion over the next 4 years for construction of that. That obviously has a process that's in place, including the business case to which you refer, that goes through those normal planning processes and the Infrastructure New South Wales gateway processes with the final business case and the various gateway
Thank you,
reviews
Minister. I
that are
might turn to some
undertaken
of
as
your
part
other
of that.
comments which related to tolling. I just want to come back to that one. I didn't quite get a chance to put to you to ask you to expand. You have said in the House the top 15% of non-business motorists spend
Sorry,
more
we're
than...
back on tolls, Mr Graham.
We're
Sorry.
back on tolls, $13 per week per tag,
Comes around.
which is at least $2,000 a year. So that's the view I put to you earlier in the session. Firstly, you would acknowledge that while that focuses on non-business motorists, there's many other people travelling around the city who might be paying more than that. Tradies are a good example, driving around a lot, but they would often have those as business accounts. They can deduct some of this off their tax to their benefit, but there'd be many people paying more than that on the business side. You'd agree with that?
Sorry, I'd agree with...
The fact that you've put a view about non-business customers.
Yep.
We're only talking about them. There'd be many others,
Yep.
is my point. You'd agree with that, I think.
There would be many others, and
Yep.
that's why we have relief schemes across the board to
None of which
target
apply to
all
those
of those,
others.
including...
Yes,
No,
no.
well-
Rego rebate.
Well, yes, if you can access it. Yeah,
Well, if you're paying more than
if you've got
$2,000
something
a year
left.
in tolls,
Yeah.
you can access it.
So when it comes to, I want to turn to that non-business motorist question. What are the equivalent figures for the top 10% and the top 5%? I mean, $2,000 a year is quite a lot for the top 15%.
I'll take the specifics of the 5% on notice. I note that since October 21, around 1.2 million e-toll customers who paid a tag deposit have had that credited back to their tolling account. A total of $64 million has been credited back to customers, and that's through motorways, including WestConnex and other motorways that deliver those travel time savings.
And the government releases all those figures, but the figure you quoted...
Can I just get to your... I'm sorry, just to add to
Yep.
your answer, because taking into account those faster motorways and travel times being reduced, that includes fuel efficiency for those businesses, less wear and tear on their vehicles as a result of not travelling in stop-start traffic, then be able to get to their jobs faster, so to potentially carry out more jobs or give quotes on jobs.
So the government's put that information out previously. It hasn't... this is a new figure that you've put on the record. You've taken on notice that what the top 5% and what the top 10% would be paying.
Yeah.
Do you agree that $2,000 a year, though, is still very, very high per tag, per customer?
Well, what we aim to do is to ensure that we have a range of options for users to access those refunds, the cashback schemes, the rebate schemes, and noting that that number is not, according to our advice, it's not per tag, but nonetheless, Mr Graham, we're always looking at opportunities to assist motorway users to get to where they're going quickly and efficiently, to assist them to get on with their lives and get home to their families.
Right, so can I just ask you to clarify that? So in the House you said the top 15% of non-business motorists spend more than $13 per week per tag. Is that so it is per tag?
It may be. I'll come back to you on that. Yeah, it is per tag.
Yeah, okay. And you accept that in a household, particularly in a household with a lot of cars, say in Western Sydney, there may be multiple accounts, multiple tags. It's not out of question that these households are hitting the $6,000 a year in toll fees, if you have 3 cars in the driveways, that the government has previously objected to so vociferously. Is that an accurate statement?
Sorry, is what an accurate statement?
If you're paying $2,000 per year per tag and you've got 3 cars in the driveway, $6,000 a year, That's what people are paying. You'd agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Which is absolutely why we have the toll review being undertaken, led by Treasury and supported by Treasury.
But when I've put that position before, the government has heavily objected, have said this is pie in the sky, this had never happened. I mean, it plainly is happening. You're saying here the facts are clear. If you live in Western Sydney with 3 cars in the driveway, $6,000 a year in tolls is what you're up for.
Mr Graham, it's important that we roll out infrastructure across New South Wales to get people to and from where they need to go. We do that in conjunction with bearing in mind that cost of living pressures on families are something that we are addressing not only through the 70 rebates that we have in place at the moment, including the M5 Southwest cashback, including the toll relief programs, but we have a tolling review underway led by Treasury, supported by Transport for New South Wales, so that we have those subject matter experts looking at exactly those issues.
And my issue with that, Minister, is I acknowledge you've put that view and the government's put that view, but no minister has been willing to say what are the costs. At least, to your credit, you're being upfront here about the costs to a Western Sydney family with 3 cars in the driveway. It is significant, $6,000 a year. Isn't that too high?
I've answered the question, Mr Graham.
Thank you.
Minister, I asked you about the projected estimated cost of the Sydney Gateway. I've asked you about the Western Harbour Tunnel, and I appreciate you taking on notice. Do you have the estimated cost for the Rozelle interchange?
Mr Graham, all of this...
Mookie.
Sorry, Mr Mookie, apologies. Yeah, I'll take that on notice. We have a number of...
And do you have the estimated cost for the M6 Stage 1?
Yes. We have estimated costs for all of our projects
Well, can you tell
across
us?
the board. I'll take it on notice.
Thank you. So the reason I'm asking you about these specific questions, Minister, is because the state accounts show that the amount of capital expenditure that is not yet recognised in the financial statements, but we are contractually obliged to pay, rose from 1920 of 8.2 billion to 9.6 billion in Transport for New South Wales. It's a $1.4 billion increase. Helpfully, the state accounts say that Transport for New South Wales' increase in capital commitments is driven by M6 Stage 1, WestConnex Rozelle Interchange, and Sydney Gateway. According to the state accounts, in that 1 year, the unfunded cost of those 4 projects has risen by $1.4 billion. And that would imply, that's quite remarkable actually, to have such a sharp increase. And that doesn't pick up what's happened this year. So my question is, has there been a $1.4 billion increase in the amount of money that we will pay to build across the M6 Stage 1, the Rozelle Interchange and the Sydney Gateway?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for your interest in the areas. We always, look, I can't speak to what was in place prior to my time in this portfolio, but Mr Sharp might like to add to the specifics of those.
Why has there been a $1.4 billion in costs for the M6 Stage 1, WestConnex Rozelle Interchange and the Sydney Gateway between 19 and 20 that's not yet reflected in the financial statements?
I'd have to take on notice that specific balance sheet movement.
It's not a balance sheet movement. It's not a balance sheet movement. It's a future liability, and that's the reason I'm asking it. It's on page 6159 of the state accounts in note 29. It's clear as day.
Timing, accounting disclosures relate to the contractual positions. So contractual positions are still continuing, is my understanding. But Mr. Over...
Well, it reflects an assessment of the liability under the contracts you signed. It's fair. And that is the Auditor General's opinion. Fair. And Minister, it's a $1.4 billion increase. And according to the state accounts, the government hasn't put money aside for it. So have you sought an additional increase in budget on your capital side in order to pay for this additional cost that we are now warned is coming our way?
Yeah, Mr Mookie, I think we've both assisted the committee as far as possible in relation to Treasury questions. They
not
should probably be directed to the Treasurer in relation to...
No, trust me, I did actually raise these type of questions yesterday, and it's quite clear these are portfolio questions because you are responsible for ensuring that...
in relation to where there may have been increases in costs, they may relate to Treasury...
Just let me finish, Minister. This says here, Transport for New South Wales is obliged to pay an additional $1.4 billion as a result of these 4 projects. Were you advised of that when you became Minister?
Mr Mr Mookie, I'm advised of a range of matters in all of the portfolio areas, in relation to the specifics of the capital expenditure and increases, they are, as I've said, a matter for Treasury. Funding decisions, Mr Mookie, as you know, are matters for the Treasurer. It's a matter for...
Well, cost control is a matter for the Minister, and this is a cost control question. And it's clear equally that in respect to this additional $1.4 billion of spending that's coming our way as a result of your portfolio, that this is due within 1 to 5 years. Are you at least in a position to tell us when, over the next 5 years, you expect to be hit with an additional $1.4 billion worth of costs for the M6 Stage 1, the West Connects Roselle Interchange and Sydney Gateway?
I've answered the question, Mr Mookie.
Okay, thank you. That concludes opposition and crossbench time. Does the government care to ask any? Excellent. Very good. Well, that concludes our morning session, and we thank the Minister very much for her time. We will be back with everyone else at 2 o'clock, I believe. Yes, 2 o'clock. Until then, thank you.
Okay.
And we will start with questions from the opposition again. Mr. Graham.
Great. Thank you, and thank you to the officials. I hope we'll be able to move through what will be a relatively similar set of issues, but perhaps at a slightly more appropriate pace this afternoon. I might start, Mr. Sharp, with you, and I do want to turn to that question that we first put to the Minister, and then you were quite helpful answering about one of your senior officials. You've provided some clarity around that, particularly the fact that you initiated that action. Was that taken of your own accord, or were you provided with any direction to do so?
The responsibility for the transport team sits with me, and that decision was made by me and not under any direction.
When did you make that decision?
That was finalised late yesterday afternoon.
Yeah. Who did you...
Following a number of conversations over the course of about 4 or 5 days.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And who did you inform? And I'm really asking which ministers did you inform?
Once the decision was made, I informed all of the ministers that were relevant to her portfolio, which were Minister Ward, Minister Elliott and Minister Stokes.
Yeah, but not Minister Faraway?
No.
Given the Greater Sydney responsibilities.
That particular role doesn't support his portfolio.
Yes, yeah, understood. And I'm going to come back to the question about why you took that action and put that to you. Why did you direct this leave?
Look, she's coming back into the role, so she's taking leave, and she'll be returning back into the Deputy Secretary role, just like anyone who's taking leave. The leave is something that I spoke to her about, and it's a matter really between myself and her employment contract. But suffice to say, there was a need for leave, and that was the reason underpinning my direction.
And when you were asked this morning whether or not whether or not Ms Burke-O'Neill will be terminated or could be terminated, you gave two slightly different answers. You ruled it out. On the first occasion, you gave what I might describe as a more nuanced answer later to my colleague. I'll put it to you again just so we're crystal clear. Is there a possibility here, imminently, that Ms Burke-O'Neill's employment will be terminated?
She's returning back into her role. There are a number of what we call Band 3 senior executives, and those Band 3s do move, and there are mobility provisions there. So there's opportunities for me, if I wanted to move her to other roles or assignments. Likewise, if she requested a move to another role, that's something I could consider. But no, she's returning into her role. There's a contract there, and she'll be, from my perspective, continuing as a valuable member of the executive team.
Yeah, look, I want to make two things clear at this point. One, in the view of the opposition, I think this is certainly our view. We found Ms Burke-O'Neill a very good public servant in these forums. And secondly, we're not asking about senior members of the team lightly. It's only in the context of this transport dispute, this dispute about what happened when, that I'd consider this a relevant line of questioning. I think that's, it's up to the agencies how they run, but we do have concerns in the current environment. So I do want to place those two things.
So look, in terms of the Greater Sydney portfolio, that's our largest portfolio, 16,000 people and lots of operations. If you look at the last 6 months, we've experienced COVID, we've had the disruptions with the recent industrial action. We've now got floods. There's a ministerial changes that have occurred across the whole government. So all of our executives do take leave at various points of time, and Ms Burke-O'Neill is taking leave at this time off the back of what's been a very pressured and challenging 6 months.
But I don't accept, Mr Sharp, that this is an ordinary case where a member of the team is taking leave. There are other members of your team who won't be here at estimates who told us well in advance. This was the subject of an urgent witness update from your office at 7:09 p.m. last night. you've directed this member of your team to take leave hours before she appeared at this hearing. This is not, you agree, this is not the usual case of a public servant taking annual leave?
No, but what we do is public servants who have been through these busy, stressful periods, we do ask them to take leave, and we, in fact, roster them through that. So there's a refreshing, if you like, of the legs. This is slightly different in that it does
situation, was it? You're not saying that.
Sorry.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I think the Secretary was just about to make a what seemed to me to be a very relevant point, and he was cut off. I wonder if he'd be allowed to finish. Please.
Thank you. We do have lots of time this afternoon. Please proceed.
Mr. Sharp, if you did have something to put on all ears.
Yeah, I was just saying, yes, there is a difference in that it's budget estimates. That factored into my decision making in terms of the pressure that she'd been under over the last period, and that was one of the contributing factors to the leave direction. From an employer's perspective, I do have duties of care, and I also have a confidentiality that I need to maintain. So I've probably given as much as I can in terms of the context. But she's returning to the role. I respect her. She'll be in that role, and
she won't be reassigned a short time down the track.
No, if she asked me to consider that, I would consider it. And we do have mechanisms, and I reserve the right to do it. But at the moment, that's certainly not on the agenda.
But it was in your thinking the fact that budget estimates was coming up. Ms. Burke O'Neill's been in the centre of some of these events, trying to do her job. That timing was in your thinking when you directed her to take leave over this period.
Yeah, one of the contributing factors to the background I just mentioned.
And can you understand that it causes a problem from this end, given there are major public questions about precisely the timing of advice to the Minister's office and the nature of those communications?
Yes.
That provides a problem for the Parliament to not be able to put those questions to
Yes, and look, it does. Having said that, there is well-documented communications and notes from her as well, which we will table and talk specifically to. But yes, I understand that.
All right, well, I'll invite you now to table those at this point in the proceedings. Those notes that you've just referred to.
Well, they're our budget estimates notes that we'll be referring to on Friday, and I'm happy to talk to those on Friday. So it's part of our budget estimates process where we capture that information. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, I thought you were offering to table some of those notes about the communication.
No, I don't think we table our budget estimate notes.
Secretary, just on this, have you previously directed any member of your leadership team to take leave?
Not in this role, but in prior roles I definitely have.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But this particular role, you haven't directed any other executive at any other time in response to any other of those stressful events that you described to take leave?
It's called special leave. So if you go through the Employment Act, there's provisions for special leave.
No one doubts
and,
you.
No, and I have directed another senior executive on an occasion to take special leave.
Okay. On notice, if you wish to provide details about that particular interaction, you can, but it may not be relevant for the present line of questioning. But you are right, you have the power to instruct a person to take special leave under the Act. But equally, the Act and precedents under the Act also sort of point that that is the provision that is triggered in the event that there is either an employment dispute or an investigation. So, is there an investigation underway into Miss Burke O'Neill?
No, there's not.
And so, in terms of continuing to pay Miss Burke O'Neill, which is of course her right under that Act, did you actually get advice that it was possible for you to use the special leave clause?
Yes, I did. As I said this morning, I consult internally to the people and culture team as well as legal advice. That's a normal part of the process that we go through in these considerations.
And that presumably
but
took place
this is a confidential matter really between Ms Burke O'Neill and myself under the employment contract, Mr Murphy.
Well, to be fair, I appreciate that, but I'm asking about your process you followed.
Yeah, the process, I did follow those processes and had advice on it.
And I presume this was all took place yesterday?
I had conversations over about 3 or 4 days. This wasn't just a late night conversation yesterday.
Fair enough.
It was a culmination of a number of days of conversations with Ms Burke O'Neill.
When was the first one?
It would have been probably Thursday last week.
Yeah, I think we asked the Minister this morning whether she was advised prior that this was an action you were contemplating, and she said no, and that accords with your view too?
It does, yeah.
Did you speak to any Minister's office about this?
As I mentioned, I've spoken to all 3 ministers and briefed them on the circumstances and background.
Did any of them request that you take this action?
They were
Order, Ms Chair.
I'll hear the point of order.
While the Honourable Daniel Mookie has a lot of opportunities to ask ministers questions or the Secretary questions, it should be relevant to the portfolio that we're inquiring. And today we're inquiring into is Metropolitan Roads. So really the only minister who's relevant to that portfolio is the Minister for Metropolitan Roads, who's been before the committee before.
This is an official's responsibility spans more than one portfolio.
Can you draw, are you able to draw the connection to the
Well, I think to be
portfolio
fair,
for
the
me?
Secretary had already begun answering the question, so I tell what the government did. But to be clear, I did ask whether or not it was consultation with Minister Ward, and then a follow-up question with any other minister. The Secretary himself said there was 3 that he had spoken to and consulted, and it's a natural follow-up to that question as to whether or not any of them actually asked as well.
I think it is a good point that is raised. It would be useful if we could bring it back to the portfolio if possible, but perhaps to the Secretary if there are matters that you believe are not within this portfolio. Perhaps you could respond with that in your questions, but if you are happy answering, then so be it.
Thanks, Chair. Mr Mookie, I'm happy to talk to the process. The Secretary has that capability and power, and that was a process that I was working through with a particular individual. I didn't consult with any of the ministers for their specific input into it. What I did do was talk to them at the end as to why the decision was made and the context to it.
But that all occurred after the decision had been made, is that correct? Yeah. Can I just indicate on your point that this is a confidential discussion? It may be, and I think we're sensitive to that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a circumstance where it may not be, where it's perceived, or it is, an attempt to interfere in this, and evidence that might be given or information that might be supplied. So,
and I can categorically,
and that is really what we're trying to balance up.
Yes,
here.
I understand that, and I can categorically say that that is not the case. We take our responsibility seriously to be here.
Yeah.
And it really is unfortunate, but that is where I find myself on the circumstances.
And I accept you're putting that position today, and I'm just indicating we'll make our judgment about that and what actions we take following Friday's estimates.
Yep.
And I think it's the appropriate time to really engage in the longer discussion about the transport issues that are really at the centre of the reason we're asking these questions. Okay. Yeah. I might turn to the roads aspect of that, those events, though, the 21st of February, and as I indicated before, the gridlock across the city, 22 kilometres of traffic on the M2. This was a roads issue. At the time, although it started as a rail issue. Minister Ward told us that you had talked to her. She couldn't recall quite, I mean, you were here for the evidence, she couldn't quite recall the sequence of who raised it with who first. Can you take us through what you did that morning? You've got 4 ministers you're balancing who've all got responsibilities. Right. Take us through your morning as you attempted to brief them, including Minister Ward.
So in terms of the portfolio, the current portfolio on the roads, we spoke very early on the Monday morning. From recollection, it would have been a bit after 6 o'clock. So it was very early. From my perspective, it was the first available opportunity to engage with Minister Ward. That conversation was detailed, fully briefed her on the events of the night and the implications that we were seeing on the roads, and we then proactively agreed immediate steps, medium-term plans, and obviously at the end of the day, what we could do if the traffic congestion was going to continue during the week. So the communication was very early on Monday morning.
And was she in contact with you, or were you were reaching out to each of your 4 ministers at this time?
There was communications happening between all 4 ministers. She rang me. I was ringing the various ministers. We also have effectively a daily catch-up with the ministers, which are early morning. So there was also the opportunity in those scheduled meetings to continue conversations. But yes, there were conversations early Monday morning, briefing ministers, Premier's office, etc.
What's the format of that daily catch-up with your ministers?
It's a scheduled phone hookup with the ministers, some of their senior staff, and then typically they're operationally focused, so our operations team are there. So for roads, for example, Howard Collins and Ms Burke-O'Neill would be the ones who would typically be involved in terms of traffic reports, updates, what's happening across the network. So that's the format of it, but it can be used for this type of thing as well, obviously.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's all 4 of those ministers' officers or ministers in the one phone?
No, they're sequenced.
Sequential.
So basically, the first hour of the day, I'm having those conversations. So it's with Minister Farraway from a regional perspective, Minister Allett and his office for their portfolio, and then Minister Ward. We don't have a daily hookup with Minister Stokes because that new portfolio is being set up at the moment.
Okay. So with those 3 ministers, they're sequentially briefed, and how often is it the minister's office on the phone as opposed to the minister? Is this routinely a daily briefing with the minister?
The ministers do attend on and off. It's not necessarily with the minister, but they are there quite regularly typically.
Okay.
So in terms of Minister Ward, I would say probably 90% plus of those calls she's personally attended.
Yeah. And when you say the first hour of the day, what do you mean by that?
8 a.m.
Yeah, thank you. I might turn to you and then,
On that morning with Minister Ward, did you tell her that it was a strike?
No, I briefed her on the fact that there'd been rolling industrial action. We'd been through the Fair Work Commission, thought we had had a position agreed on the Saturday, and then Sunday evening we found that the unions at the Fair Work Commission, the meeting got pushed back to 9 a.m. That meant that those high-risk industrial actions that were continuing rolled overnight into Monday. So I briefed her on that, and what that meant was a closure of the rail system, in effect, because the staff weren't there to run the rosters.
Of course, and that, look, to be fair, Mr Sharp, that is consistent with the public explanation that the department has given as well. But
Correct.
Just to be very clear, on that 8 a.m. call on that Monday, you were clear that there wasn't a strike.
There wasn't a strike. What I'm saying is there was rolling industrial action. We've never said there's been a strike, Minister.
Did you inform the Minister that actually the decision was made, for whatever reason, by the operators to close the network?
We described factually what we saw occurred over the weekend, and the fact that it was actually having a flow-on impact onto the road system. We then very quickly kicked into operational mode.
But just to be, again, very clear here, you had informed Minister Ward directly that the decision to close the network was the decision taken by the operator.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
And you did that around 8 o'clock?
It would have been about 6 in the morning, or 6:15, or it was somewhere after 6 o'clock in the morning we were speaking.
Okay, because Minister Ward then goes on the radio at 8:30 and she says, absolutely wrong. There was a signed agreement last night in place and suddenly no notice, that was all called off. Not even any notice to those poor commuters who were stuck in the middle. No notice to them. Just a snap strike to cause maximum inconvenience. The union doesn't care about workers or people trying to get their kids to school. She gives this in an interview with James Valentine at 8:35 in the morning. So you telling her at 6 o'clock it's not a strike, but she's on the radio telling the public that it is a strike.
Rolling industrial action.
The exact phrase here, a snap strike. After that, were you aware that Minister Ward had given that interview that day?
I was aware very early on that there were references to a strike, and we're talking a technicality here, and there was a lot of debate on the radio as well as to whether it was protected industrial action. Generically, a lot of people will call that a strike, and so I think that's where the nuances are.
It's not a technical distinction. There's a legal distinction. Yes, it would have been illegal for the union to shut down the strike. They never notified a strike. They never contemplated a strike. No. And in fact, they were there ready to go to work. Yeah. Others could characterise it as a lockout. Now, look, to be fair, I'm accepting as a former industrial relations practitioner that these things get conflicted and get heated as well. But I just want to be concentrating on this. After hearing that from Minister Ward, did you contact Minister Ward or her office to inform her that the position that she was explaining to the public was wrong?
At that stage, it was later in the day before I was aware of the nuances that were being played out in the media around a strike versus a protected industrial action. At 6:15 in the morning, no, I didn't give her an hour's briefing on all the events. It was a high level. This is what happened over the weekend. This is why we're having the road. I don't think we got into the nuances of was it a strike or a...
look, to be fair, at 6:15 in the morning to have to explain to someone the nuance of the way our federal industrial relations system works, I can accept it might be certainly my cup of tea, but it might not be everybody else's. But can I just say, Mr. Sharp, you said you took steps to correct the views that ministers were giving. Can you take us through what steps did you take?
So the process internally, we have a large team. It all doesn't sit with me, which is thank goodness. What our communications teams do, pick up these nuances, and they circle back around to each of the ministers' offices, which we did, including the Premier's offices, around what we're hearing out there on the media, and we look to factually monitor those and correct those. So our role is really one of painting the picture in terms of what the facts are, where the situation is, and we provide that advice to the ministers. That took place iteratively, as you would imagine. There was a lot going on in terms of meeting with unions to see whether we could get some rail operations occurring. We were using all our communication channels to advise the public and apologising for the inconvenience that was being caused. And we're also then working on what information was out there, if it was nuanced, circling back so that we could get all the communications teams and ministers' offices across the details. So that was the flow of the day.
And you circled back.
Perhaps you can, sorry, your time has expired for now, but perhaps you can come back to that. I'm going to give someone else a go. I'm going to ask Ms. Campbell to come back to you on the issues that we were discussing earlier. Just firstly, I guess in relation to the coercive control work, as you know, a number of those recommendations made by the inquiry were supported by the government. I'm quite interested to hear where that work has got up to. So perhaps we could start with the multi-agency task force recommendation and where the government's at with that.
If it's okay, I might pass to Mr.
Apologies.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Sure. So I can perhaps give you a brief overview about where that work is up to. Subsequent to the government's response, the department has set up an internal departmental group to coordinate its work. We've started the preparations for consultation on the legislative changes and started planning for the process by which those changes would be implemented. That would include down the track the setup of an implementation group.
So there's a couple of different groups that were recommended by the inquiry. So the one that you're referring to is the sort of the group to ensure the sort of drafting and implementation. But prior to that, I'll just take you to the relevant recommendation. Where are we? Sorry, I was looking at my phone earlier and now I've got it on something else. No, not that one. 2 seconds. I'll come back to that when I find the actual. So there's the, I think you're referring to recommendation 20, is that the New South Wales Government gives consideration to establishing an implementation task force. But prior to that, no, I can't find it now. I'll come back to you on that bit. So one of the recommendations, I think number... I should have just marked it on my phone. It would have been much easier rather than trying to then get it printed. There's a recommendation in relation to education about immediately... Sorry, if you've got it in front of you, maybe you could help. But there is a recommendation in here that we have pretty much even before the implementation of the legislation.
Talking about recommendation 1, which is the commencement of the criminal offence should not occur without a prior program of education.
Oh,
training,
thank you.
consultation.
That is the multi-agency task force.
Right.
Prior to commencement, implementation should be assisted through a multi-agency task force. Thank you so much.
So I think in that regard, our focus has been on starting off the process of designing the legislative response. So we haven't set up that multi-agency group yet. What we are in the throes of starting off is the cross-government consultation that will then lead to a process of more thorough consultation with the stakeholders, and as the government response indicates, a process of public consultation on an exposure draft, which was one of the recommendations of the group as well. So I think we're very conscious of the need to ensure that both the legislative development is thorough and there's proper support in place to educate both those that are enforcing the legislation and also the public.
Absolutely, thank you. A request just to bring your microphone slightly forward, if you could.
It can be soft-spoken. So.
That's okay. And I think, again, picking up on the point we were talking about earlier about ensuring that First Nations people are properly engaged in a meaningful manner in that in the drafting phase and the consultation on the draft, not just in the implementation phase. What are the plans? Because I know that that's not particularly straightforward or easy. What are the plans for doing that
I think,
effective engagement?
Look, I think we are very conscious of the issues in this area for First Nations peoples. It's an area where there are a lot of sensitivities and a lot of complexity in how the legislation will work on the ground. At this stage, I can't tell you about a firm plan for consultation with First Nations and the structures for that, but that will be front and centre in the process.
I suggest it may involve some active outreach and going and visiting a number of different regions in New South Wales to...
Absolutely, and I think the part of this work necessarily needs to engage with the Closing the Gap processes, which are where there's a particular target around the reduction of domestic and family violence in Aboriginal communities, and the way this offence interacts with that target needs to be really carefully considered. And we have very strong partnership approaches in the Closing the Gap area. I should just preface, which I didn't preface my answer with this. Of course, as the Minister indicated this morning, the Attorney General is leading on the legislative development on these matters and working with the Minister.
Fair enough. And I believe that these obstacles are surmountable, but they will require that direct consultation and
very much.
And an actual listening and taking on advice from First Nations communities. But
Absolutely.
okay. So the other one that I was referring to and couldn't find, I've now found. Recommendation 9, that the New South Wales Government should run awareness campaigns about coercive control as a priority, and regardless of whether or not a specific coercive control offence is legislated. So I know that the intention of the committee was that it happen fairly quickly. Where are we at with that?
I can probably answer that. So we've started planning for a public education and awareness campaign, and this will be built on the Speak Out campaign that's happened in the past, which is a previous domestic and family violence community awareness campaign. So we're actively planning at this point.
Okay, so what's the approximate timing then for that?
I'd need to take that on notice and come back to you with this.
Is there additional funding going to be provided for that aspect of this?
I would imagine so.
Okay, all right. I will keep chasing that one to see what has happened. I think I have part of the answer to this next bit. Another one of the recommendations was that awareness of coercive control and abusive relationships would be included in school education. Now, I understand that the recent announcement in relation to improving our consent education in schools may include elements of coercion, but have we actively worked to put in coercive control into that education, or is that still to come?
Yeah, we're looking at that potentially from looking at the National Partnerships Agreement funding, but again, I'd need to take that on notice in terms of specific details.
Thank you. That would be very useful. My colleague, Ms. Sharp, asked before about training for police, and I understand that that will be a separate, obviously that's, under a separate department, but I would expect would be coordinated as part of that sort of multi-agency approach to these recommendations. Are you able to update us on where training for judicial officers, people working in health, people working with children, where is all of that up to when it comes to coercive control awareness?
We're currently working with the other government agencies to look at how we respond to that, and that certainly will be considered as part of the Domestic and Family Violence Implementation Plan. So again, happy to take that on notice and get some further detail for you.
Thank you. With some of these portfolios previously, I'm thinking of the Minister for Women, and now the Minister, or even previously when it was still with the Attorney General, with the Minister for Prevention of Domestic Violence. On the one hand, it's great that there's a portfolio dedicated to the issue, but on the other hand, it seems like without it being in any one, basically it being a cross-agency, a cross-department type of issue, that sometimes it perhaps gets kind of lost a little bit. And the key is good coordination. Can you explain to us how coordination of domestic violence will occur now that we've got effectively another person, we've got housing, AG, other issues like health, as well as Domestic Violence Minister?
Yes, I'll give it a shot. In terms of the structure, governance structure, we have the Domestic and Family Violence Board that's chaired by the Secretary, and that meets quite regularly, and that involves police, health, housing reps, the whole, all the key government players. Mm-hmm. And its role is Minister for Prevention of Domestic and Family Violence and Women's Safety. Responsibilities for some of that funding will sit in other government agencies, but I guess the role of the Minister is to bring together all the demands and resources that are needed to achieve the overall New South Wales Domestic and Family Violence Strategy. So, for example, under the previous plan, the blueprint, the previous minister brought together how the different initiatives under that plan were being progressed. That was subsequently evaluated and was on track, and a lot of all the actions have been progressed, and a number of them completed. So we're currently re-looking at, out of that evaluation, what does it tell us about what we now need to do going forward? Obviously, particularly in terms of the coercive control and the consent. We need to look at that together with the national plan that's currently being developed. And so there are a range of sort of governance groups as well, where New South Wales and other states and territories work with the Commonwealth in terms of finalising that national plan. And then in New South Wales we'll be looking, and that's estimated to be completed by the middle of the year, the national plan, and then concurrently we'd be working with the key government as well as non-government representatives to pull together the state plan.
Thank you. That is helpful. I guess just one last question about that coordination then. So when it comes to budget asks and budget submissions, do they all come in from all of the different departments who might be responsible for those programs? Or does the Minister, Minister Ward, have some sort of decision-making authorities or powers over sort of what that pool of funding looks like?
She would, as the Minister responsible. Obviously, there'd be a range of asks from different government agencies that would need to be consistent with whatever the plan is, but Minister Ward would have a final say in terms of what's in that plan.
Okay.
It's been my experience.
Okay. Thank you. That's really useful. I'm going to pass back to you, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Chair. I'm either going to continue on that line of question. I might, given you an inflow, I'm going to...
I might have to. Thank you. Secretary, you were saying that you followed an iterative process of providing ministers with the updates throughout that day. What did you mean by iterative?
The day was unfolding is what I meant by iterative. So initially for the Minister Ward, who I'll talk to specifically.
Please.
It was the actual operational elements that we needed to do. So this was just making sure that the lanes were available, that we were monitoring traffic, using the signs, all the things that she mentioned this morning in terms of the actions that came up.
Secretary, the context in which you used the term was when you were explaining how your team was monitoring various statements that were being made in the media, and then getting in touch with those ministers' offices to provide them with further information to assist. That's the specific part I was just asking about.
And look, when I say iterative, it's an ongoing process. We basically have that as a permanent. So any media that comes up that's referencing transport.
Just to help, I think it was very much the discussion we were having. We're just asking about on that day, what on that particular issue, which did cause public confusion, you were clearly working through in what you've described as an iterative process to narrow the gap between the public discussion and what you had briefed. How did that occur on the day?
The word iterative basically just means that it was ongoing through the day. So as the media teams were out there communicating, so we had all channels open, we were picking up the feedback and some confusion in the early stages as well. So we had both the Sydney Train CEO and Regional Train CEO out there on the radios and conveying as clearly as we could the position that we had found ourselves in. So the communication was two-way, and as we picked that up, our communications team would work with that information to try and sharpen our communication in reality. But we also used that to try and coordinate across all the ministers that were impacted to ensure that they were across what we were picking up and what our factual position was. So it was evolving in some ways just because of the feedback we were getting, and we were seeing something play out in real time.
But specifically, various ministers, including Minister Ward, characterised it as a strike, when Sydney Train CEOs and others were saying it was the network was closed, I think, or shut. I'm asking specifically, did your team pick up that discrepancy and inform the ministers that the evidence, the information they were providing wasn't accurate?
Look, I'd have to take it on notice in respect to that specific comment. Certainly, I was picking up more broadly the use of that term, hence my comment earlier. There was quite a lot of generic words that we used. You'd have to ask the minister specifically as to the use of that word. What I would say is that it was quite broadly used during the day, and what we were doing was picking up that theme, and then the process I mentioned in terms of how we fed that back in.
But you were picking up the theme of it being described as a strike, and you were telling the ministers that in fact it wasn't a strike and it was actually just a shutdown.
Rolling
which is, to be
industrial
fair, what the
Well, I spoke
department...
to the Minister at
Following the industrial action. That's
I
fair.
spoke to
rolling
them-
industrial action, I think was the term used, yeah.
Yeah, rolling industrial relations. But I spoke to the Minister at 6:15.
Yeah.
There was no references to strikes or rolling action at that point. It was really operational conversations.
And we accept that.
But surely, if you had heard ministers describing inaccuracy, your department would, of course, tell the ministers, and the ministers can choose to either accept your views or not. Like, that's fine.
Yes.
We're just confirming.
Yes, I personally didn't hear the comments. There was a lot of media commentary going on that I picked up during the day. We have some feedback loops. That's where I pick those themes up. I'm actually out there on the day working with the operational teams to actually get the operation up and running.
I'm not expecting you, Mr. Sharp, to be a media monitor. What I'm asking, though, is did the department inform the ministers, including Minister Ward, that it was actually a shutdown? You said that you had. And then you said throughout
look, I'd have to take that on notice, and if they did, it would have been through our what I'd call our normal communication channels into the ministers' offices. So it wouldn't have been a specific minister said this, here's an issue. I think it would have been part of those theme discussions that I talk about, because that's our normal process.
Look, my final-ish questions on this is that the next morning Minister Ward is on the Fordham fine program, and again saying it's a strike. And did at any point, did anybody at that point thought that the minister should be fact-checked, given that the Premier that morning was not describing it as a strike?
Yes, so you'd have to refer that to the minister. I'm not aware of that particular comment on the day.
Well, I'm asking, did the department inform Minister Ward that position that she was putting on Sydney Radio was incorrect?
As I said, I already answered that question. I'd have to take it on notice and go back through the teams as to how they communicated that.
There's two specific incidences where Minister Ward is clearly communicating a position to the public, which is inaccurate. There's one on Monday morning, there's one on Tuesday morning. And I'm trying to understand if the department acquitted its responsibility to inform the minister of the facts of the matter. And if so, when did the department do that?
Yep. Yeah, I've taken that on notice.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, I am interested in just pressing that point slightly, Mr. Sharp, because if it was the ordinary course of business, no, I think that answer would be acceptable. This was a red-hot transport public issue. It was the most important issue in New South Wales at that time. This is 36 hours later. Surely you must be able to tell us that there was some professional advice from the agency about what the status of this was by that time.
Yeah, firstly, I didn't say that the communications process was in the ordinary course of business. We have formal communication processes, and when you're in a crisis, you rely on process, because otherwise it'd be very, very ad hoc. The team is very professional and does its job. I've taken on notice the communication that did or didn't take place in regards to those comments, and I'm not privy to or aware of the Tuesday comments, so I'll have to take it on notice.
Well, perhaps if we deal with it this way, on Friday, I think we will be intending to ask you at Transport estimates. When was it precisely that Transport informed ministers, such as Minister Ward, who might have been going on the radio and putting a public view, that their view might not strictly align with the department? Or feel free to tell us the department was egging this on or agreed with it, but I think we should maybe defer that. And
this is the use of the word strike.
Or rolling industrial
I understand where you're coming from. And
we're interested in what you're the key advisors to government. What were you telling them? When were you telling them? It's really the discussion we'd like to have. I think perhaps we might turn to Friday.
I imagine on Friday there'll be various other questions we might want to put to you about
I'm sure there
various questions that various ministers made that weren't Minister Ward. But anyway.
Can I ask you this question in relation to Minister Ward? So you've described the usual process. This process started earlier because of the developments. When was the first advice in writing provided to Minister Ward about what was going on and the circumstances on the day?
It was verbal. I haven't written a formal report. So, as I said, we have formal meetings where we talk through issues of the day and the backgrounds to them. And there's regular briefings that we have, but there's not a formal report where I've written a report to the ministers on the happenings of the weekend.
Yeah, okay. So you haven't really provided anything in writing by way of a brief?
No.
to the
No,
roads
it's been
minister since then
verbal
in
with
the
the
9
teams.
days
Yes,
that
correct.
have, yeah, okay. I do want to ask this. I accept the timeline you've outlined with the roads minister. Understood. Why wasn't there some notification though to that minister or that minister's office at the same time as Minister Elliott's office was being briefed? I think I will get these times wrong because I haven't done my preparation for Friday yet, but I think it might have been the 1:43 a.m.
Yeah, so there are a number
contact or early before Ms Burke O'Neill's role before midnight. Why didn't those things occur with the roads minister's office?
Yes, and basically our view was that we would communicate as early as possible, first thing in the morning. The priority was actually focused on the rail system. As you would appreciate, once that decision was made, from 1:30 onwards, there was a considerable amount of work and some sleep, so we could actually get through the next day. So the view was that we would contact her first thing in the morning, which we did.
And when you say the view was, who made that decision?
It was a combination of the teams on the night, but basically I concurred. An early morning conversation made sense in regards to the roads.
And that was would have been in relation to both Minister Ward and Minister Farraway?
No, Minister Farraway, we had briefed his office because the Sydney Trains operation actually does impact on the regional rail.
Right.
Yes, we knew there was going to be some flow-on consequences for the roads, but the focus on the night was on the rail.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Minister Farraway's office was briefed in a similar way as that.
Similar way to Minister Elliott.
Yeah, similar time.
Yes.
In parallel.
Correct.
Texting the Chief of Staff? Or
Well, we can cover off the specifics on the rail on Friday, but
I
in
think
terms of
that's
Minister Ward, no, the decision we made was to brief her first thing in the morning.
And Minister Stokes?
Minister Stokes was the next day as well.
And
so the escalation path, if you like, on major incidents is through to the responsible minister, which was Minister Elliott. Minister Farraway is a joint responsibility for industrial relations, and so they were the formal reporting structures that we followed. And then the other ministers, including the Premier's office, etc., briefed as early as and as quickly as we could first thing in the morning.
So it was the Premier's office. When was Minister Stokes briefed?
I'd have to take that on notice and go back to my notes on when he was briefed formally.
Yep. Look, I'm open to your questions. Yeah, and then I've got one more on this.
We learnt yesterday from Treasury that the inability to provide notice meant that the cost to the economy wasn't $33 million, but was actually 50 as well. And the impact on workers, I think, rose from 150,000 to about 170,000-ish. Why wasn't thought given to altering the signs on the roads? Was thought given to notifying motorists earlier than 5:30 in the morning, or?
There's a huge number of logistics in terms of that, and I'm happy to hand over to Howard, who actually understands the TMC and all the processes that go into place. But the operational control centres you'd bring the staff in and you'd set them up, and then they manage the road. So there's a logistics issue, and that was being run in tandem and largely got put in place around the same time that I spoke with Minister Ward. So it's not as though we could put that in place at 3 in the morning and communicate at 3 in the morning.
If there's
it's
further
just a
information from
logistical
Mr.
exercise.
Collins, happy to on that point. But the core point is in your view, did we give motorists the earliest possible notice, or?
Yes, we did. I'm comfortable, having lived the journey, that logistically and also just in terms of the flow-on consequences of the rail and then getting onto the roads, that was done as quickly as possible. As I indicated, I did speak to Minister Ward very early on the Monday morning, and we agreed the immediate actions.
Do you have information about the extra volumes of cars that were on the road as a result of the network shutdown?
Once the TMC, the Traffic Management Centre, was in place, yes, we are aware of that. We have live camera feeds.
What is it? What was it? What was the percentage increase on average road traffic that morning?
I'd have to take on notice the actual percentage increases, but we were aware there were some key freeways, because typically what would happen is if there's an incident, the freeways bank up very quickly. We see that on the TV screens.
Yeah. Do you have any information that would tell us about the additional vehicle movements which took place? Mr. Collins?
Would you have the information?
If I may, Howard Collins.
Can you use the microphone, Mr. Collins?
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I'm sharing this one, but I'm normally pretty good on the microphone.
I'd agree with
past lives as a station announcer, I think, probably. Mark Hutchins, who was my acting Chief Operation Officer at the time, called what we call a COO IMT at 6 o'clock in the morning, spoke to all the relevant road, including the TMC and the manager in charge of the TMC. The information regarding traffic movement is provided the next day. It's called our SCAT system. So I think we would have on record the volumes which were created by Monday. I'm sure we would have those as a matter of record. We look at those every day, in fact, today included.
Before the afternoon?
Yeah, so we look at those 24 hours in detail, but we do have some indication from the TMC of what those volumes are, but not in detail for real time.
Sure, but what's the general... Give us a bit of the general information you have to hand, Mr. Collins.
I can't tell you, and I can provide certainly on Friday information regarding the total volumes of both rail, all public transport and roads at the time, and we'll get those available for Friday.
Yeah, accept that's fine.
Yeah, but I haven't got on record now.
In that. Let's deal with that in that.
On that as well, if by Friday we can also get volume increase, but also speed movement, average network speed, or however you now call it. Because I'm not going to lie, there were a lot of people who felt like they were stuck in very slow-moving traffic as a result. And it would be good to see if you could just quantify how fast the traffic was moving that morning relative to normal.
We'll look at what we can provide. Obviously, at the time, there were, and I've looked back through the day's performance, there were a number of road traffic accidents as well. As you can imagine, most days we have several road traffic accidents which contribute to congestion. I suspect there's a
higher probability of road accidents because there's more road traffic on the roads. Like that follows logically.
But certainly we'll look to provide what information we have in terms of volume and or speed of traffic.
Mr. Sharp, I might return to I do want to now ask a question about this set of ministers, more broadly than Minister Ward. And I want to ask for this reason. One of the perceptions is that the cluster of ministers you now report to you've described the reporting on a daily basis, may be contributing, maybe, I won't say contributing, maybe making this harder, not easier some of the time, particularly in a crisis. Can you talk us through your reporting arrangements to these four transport ministers? Just give us a top-level description of how you've dealt with that, how you're dealing with it. You've taken us through that 8 a.m. morning meeting, but it's obviously creates pressure for your agency and yourself. How are you dealing with that? What are the arrangements?
Machinery of government changes do occur, and we've been through a couple, so we're rehearsed.
Yeah, your 1 year anniversary yet, Minister? Mr. Sharp, have you been here for a year?
I have, yes.
Congratulations.
Did you bring a cake? Or
feels a lot longer.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But look, the reality is these are normal courses of changes that governments go through. So the agency has processes where we document briefing notes, and you've seen those in the past, where we present the various summaries of key issues. And then there's a series of specific updates. So in the case of Minister Ward, projects, what's happening on the projects, where are the priority issues for the agency? Are there specific concerns the agency has? All the typical questions you would expect of a new minister coming on board. In respect to the recent changes, the three of them were very similar in that they had a defined role within the transport portfolio, and then there was a new cities portfolio created. So in respect to that, the discussions weren't the day-to-day operations and general briefings. It was really firming up what was in that portfolio. There was a Deputy Secretary appointed very quickly who had the relevant skills to work in that space. And that team has now just recently firmed up between the various departments what will go into that portfolio. So that was a really good process, clarity, discussions at ministerial level and secretary level, and we're now moving into the stage where we'll announce that and operationalise it. But the other ministers had very similar processes, and that involves briefings, it involves discussions, and then looking at how you put those day-to-day operational meetings in. And typically they're ones that we've seen work in the past, and we suggest those. There's always some changes to them, depending on the minister involved and the dynamics of how they want to run their office. But that's the process we went through. Yes, there's a higher workload. Internally, we are allocating some more resources into our offices, the secretary, because there's more advisors and officers that we need to deal with. So we aim to provide a prompt service and to be able to provide our advice to them so they can make their decisions.
And how would you describe, in your words, the separation between the ministers, the guidance? Before you answer that, I might just say, obviously we've seen the titles they've got, the allocation of acts is a key, which legislation they've got, reporting to them is a key guide, their public statements and what they've taken charge of publicly. But in your words, how would you describe the allocation of responsibilities between these four ministers?
Reasonably clear. There's certainly been some items that have come up where there's been debates. From my perspective, that has happened at the ministerial level, and ultimately Minister Stokes, as a senior minister, effectively gives some guidance on that. So I would describe it as transport's been sheltered from that to some extent. It's being handled at the government level. You're right, the allocation of the acts was a key process. That was handled out of I'm not sure which area, I think it was out of the Premier's office in terms of the central legal group. Then there's the actual staff, where staff sit, and there's a few complexities there because of the historical structures and how transport's been brought together. But once again, legal advice and financial advice has been taken on that. So the processes were very clear. We knew those needed to occur. And then ultimately, there's a concept of charter letters. These charter letters are really the Premier setting the focus areas for each of the ministers. And that adds another layer of clarity, and that process is just completed.
So could I ask you perhaps to take on notice, and then I'm handing over to the Chair, could you provide to the committee, and I think this would be useful for the Parliament generally, could you provide to the committee perhaps on notice some details of how you've allocated the staff between these ministers broadly, in whatever terms Transport would think about it, any information, if not the charter letters themselves, some guidance about, written guidance about where these ministers are dealing with the public policy roles, anything you can provide.
So written guidance wouldn't come from Transport, so I'm not quite clear on what you're looking for.
I'm happy for you
there
to take this on notice. I mean, if you're able to provide the charter letters, that'd be helpful.
Yeah.
If you chose not to, some guidance to us about what the carve up is on reflection on notice would be helpful.
Yep. Take that on notice, and we'll look to see what we can provide.
Thank you. And I think that would be really useful. You can understand from our perspective when we've suddenly got. I think it was interesting enough when we had two and we didn't know which minister had responsibility for which particular project, but now having four. When there is an overlap in portfolio responsibilities, has internal guidance been worked up within Transport as to who has responsibility for that? Is there a clear hierarchy between, for example, Transport and Metropolitan Roads Minister? If it's a Metropolitan Road, presumably it's both. So
it's clear.
It's clear. So it goes straight to.
So at a high level, Metropolitan Roads are aligned with the with the Act, which basically defines Metropolitan as Sydney, Wollongong and Newcastle, and regional as the rest. That has stayed exactly the same. So Minister Farraway has stepped into Minister's Tools portfolio, and it has remained the same. Roads is one where there's been some discussions around where the boundaries lie with the Transport Minister. But by and large, I would describe it as that clarity has been reasonably straightforward. And as I said, if there was any item where there did seem to be some lack of clarity, that was discussed by the ministers, and we relied on the senior minister, Minister Stokes, to provide the clarity between the portfolios.
Okay. Thank you. It'd be interesting to see that. Any information that you can give us that would help to work that out for us. I just wanted to turn back to some of the questions in relation to domestic and family violence. On the core and cluster announcement and the new refuges that were going to be developed, I think when we last spoke with the Attorney General about this, there was a discussion about discussions were being had with potential providers, and we were looking at firming that up and beginning construction this year. Can you give us an update on where that project is at?
Yes, I'm happy to. So currently we're obviously doing all the necessary kind of logistics in terms of looking at what needs to be in place, and I think it's important to note that the 427 million is over 4 years. So the first funding comes into the budget from 1 July this year. And we're certainly looking at a process whereby we're going to be undertaking quite detailed consultations between March and May with all the key stakeholders. We're finalising the work around looking at what the demand data is telling us, where there are currently existing core and refuges, and looking at where the gaps in demand are. So, as we said, the Minister said earlier this morning, we're looking at a kind of co-design approach for that. And I think you asked a question in terms of pets, access for pets. That'll be part of the discussion. So yes, that will be included in considerations for the design phase. And so we'll be starting that probably fairly shortly. We're just, doing the kind of looking at the market analysis of where demand and supply is at the present time.
So in terms of the co-design approach, I understand that the Orchard facility, I think it's called the Orchard, isn't it? Is it called the Orchard? Yep. Only roughly a third of that had funding from the New South Wales government, and the rest of it was Commonwealth funding and community fundraising. Is the intention for the new core and cluster facilities to be funded on a similar approach?
At this point, we're still working out some of those details, but certainly funding has been made for both the development, the capital, as well as the recurrent funding to operate those core and cluster models. We're just looking at the best ways to deliver that at the moment and doing the scoping work.
Does the 427 million over 4 years fully cover the full capital and recurrent costs of the 75 new refuges?
Yes, it does.
So you could fully fund them?
We could fully fund them.
Okay, that's good to know. Has there been any consideration given to sort of retrofitting some of the existing refuges to give them extra capacity into a core and cluster model?
Yeah, as part of the announcement, I'm not sure if it was clear, but there was also refurbishment of up to about 8 existing refuges so that they could, given the lessons we've learnt through COVID in terms of communal living and those sorts of things, look at how we might adapt some of those going forward. So planning's underway around that at the moment.
And does that include construction for new beds? So I know there are a number of existing facilities that would expand if they had funding to do so.
Yes, there's potential for that to happen.
Okay, and that's under the refurbishment?
That's correct.
Amount. Okay, that's very useful. That's all I have for now. I may have some in the next round, but I'll hand back to the opposition. Mr. Mookie?
I will. Mr. Sharp, by any chance, do you happen to bring Transport's annual report with you?
I didn't.
Sorry.
Carry it round.
Actual
Asked
budget
Treasury
question.
the same thing yesterday. You
Through
provide
them.
one, I think.
In the November budget estimates, I ambushed Treasury by asking them questions about the budget. They didn't see it coming. Really got it. Well, I might have to read to you from it, if you don't mind. And I'm sure someone in the meantime would be able to find it on a computer for you or get you a copy of it. It says here, I'm just going to go through a bunch of questions on sort of matters that are interesting that to do with the roads portfolio that are in the report, and just ask you some questions which you may need to direct to someone else. I accept that, okay? Firstly, it says that in financial year that ended 2021, the amount that we spent cashback refund M4, M5 went up from $112 million to $124 million. Is that because of higher vehicle usage? Higher usage of those roads, or is it because there's just a higher claim rate?
It could be either. Obviously, I wouldn't have that data. I don't think anyone here would.
No, we'd have to take that on.
Can you take it on notice?
Take it on notice and revert to you on the reason that's gone up.
How much is budgeted for cashback in the budget this year? Because, look, it's not broken out. So what's the budget for cashback? Is it a demand-driven budget or is it...
Yes, we'd have to go back to the budget and pull that number out and revert.
I know, again,
That's
it's a difficult question of budget estimates, and no one expects it coming. But it's not broken up, so I presume it's in the general appropriation that is going to transport. Given that the matter is not reported, if you don't mind taking on notice, but I'd like to know how much is budgeted for it across the forward estimates this year, next year, and 23-24. If that's possible, we could get that.
If it's possible, yes, we'll get that.
Yeah, well, it is possible. I'm just wanting to know what the budget is, and if you want to provide any...
It's been the subject of some discussion in the Herald. So.
Indeed, and if you wish to provide some sort of explanation as to how it's budgeted for, that would be good. How do you guys model it? How do you predict demand? Are you working within a capped amount? I'm happy to welcome any information that the Transport is prepared to give, if that's possible, Mr.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Equally, it says here that the Sydney Harbour Tunnel operating expenses to the tax department, or to us, was $39 million. What's that? Why? What do we pay for when it comes to the Sydney Harbour Tunnel, which is worth $39 million? Anyone?
Camilla, do you know underneath the contract on that one?
Look, I think we have to take that on notice because we haven't got the estimate, the budget in front of us.
Not the budget, it's in your annual report. And it says here, it's on note 2, which is on page, for people who are following at home, page 20 of volume 2, that Sydney Harbour Tunnel operating expenses went up from $33 million to $39 million last year. So I'm interested as to why there was a $6 million movement. But given the concession arrangement, I'm also interested in what exactly are we paying for?
Yes, it'll be tied up with the concession arrangement, but we'll come back to you on that as well.
Thank you very much. The other thing that I did want to ask you about is that you reported toll revenue, including e-tag revenue, that dropped $5 million in terms of your toll revenue, including e-tag. This is in your revenue line item as well. Now, I presume that is just because of COVID. There was a drop in vehicle movement.
Yeah, there was definitely a big COVID impact.
And in terms of the data around e-tag, one thing we were asking in the tolling inquiry to Transurban that has the other tag was the distribution of the number of people who are using it by LGA. I think we did ask Ms. Drover, or maybe we did ask Transport at the same time for the same breakdown on e-tag usage. But I am really interested in terms of how many people are using e-tag by Sydney LGA, if it's possible, and how many trips have been taken.
Refer that to Mr. Cock. Is that
you might have to take this on notice.
Systems? So at the moment we've done a lot of analysis on the e-toll tags on the expenditure. So what do people pay per tag? We haven't done it on LGAs yet.
Okay, well, if you could provide us with analysis that you have done on notice.
I think you asked me the question last time, so we'll take that on notice and see what we can provide.
I'm also, I'm sure you're thrilled that the amount of revenue you got from number plates has gone up by $20 million that year, and you apparently collected $176 million from number plates. How do you predict what's happening in the next 3 years on that? Do you have a view as to why you all of a sudden were selling more
It's an interesting one. I think from a budget perspective, I'm just talking out loud here because when you're forecasting, you're looking at major trends. And one of the big trends will be what's the traffic flow going to look like post-COVID? What will the rail patronage look like? And will that actually drive more cars onto the roads? So there's some interesting forecasting that we're grappling with. But all forecasting is your best estimate based on the circumstances as you see them at the time that you do those budgets.
Yes, and but therefore, can you please tell me how much you expect to earn in number plates this year and across the forward estimates?
Yeah, and we'll take that on notice.
Please. Equally, it says here that you got some early agreement termination fees from WestConnex last year, and this is included in a sort of line item that's $147 million. So of the $147.5 million of income you earned through sales of goods and services, how much of that came from an early agreement termination fee in relation to WestConnex?
I'm not privy to that. Ms. Drover, you know that number?
Yeah, we'll have to take that on notice.
Why? Well, what was the agreement that terminated that prompted WestConnex to pay you some $1 million?
Yeah, I'm not clear what that's referring to, so we'll take it on notice.
Well, maybe just to assist on notice, it's on page 27 of Volume 2, in which it clearly says that that's what you got. So it would be good if you did do that. Now, this is what I am interested in terms of the RMS merger, because we were asking questions about this in last year's budget estimates as to how many people were made redundant. I think you did take that on notice, or maybe your predecessor did, and we never really got a clear answer as to how many people. So from the sort of RMS-related aspects of that cluster, do you have any information right now as to how many people were made redundant and what the total cost was?
There were people made redundant, but there's also still people who we have on our books. We took the view that during COVID we wouldn't be just making people redundant in the middle of COVID. There were also commitments around allocating certain numbers or groups out of RMS into transport roles and facilitating roles, and we've been assiduously working through that. So I am aware that there's still a residual of staff that will still face redundancy in coming months. So I can come back with data in terms of exactly what those redundancy numbers are.
I would appreciate that. Equally on notice, if you don't mind, how many are likely to be redundant. But your report says here that you got funding from Treasury, which was $27.2 million last year to make people redundant, which makes you the department that made the most people redundant. Congratulations. But the year previous was 32.8. That's huge. Like 1 in 3, in terms of $113 million of redundancies across the government, close to $1 in $3 has gone to your department to make people redundant. So do you want to give us an explanation as to why
yes, look, in
so
terms
many
of
people...
the evolving transport program, as you're aware, this was a major merger, but in conjunction with it, we're also looking at back of office. So there was a corporate services review where we consolidated a lot of roles centrally, and a typical corporate services offering where those services are provided across the whole transport cluster. There were efficiencies gained from that, and there were a number of redundancies that took place from that. As I mentioned, we'll provide those details to you, but that did drive a substantial program and efficiencies, if you like, from a headcount perspective.
I appreciate that, but then if I was to actually benchmark redundancies as a result of that merger versus how many people, additional senior executive service executives you've hired, your department put on an additional 200 last year.
Yep.
So at the same time, we're paying for additional 200 executives, apparently to do with major infrastructure projects, which presumably include roads. And at the same time, we're paying all this money for other people to leave. It's not like
prima
this is
facie,
reducing
it looks odd, but the skill sets are very, very different. So it's not a case of we could use person X and put them into person Y's job. Where we can, we do. We have formal programs to do that. And as I just mentioned, there are a pool of RMS employees that we actually have contracted effectively or agreements with the unions to actually look specifically for roles internally, and we've been assiduously working through that. So we do try to minimise our redundancies, and the peak is driven through specifically that major program. We are recruiting, and there's a $70 billion program, major metro, and they're quite specialist roles. So we have been particularly recruiting into those. That is running at what I'd call its peak level at the moment. But if there's new projects, we would hire, for example, a senior project manager to run those if at the end of the day other projects hadn't wound down and we didn't have that resource available.
My final question on this is, if on notice you can tell us how many positions you're currently hiring for at the senior executive service level right now and how many you anticipate hiring across the year, that would be helpful.
Take that on notice.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to turn now to the Staying Home Leaving Violence program, just to follow on from the questions that had been asked previously. And I just wanted to, I was listening to the evidence that you gave earlier in the session when the Minister was here. I just wanted to clarify that I understood this point around the contracts, particularly the 1 year funding followed by the 3 years funding, slightly over 1 year funding followed by the 3 years funding. Really, my question after that interaction was, from a service provider's point of view, if I have 1 year of funding, am I guaranteed or am I not guaranteed to get that additional 3 years of funding?
You okay for me?
Yes, and I'll add if I need to.
I probably wasn't clear enough this morning. So at the moment, they're not new funding agreements. They're variations to the existing contract. And for the money that's rolled out this year, it will be, and next year, they'll be getting quarterly payments. Part of the issue is there's also another $11 million, which is about to be advised, and that may impact on those contracts where there may be additional funding, but certainly the intent is, subject to performance and all the normal things, that they would have funding over the 4 year period.
Yeah, so there may be additional funding. Is that, when will that be advised? Shortly, okay. Before the budget though?
Before end of June.
Yes. So there may be additional funding, so it won't, but so it may get better. The news may get better.
Yeah.
But if you've got funding at the moment, provided there's not some catastrophic breach of your contract, you're guaranteed of getting the funding for the remainder of the 4 years, right?
Yes.
And when will, are there any criteria or that sit over the top of that might affect that? What might be the circumstances where it doesn't?
It might be that you just need to negotiate, particularly if there's additional funding on top of what's already currently been allocated, where you're looking at expanding in a different location. You just want to look at that you've resourced it properly, but that would be up to negotiations between the NGO and the department.
Yep.
They'd be the sorts of situations where we may make a decision not to continue is if there's, fraud, allegations, it's been investigated, and there are concerns about the quality of service provision.
Yeah, great. Thank you for that answer, Mr. Tidwell.
Compliance.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, no, good. Was there anything else you wanted to add to that? No, thank you. Can I just turn to, of the funding that's been allocated to this program, some of it is for the expansion,
correct.
Some of it is not. What's the breakdown of that? In each of those two buckets?
$19.8 million, which the Minister announced earlier this month, is for the existing 33 staying home leaving violence services to expand their footprint to 70 locations. And the second bundle of money is to look at, which is about, I can't do my maths on the, 11 odd million, which is to actually have some additional sites. So it could well be that we may need to go out to market, particularly if it's a new location that there isn't an existing staying home leaving violence provider, and they're not able to kind of broaden to deliver in that area. We may also look at things like increasing the number of Aboriginal-led organisations managing the staying home leaving violence program, given that about 26% of the women in that program are Aboriginal. So there's a range of things, and I probably can't say too much more until a decision's been made by the Minister. Yeah.
So, well, how many, so understood, and I respect that, but how many of the existing services have that Aboriginal focus at the moment, as you're weighing that up?
There are currently, of the 28 providers, there are 2 Aboriginal organisations. I think one's in Sydney, and I can take on notice the other location.
Yeah, thank you.
And we're wanting to, as a department, increase the number of Aboriginal controlled organisations delivering services to Aboriginal people.
Yeah. And thank you. How were when it came to that expansion announcement, how were the areas identified as being of high demand? What was the process that you went through?
We looked at the data, what the data is telling us. We looked at the statistics in terms of DV incidents. We looked at where the existing providers were. So they were the existing providers, the 28 providers that are expanding their services. There was quite significant consultation last year between the providers and the local district contracting staff to look at, well, if there was an additional 150,000 K, how could you expand your services to where was the demand, logistically, how would you get it running, those sorts of conversations.
Okay, thank you. Can I turn just to some questions on frontline women's refuges? How many frontline women's refuges are there across New South Wales as part of the homelessness services?
86.
Yeah. And what's the total funding to support those 86?
Oh, it's funded within the specialist homelessness budget, which off the top of my head is about 209 million per year, but I can take on notice the exact amount for those refugees.
If you're able to just break it down, because it's often rolled up, so I think we're just looking for a specific figure for that part of the funding. For these refuges, how many of those are specialising in dealing with the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander population?
All those providers would obviously be providing services to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and children. I probably need to take that on notice, but generally there's probably too few in that space, and so one of the things, again, that we're looking at, subject to funding contracts, is trying to increase the number of Aboriginal women's refuges. And certainly through the new announcement of the 426 core and cluster, we'd be looking at significant increase in Aboriginal controlled organisations operating those services, in partnership obviously with community housing providers, Aboriginal community housing providers as well.
Yeah, and how many exist at the moment as specialist services? I take your point about the fact that nearly all of them might be...
I'd need to take that on notice,
Yeah. And perhaps just finally, just the, can you give us a short sense of how this has really been impacted due to COVID? You've now had quite a long period to assess that. Where are you, what's your current assessment of what it's meant for the sector and for these refuges particularly?
Oh, look, I think it's been hard for the sector. I think government, both the Commonwealth and the state government, have invested quite a lot of money through COVID stimulus to both support the refuges in terms of being able to bring on additional staff, particularly where staff have been furloughed because of COVID, where clients have obviously been diagnosed with COVID as well, and we've needed to self-isolate people, particularly in the early phases through the Delta strain. So I think they're pretty tired staff out there who have just continually stood up and continued to deliver services, and they've been really flexible in adapting how they provide those services, whether that be if they're doing outreach, it might be online, but certainly for accommodation-related services, you need the staff there. You need the staff to be supported. They needed access to PPE, sanitisers, all those sorts of things. So we've ensured they've got that supply. We've recently also made sure that they've got access to rapid antigen tests as well, just to safeguard both clients and staff.
Yep, no, thank you. And when it comes to those around 75 extra women's refuges, where are we up to in what was the co-design process for them? Is that complete or ongoing?
No, as I indicated earlier, the co-design phase is from March till May this year. The funding doesn't kick in until the next financial year. So we've been doing a lot of planning, looking at the data, looking at the demand, but we will be going into that sort of formal consultation phase between March and
And you're comfortable that you have enough input into that process, given the time that is still to unfold?
I think so, yeah.
How did the number of around 75, how was that arrived at?
Well, we did modelling in terms of demand at a high level, and looked at a whole range of factors, but I'm happy to take that on notice and provide a more fulsome answer.
If you wanted to take that on notice, and obviously, funding is one of those factors, but what else was able to be taken into account in that modelling?
Yep.
Thank you.
We're a little bit early, but I think it's probably best that we take our break 5 minutes early and come back. So if you want to go and grab a cup of tea or whatever, we'll be back at 20 to 4.
Great.
Yeah.
again. Thank you very much for coming back. Is it raining? So probably raining so hard out there that you can't leave anyway. So that's good. I think we're starting back with Mr. Mookie.
Thank you. Mr. Sharp, by any chance, do you have budget paper number 3 with you?
No, I don't.
Yeah. Fair enough. It's the infrastructure statement. And so there's various pieces of information there which would just be helpful to get an update on. The first is in respect to the M6 extension stage 1. We were asking questions this morning about what the cost was. I've just checked the budget. It says that as of the budget time, it was estimated to be $3.1 billion. Has there been any material adjustment to that figure?
I'll just pass to Ms. Drover to talk about the project-specific costs.
Yeah, that is the current budget, 3.1 for M6 Stage 2.
Yes, it's the budget. But is that still the expected out-of-turn cost, I guess, if you want to be technical?
Yes, that is.
Okay. And we have allocated $325 million, well, last year we had, and we've spent $541 million as the allocation to date. Is that likely to be acquitted this year?
541 is the allocation for the 2021 year.
That's true, that's what it says.
Yeah.
But have you spent it?
We're not finished the year yet, so the contractor is on site. In fact, tunnelling started about a week ago.
Yep.
So the spend of that will be dependent on how the contractor performs, and we pay their progress payments based on their progress. So we anticipate spending that, but it is, of course, subject to their performance.
Okay. So there's no... the budget papers make it clear that the Sydney Gateway is spending $585 million this financial year, but it doesn't have an estimated total cost listed in the budget. Why not? There's many projects that don't have the cost, but there are some that do. And... I am interested, given that last year we had spent $571 million. This year we've spent $585 million, which means we've spent $1 billion. At the time of announcement, I think it was circa 2.6, but I could be wrong.
For Sydney Gateway?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
and that's that remains the budget for
why
Sydney
then
Gateway.
Isn't it recorded in the budget paper? Given we've announced it as 2.6, it's not recorded here. Do we know why? Can we take on notice as to why?
I have to take it on notice. I'll have to go back to the team as to the preparation of the material.
And is it still the case that $800 million of that separate, in addition to that 2.6, is actually reported to the WestConnex?
So there's an $800 million contribution from WestConnex to that 2.6, but it's included in that $2.6 billion budget.
Okay, so $1.8 billion is coming from the Transport for New South Wales capital budget, and $800 million has been contributed from WestConnex.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Can I also just ask about the Restart New South Wales reservations that affect the roads portfolio? Is the Housing Acceleration Fund still making a contribution to roads?
I don't know.
I can answer that. There are a few projects where the Housing Acceleration Fund does contribute funding towards projects, yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of the, I think at the time they were called not the ancillary works, but the connecting works to WestConnex. We're talking about Hill Road, I think, was the one that got $160 million of it previously. But the Housing Acceleration Fund, do you have a list of what roads it has contributed to?
Not with me today, no.
Take that on notice?
We can take that on notice, yes.
Thank you very much. There's $30 million still reserved in Restart New South Wales for the Housing Acceleration Fund. Is that money that Transport is going to seek to use for roads, by any chance?
I've taken on notice the specifics of that $30 million.
That would be helpful. If you don't mind, that would be good. I might pass to my colleague now.
I might return firstly to those questions we were asking about the toxic sludge on the harbour floor, and we touched on it briefly in the session before, but I might just ask if we could get an update about where is this issue up to. This is no longer 12,000 cubic metres, I think, no longer going to Newcastle. What is the plan? Where is it going?
Okay, look, I'm not sure there was ever a plan to take spoil from the Western Harbour Tunnel project to Newcastle. Most of the spoil that will be excavated will be good material at depth, and that will be transported by barge. And we've recently achieved or received federal approvals for offshore disposal of that material. So good quality sandstone barged out to sea. Obviously on the surface, at the bottom of the harbour, there is a high degree of sediment material. If that's not suitable for offshore disposal, it will be taken by barge back to the foreshore, and then it'll be transported by truck to an appropriate disposal site. That's our current proposal, and that's the methodology that was described in the environmental impact statement, and that is the methodology on which the planning conditions were based. However, we're still in tender for Package 2 of Western Harbour Tunnel. Our preferred contractor will confirm their methodology of how they're going to excavate and what they're going to do with that material. But our current plan, as I said, based on the reference design, is for the majority of the material for offshore disposal and the balance, which is not suitable, to be barged and then trucked away.
Yeah, so that in some ways you've captured the existing plan. I'd only make the point that it's not an insignificant problem. Would you agree with that? 12,000 cubic metres is what you might then refer to as the material not suitable for offshore disposal in the view of the EPA.
I would need to just check the cubic metres of unsuitable material. I haven't got that to hand today.
But so putting that, I think the offshore disposal is understood. It's really what to do with really that top metre of soil. This will now be, you're not disagreeing that there was a plan, there was consultation in fact, to raise this up off the harbour floor, barge it out of the heads, take it to Newcastle, to the port of Newcastle, and then ship it via truck to one of two sites was being examined in the Newcastle area. That was a...
Okay, my understanding was there was some discussion with the Port of Newcastle, but it related to the Beaches Link project, not the Western Harbour Tunnel, is my understanding. I can confirm that though, and take that on notice to confirm.
No, understood.
But there are no plans to take spoil and barge it up to Newcastle for disposal for either the Western Harbour Tunnel or the Beaches Link program.
Yeah, so, and you're entirely correct that this is in relation to the Beaches Link project. What is the plan for where to take that 12,000 cubic metres now?
From Western Harbour Tunnel?
From the Beaches Link?
Again, the good spoil can be disposed of offshore. Those that can't be, it would be barged to the foreshore and then trucked to an appropriate facility.
Which is not Newcastle, is really what you're confirming.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where will it go?
Oh, there are a number of accredited sites across Sydney. That would be a decision of the contractor when we've procured Beaches Link.
Yeah, so the contractor will make a plan. There's not many of these facilities. Where will it be barged to in the first instance? Where will it meet the foreshore?
As displayed in the EIS, the staging for the Beaches Link crossing of Middle Harbour, it comes back to a site which is just west of the current Spit Bridge. So that's the staging area.
Yeah, so to go straight from that staging area to be trucked somewhere. And where are the options that a contractor might use?
There are a number of sites across
There's
Sydney.
a small number of sites.
Yeah.
Would you take on notice what those might be?
We can do, see what information we can bring back.
It's highly specialist waste disposal. There's not a large number of these facilities.
Yeah, we can bring that back.
Yep. Okay, thank you. And how imminent is that contract? When will you have an answer about how the contractor's intending to deal with it?
So for Western Harbour Tunnel, we're in procurement for the second and last package for that project. the second package does include the balance of the tunnelling, including the excavation and immersed tube element under Sydney Harbour Tunnel. So we're doing that at the moment. In fact, the interactives start today. We hope to award that contract later this year. And that therefore means we'll have a preferred contractor and we'll have a confirmed methodology for all the construction activity, including spoil disposal.
Great, thank you. I might just turn at that point, Mr Sharp, to you for just to see if there's any answers that officials want to put on the record. We covered a lot of ground this morning and we're in a position where we actually had to cut people off. So is there anything that any of the officials want to contribute from information that they were seeking to put at that point?
In regards to
any of the issues we covered either in the morning session or now? Well, it's simply an opportunity if there's, we're happy to...
Yeah, look, we've got no specific items to feed back. We've taken on notice the items and it's going to take a little bit of time just to get that data. So,
Yep. Great. So you go next and then I'm on to those.
Secretary, I forgot to put a few other questions to you about Restart New South Wales, and I wouldn't want you to escape without having the opportunity to answer them. So, apparently in this year's budget, we committed $219 million from Restart New South Wales to Western Sydney roads for Sydney Second Airport. We don't actually identify what those roads are. So what are the roads for which Restart New South Wales is spending $219 for the Western Sydney Second Airport? When will you be spending it?
There is the Western Sydney Infrastructure Plan, which includes a number of roads. I'm not 100% clear where they include restart funding.
So I ask this because it's a distinct source of funding that can only be accessed through a special procedure that namely requires Infrastructure New South Wales to endorse it and then for you to produce a full business case as a project sponsor, and equally for it to have a BCR of at least more than one. That's the only way legally this money can be spent. So I'm going to presume that Transport prepared the business case that led to the commitment of Western Sydney roads for Sydney Second Airport?
Yes, I can confirm there is that process is in place. I will have to revert though in respect to the actual list of roads that you're referring to that were funded out of that sum.
The process has to have been complete because this is not a reservation, this is an actual commitment. So it's gone through all the assessment processes. That business case isn't, or nor is the summary of that business case public, to the best of my knowledge, but I could be wrong. If there is on anywhere public that summary, if we could get a link on notice, that would be helpful. But we don't know I'm trying to understand which of the roads that are listed elsewhere in the Capital Works program are being funded from that. Are these separate to what's been listed on the Capital Works?
We'll have to clarify that, but we'll take that on notice and come back to you.
Equally, I think we've had some previous descriptions around, just before I leave that one, can we also get when is that $219 million is to be spent in what year as well? Just the funding profile over the forward estimates would be helpful.
We'll take that on notice.
Thank you. And in respect, basically, I think we have a bit more public information about the Smart Motorways program. The Smart Motorways program is getting $21.6 million from Restart New South Wales. Is that the total project cost?
I'll just ask Mr. De Kock if he's got that number.
No, I'm not familiar about that number.
So microphone, Mr. De Kock.
Sorry, could you ask that question again?
So, page 4-3 of Infrastructure Statement 2021-2022 in Budget Paper number 3 says that $21.6 million from Restart New South Wales has been allocated to the Smart Motorways program. The question is that the full cost of the Smart Motorways program?
I think not, but I have to get back to you what that fund is being used for exactly and the full cost of the Smart Motorway. But maybe Mr.
What is the total project cost of Smart Motorways?
I can give you some budget figures. So the M4 Smart Motorway, which is complete and opened in late 2020, that was a $600 million project. And we're also working on the Western Distributor M1 project, and that has a budget of about $120 million.
So I'm going now, the M4 one is complete, yeah?
The M4 West, yes, that's complete and open.
And when's the next one due?
We're in the planning phase for that at the moment, so we're not in delivery.
Well, is this $21.6 million for that?
I don't recognise that number, so we'll take that on notice and confirm what it is.
So the problem now is that this is a commitment that was made in this particular budget. And it's not like this has been carried over from previous budgets. It's clearly been decided in this particular budget. I'm a little bit surprised, given that you got $21 million for this program, that no one can actually tell me what this $21 million is for. There must have been a business case. Had to have been. You can't legally have gotten the money without it. Who was responsible for putting in applications and deciding to put an application in to restart New South Wales?
As Ms Drover mentioned, we are working on some smart motorway projects. The number's not familiar, so we will need to go and look at that number. We're just not sure how it ties in. We've got 60 million here that we're investing for the upgrade, and perhaps as part of that, but I'll have to take it on notice and clarify.
The Treasurer had to agree to put $21.6 million. This isn't an ordinary budget process, which is why it's attracting some special scrutiny. Because it's not being funded through your capital works program, it's gone through a separate process, which is actually meant to be more rigorous. Did you actually ask for this money to come from Restart New South Wales, or was this a case that Treasury said, congratulations, you're getting it regardless?
Yes, as we've said, we're not familiar with that. Number's just not dropping in our minds at the moment, so we will need to come back to you on it, and I understand where you're coming from in terms of that.
Okay.
The process for the budget, I'll need to also get up to speed on how that funding flows through into the papers that you have got. So there's two questions for me.
This is no criticism, Mr. Secretary or others, but until I read you that, were you aware that you were getting $21.6 million for smart motorways from Restart New South Wales?
Not that particular number, and the reason is we've got thousands of projects.
Sure.
So I have a finance team that actually manages all of those funding requirements, and I'll ask the finance team to provide the detail for me so I can revert to you.
Yeah, and look, but all the new commitments from Restart New South Wales in this budget cycle are from the transport cluster. There's no one else got it. Right? So, and you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them, which have a total accumulation of $586 million of the $12 billion that's left in the fund. So I am interested now, for all of the ones that are listed on 4.3 on notice. Can you confirm that there are business cases? Who sponsored them? How much of the actual total project is coming from Restart New South Wales, if you don't mind? Thanks,
Great, thank you. I just want to follow on from the smart motorway question, which is, so you're in the planning phase for this next option. So I think that was the Western distributor for the M1 And what I'm interested in what is the transport view about where else this might make sense around the traffic network. Obviously, we've seen the figures for that the agency's been promoting for how successful the M4 approach has been. Where else would this next logically make sense after the M1 approach?
Well, at the moment we're focused on the Western Distributor project. There was another one, or is another one contemplated, which is Warringah to Gosford, also on the M1 Pacific Highway.
Yep.
But we were keen to complete the M4 West and assess its performance and you know what the investment and the safety outcomes, commuter outcomes, etc. As to whether we'd invest further in that technology.
Okay, but it really, when you look across the traffic network and you look at what you've learned from the M4 experience, it's really looking at the M1 that you see the potential greatest benefit, subject to what else you might learn in the meantime. Is that fair?
Yeah, and look, it did open in COVID, the M4 West Smart Motorways, and we're just coming out of COVID, so we will make sure that we're proceeding with caution. Given what the traffic impact, what was affected by COVID.
Can I turn to just a set of issues that I was talking to the Minister about, and I might just ask for some additional details on those. The first of those on notice, and Secretary Sharp, I'd be happy if you refer these to other agencies, but the information I put to the Minister about some of the other costs to drivers were drawn from the national BITRE analysis of figures essentially provided out of New South Wales. But I'm interested in what the New South Wales government agency's view is of comparable figures. Just, if there's more up-to-date or more accurate figures, I'd be interested in those. So can I ask in relation to vehicle registration, driver's licence fees and stamp duty on vehicles, understanding that you may need to refer some of those, just for any updated figures other than the Bitry analysis for 2 periods, for 2010-2011 to the most recent figure, just those 2 figures.
Take it on notice.
Great, thank you for that. In relation to the, turning now to the Sydney Harbour Bridge and the Sydney Harbour Tunnel and the future plans, accepting that this is a government decision, there's 2 things going on, and I think this has been, well, I have to say at the tolling inquiry, the agency answers on this were really clear and really appreciated. It was a lot more clear than what some of the ministers had been about this process to date. So firstly, that was really appreciated. So accepting some of this is government policy, some of this is the review. We're not asking about those things. I do want to ask this though, and I think it's a legitimate question for this committee. There is consideration of the way these 2 harbour crossings, these 3 harbour crossings will interrelate from a traffic management point of view. And I would like you to give us a view about how complex a problem is that, what should we be aware of, what from a traffic management point of view, separate from the policy discussions, what needs to be weighed up as these decisions are made by the government or as the Parliament reflects on them?
You're right, it's complex. Effectively what we're constructing is a road network, and so there's interactions across those networks. We do traffic flows, the tolling locations and amounts obviously impact that as well, and so part of the tolling review is actually, part of the input we're putting into it is that analysis. Now, it's about balance at the end of the day in terms of where people are coming from too. The dollars, the affordability, so you've got to get the balance right. But in terms of your specific question, it is complex and there are implications for traffic flows.
And look, I understand that, yeah, these are absolutely related. So the toll you set will determine where your traffic is. Just give us some sense, though, of the real detail of that. I mean, these are, they're so crucial to people moving around the city. Can you give us any detail about?
Yeah, look, I'll ask Mr. Over perhaps to comment on that in terms of the traffic flows.
Yeah, we have strategic models, traffic models. So you put in the input assumptions, what you expect in terms of demand, mix of traffic, heavy vehicles versus light vehicles, and then the tolling regime, so the toll price, etc. And then you can model in corridors. So you can model a number of routes and to see how the traffic will perform given those input assumptions.
Yeah. And well, let me put, I guess, the one specific which is clearly sort of weighing on people's minds, which is if you toll one of these harbour crossings 2 ways and another 1 way, clearly the concern that is people will divert to the free route in one direction. How concerning is that from if you're looking at the way traffic moves around Sydney? It's obviously shaped by the price, it's complex, but it's also a public policy question people are trying to get their heads around.
I think the only thing I'll say on that is it is complicated and does depend on the pricing. But some crossings, some routes are more inelastic than others. And we did see that when we put time of day tolling on the Sydney Harbour Tunnel and Sydney Harbour Bridge, there wasn't much change in traffic patronage, etc. So yeah, it depends on the demand for that route. But there will be some distortion depending on what the pricing is.
Yeah.
And how that pricing is played out in the tolling.
Yeah, so far the evidence is that travel is relatively inelastic, although that is also possibly because the time of day tolling differential is very low.
Yeah, I think the other thing to say is there will be 3 harbour crossings for roads, but they go to different places as well, and it depends on where people are travelling to and from. So the Western Harbour Tunnel is a bypass of the city to the west, and obviously the Carlisle Expressway is somewhat like that. but the Sydney Harbour Bridge obviously goes directly into the city. So it depends on where the demand for journeys is as well.
So thinking about those two factors, location, where you're heading, and price, how important are those relatively? Just give us some sense from what you know now as people are moving across those harbour crossings.
As far as I'm aware, we're still working through what those implications might be.
Yeah.
It's partly treasury related here as well in terms of the tolling, and there's a whole bunch of assumptions around what that might look like. I really can't, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Drover, but I don't think we're in a position to say this is what a particular scenario will look like. We're working through all of that. The policy implications we obviously can't talk to because the information and calculations that come out of that, and I think they'll be scenario based. So there'll be a number of options in the end we'll present to government, and government will assess those.
Okay, thank you.
And you're doing that as part of the tolling review?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's in partnership with Treasury?
Treasury are taking the lead on it, and we're providing obviously expertise in some of these areas, including the traffic flows that might be associated.
In terms of the timing, we've been given some pretty reasonably concrete answers about the timing, which is Q3, Q4 this year, but the government reserves the right to bring something through if there's a bright idea that's going to fix the tolling challenge in Sydney. It may come earlier. Something easy to do that's inexpensive, that may move up the list. When will that traffic modelling be complete, though? What's the indicative timeline for that?
Mr. de Kirk's actually on the review committee.
Thanks, Secretary. And as you mentioned, that review has started, led by Treasury. It will include a traffic modelling as part of the work, and that is really yet to commence in earnest, but the work has started. As you rightly pointed out, it's some of the results will and the options for government will be there by the end of the year, and we're also hoping for some interim some options as well for maybe for the middle of the year. So the work is underway.
Yeah, and so is that traffic modelling heading towards the middle of the year, or is it more towards the end of the year? Is it going to inform the interim solutions, or will it? It's quite complex. Will it really be heading towards?
Traffic model is important for any of them because, it's as you said, it's a network, so we do need to. But the complexity of the modelling is probably for the holistic system to make sure things are consistent and fair, and so that will be more for the end of the year.
Thank you.
Just returning to some of the questions we were asking this morning about the M6 and the tolling regime that sits on the M6, as I understand it, the modelling has been prepared on the basis that the toll would recover operating expenditure. Is that an appropriate way of understanding that?
So in developing the business case for the M6 Stage 1, obviously some modelling was undertaken, to look at traffic. The tolling principles, or the tolling regime was adopted to align with WestConnex. And when it was modelled, it was found that the revenue, which was expected revenue, it's a subject of assumptions and forecasting, aligned with the expected operating costs, the O&M costs for that project.
And that was as of 2018?
It was about that time. I can't recollect the exact timing. So,
but as in the operating costs for a year?
Well, obviously the tolling continues, as do the operating costs. So the premise was that the revenue that motorway would generate would go towards funding those ongoing operational and maintenance costs of running that motorway.
And we would be effectively recovering the cost of operations from tolls. Is that the fair assumption?
That was the assumption, yeah.
And is that still the assumption?
Yes, it is. And obviously it was a point-in-time modelling with assumptions. We'll see with time whether those assumptions are proven to be valid.
So I guess in terms, you are right, we will see with time about how good the model was, but there's two parts of it. There's the revenue and there's the costs, yes? And so in respect to the operating costs, what do you anticipate the annual operating cost to be on the M6?
I haven't got that at hand. We could take that on notice and see what we can bring back.
Could you, because in the business case it said it was $145 million, which I presume is a per annum figure, not a total project life of a 30-year figure, because that would be remarkably low. But to be fair, it could be, right? Like, I mean, if it's a 4-kilometre road, I don't know how much it costs to maintain, but if it's $145 million, that's possible. Is that what we're talking about per annum in terms of the tolling revenue? It's $145 million?
We'll take that away and confirm that.
So the other thing that the business case, which Mr. Over, I do appreciate you referring us to in the polling inquiry, but having read it, it says here that the expected at a P90 level for the construction cost is $2 billion, unescalated, to be fair, as of 2018. Now, it's risen by a third in 3 years, which I presume is above what you assumed it would escalate, given I think the standard escalation is CPI, or the construction price index, maybe I could be either of those two. Is that because of market factors or?
Yeah, look, I'm not familiar with the figure you quote. The original budget for the project for the M6 Stage 1 was 2.7 billion, I think. So we acknowledge that it has gone up to 3.1.
I'm reading for you directly from Final Business Case Summary, F6 Extension Stage 1, June 2018, still published on the Infrastructure New South Wales, released in lieu of the full business case. I'm reading specifically from page 8, in which it says, costs, capital expenditure $1,383 million and operating expenditure $145. Benefits $2 billion. Down the bottom it says here, if you was to use a P90 value, because I think that's at a P50 value, it comes out at $2 billion. That's the business case.
Yeah, I don't have that document in front of me, but I'll take your word for it.
Well, I'm happy to table it.
Mr. Hockey, the budget paper number 3 for 21-22 referenced that the New South Wales government was investing $2.7 billion over the next 4 years on M6 Stage 1. So that's the number that I've got.
Well, to be fair, on budget paper number 3, you've put $3 billion as a project cost.
On pages 2 to 12.
Okay. Well, now you have two different. I'm reading from pages. Here we go. I'm reading from page 5-52. M6 Extension Stage 1, Rockdale, complete 2025, estimated total cost $3,115 million.
Yes, so I acknowledge and accept that.
Period, I think.
Yeah.
Well,
So 2.7 was the original budget, but we did revise that after we had been through the procurement process for Stage 1.
when did that revision take place?
It would have been about the time of the contract award for the main package.
Which again was that? When was that?
May 21.
So this year. So it went up $400 million as a result.
Last financial year.
Last year, sorry.
Tragic.
Tragic. But, okay, so still though, that's the business case. Like the investment decision approval took place assuming this would cost 1.5. And in fact, the benefit cost ratio is now probably well and truly negative according to that business case, given the new updated project cost. So again, I just ask, why? Like, why has it risen? It looks like the cost has more than doubled.
So just to clarify, the budget has gone up to 3.1, but the cost will be the cost when the project is complete. So we have fully contracted the works, including the main contract and the early works for the M6. The contract value for the main works was about 2.5 billion, I believe. So there's a budget that includes contingencies, but it's not necessarily the cost of the project.
Look, I'm prepared to, it's been a well-held position of the department that the cost is known when the project is complete. And to be fair, I've heard other departments say the cost is known a few years after the project is complete. So I accept that position, Mr. Over, is standard. It's not actually what I'm asking. I'm asking as to, regardless of however you wish to cut it, whichever scenario you wish to use, there is a large discrepancy between what the business case thought it would cost and what we're paying. And I understand we're all paying attention to factors in the construction market globally and domestically that may have led to it. I'm asking for your explanation as to why there is such a discrepancy between the business case and any of the scenarios that you've just described.
So the 2.7 to 3.1, that was largely a factor of the procurement process. So when we procured that project, we had 3 bidders. We had good competition, but the tender box pricing was above expectation. There were some significant changes in the market about that time. And that pricing reflected those changes. There was also a high demand for tunnelling across Australia, but also in New South Wales.
So that definitely accounts for the $400 million variance between that. But I'm now interested in I'll be generous, the $700 million variation from the P90 assessment in the business case and when you commenced the procurement. And I just would stress again, I appreciate that you procure projects over long times and these things are not easy things to procure.
So
This is actually a relatively small period of time. It's 2 years from effectively when the project budget
So
was...
just to phrase the question, the 2.7 that I've referenced in the budget, that's the difference between that and the original business case, is that's the question, in which case we'll go back and look at what's driven those and we can revert to you.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. Mr Sharp, that would be appreciated.
Great, thank you. I want to turn to the Minister's quote in the House. This is on the 22nd of February this year. She was delivering a prepared response, which would usually be prepared with the assistance of the agency. And I just wanted some help understanding that line that I was putting to the Minister, so I'm clear what is in it and what is not in it. It was that one. I might put it to you slowly just so you've... it was simply the Minister saying the top 15% of non-business motorists spend more than $13 per week per tag in tolls, which is at least $2,000 a year. So I just wanted to understand, is that when we say non-business motorists, are we talking about the number of motorists or the number of tag holders in New South Wales?
I presume it would be relevant to the tags because the dollar amount is tag related.
Yeah.
But I'd have to go back, Mr. De Kock.
I can answer that question. So the quote was 15% of motorists spending $13 per week per tag. So that is non-business tag holders.
Non-business tag holders.
Correct.
Yep, good.
So people who have ABNs will not be included in that numbers.
Right. Okay. And so as of Q4 last year, there were 6.4 million, just over 6.4 million licences in New South Wales. But how many tag holders are there?
So in terms of, I don't have the number of tags here, but there are about 1.2 million accounts, and obviously there are more tags than there are accounts. But I could take the number of tags on notice because obviously it changes over time as well.
Yes, yeah. So if you, whatever the most recent figure is that's appropriate, perhaps to clarify that, maybe if you gave us accounts and tags, because you're correct in saying that.
Very happy to. So we've done quite a lot of analysis on the data sets from our e-toll accounts, both on tags and account basis. And maybe just to clarify that number as well, so that includes only for private vehicles. And also what we did to make that analysis a bit more accurate, we actually took a full years of data rather than a couple of months. That helps as well. Yeah. And also netted it off of the M4 rebate as well. So we think it's a best number that reflects what individual motorists actually pay.
When you say netted off the M4 rebate, do you mean the M5?
Sorry, the M5 rebate.
M5 rebate, yeah. Okay. All right, so that's really useful. So you'll come back on the number of tag holders. Is that, to be clear though, that's not just the e-toll accounts, that's also the linked accounts. It includes...
So we don't have, so we only have information on the e-toll because we run e-toll. We don't have the linked accounts. So it's basically that's the information that we have, and that's a proxy for the broader system.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, that's not a unreasonable sampling assumption that what you hold here might indicate...
Actually, there's probably a few other things I could probably share with you. So the average non-business toll spend is $7 per week per tag. And if you compare that actually to the average spend for public transport user, that's $17 per week.
Yeah.
So we can provide this all on notice so you have it. But
yeah, no, that would be useful, yeah.
Happy to do that.
So that's the average. And can you give us any, the Minister's already taken this on notice, but just in case it's something you can shed any light on or the appropriate way to ask the question, you've given us the 15% figure, but that 10%, what are the top 10% paying, what are the top 5% paying? Have you got any views?
We can provide it on notice,
yeah,
absolutely.
Good. And just to be clear about the, so it doesn't include the linked data, but it's not a bad proxy for what's going on the ground anyway.
All our e-toll, and that's, as I said, we've got 1.2 million accounts. That's, I think, is a useful proxy.
Yeah. And to be clear, what is your definition of business motorists compared to non-business motorists? You've said the ABN is a key distinguisher. Is that the only distinguisher?
Yes, so it's a light vehicle and not an ABN.
light vehicle, yeah, and not an ABN. Presumably it's got to be a private vehicle as well. There'd be light vehicles without an ABN that are not...
But these are private vehicles.
Private vehicles.
Excluded the vehicles that are registered to an ABN.
Yeah. Yes, okay, so that, yeah, you'll either be in one category or the other. Okay. And of that 1.2 million tag holders, of whom 15% are paying more than this, what proportion are receiving toll relief under the government's toll relief scheme?
So the toll relief scheme is set up to help motorists to pay the most on tolls, and so that's actually depending on the amount of money that they. And I can give you the numbers for that in a second. So and I have some numbers from the last year. So you have to spend over $1,406 to get a rebate on your rego, and there were 111,000 people about who got free registration, and another 87,400 received about 50% of their registration. So in the 2021 financial year, in total, about 198 customers benefit from this toll relief, up to a total of $60 million.
Okay, so just give me that last. I got all of that except the last figure. 198,000 customers.
198,000. Yeah. 198,508 customers. Happy to give these exact numbers on notice if that's useful.
Yeah, if you perhaps the exact numbers on notice. But are they? Is that all rego relief or just rego relief to e-toll tag holders?
No, it's
the latter.
Anybody who spends it, whether it's e-toll or linked, can claim that.
Yeah, so these are not directly comparable figures.
So that is the toll relief scheme goes to the people who spend the most on tolls, and whether they have a tag with e-toll or whether they have a tag with linked.
Yeah, it's just really asking the question, are they directly comparable?
For us, we only see...
The toll relief goes to you regardless of whatever the tag is. Sadly, the tolls do too.
Who spend over the thresholds, yes, absolutely.
Okay, I might...
Mr Secretary, through you, probably again to Ms Drover, I just wanted to get an update as to where we are with the WHT procurement process. It is the case last September, Transport for New South Wales cancelled the development partner tender process, that's correct?
For which project?
Western Harbour Tunnel.
Western Harbour Tunnel. Ms Drover.
Yeah, so as I said earlier, we have awarded the first package for Western Harbour Tunnel, the construction package. That's a tunnelling only, or largely tunnelling only package. We're in tender for the final construction package, P2, which is tunnelling, the immersed tube and the fit out of all the tunnel. We didn't progress the development partner. Yep. The scope of that, those services were not construction works. They were a partner to assist with the procurement of the construction works. So not the actual construction activity.
Indeed. Just in terms of the first package that you entered into, can you just remind me again what was the cost of that we've entered into?
It was 730 odd million off the top of my head.
And that's the money, to be fair, that I think is acknowledged in the budget to date and this year. That's fair?
That will be in this year's budget, yes.
Yeah, because there's an allocation of roughly that much, I think. So that's for the first bit of the works. And you said that you were in the process of...
We are in tender for package 2.
And when's that tender? When did that open?
It started late January, early February.
Of this year?
Yes, so interactives are on today.
Oh, great. I'm so sure you're thrilled to be here with us then. When will the tender close?
Off the top of my head, I can't recollect, but it's about mid-year.
Mid-year? And who's been invited to tender?
There are 3 JVs tendering. So there is a JV of Assionia and Ferrovial. There is Bouygues with Vinci. And
right, you'll have to just go a little bit slower for Hansard.
Sorry.
And JV, we're talking joint venture.
Joint venture, sorry, between Athiona and Ferrovial.
Yep.
The second one is Bouygues with Vinci.
Can you spell that?
Bouygues, B-O-U...
YGUES.
Yep.
And Vinci, VINCI.
Yep.
And then the third JV is a JV of CPP contractors, John Holland and UGL contractors.
So were these 3 JVs invited to tender, or was there an open tender and then 3 respondents?
There was an expression of interest process.
Yep. And they expressed interest, presumably. How many others expressed interest?
Only 3 expressed interest, and we took the 3 forward to shortlist.
So all of these are shortlisted bidders, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In respect to the tender that is taking place right now, have we agreed to provide any of these JVs with a contribution towards their tender costs?
Yes, we have.
How much?
$30 million.
30 million?
Yes.
Each, or?
For the unsuccessful bidders.
So is that the total pool for the unsuccessful bidders, or is that each unsuccessful bidder would be entitled to claim $30 million?
Each unsuccessful bidder.
Okay, so we have a $60 million allowance for people who are not successful. Fair enough. But I presume we're not making a contribution to the successful tenderer's budget.
That's correct.
Okay, and how is the tender going to be assessed?
There is a panel of experts, technical experts, commercial specialists, etc. There is an tender evaluation panel. They make a recommendation.
So the tender process was not published on e-tendering?
Everything is published on e-tender.
So I missed it, did I? I must have missed it. Which is fair. I guess I apologise. That's not really a question you can answer, Mr. If you wish to accuse me of being, I'll give you the opportunity of not paying due attention to e-tender. How long was the tender, the expression of interest process open for?
For the package 2?
Yeah.
I'd have to take that on notice, exact timing. We did a great deal of market engagement for Western Harbour Tunnel for both the first package and the second package. That process has occurred over many, many years, but it ramped up obviously late last year.
Can you on notice just provide us the dates that it was opened, when it closed, and where, in addition to e-tender, it was published? If it was published in addition to e-tender?
Yes, we can take that on notice.
Thank you. And can I just say, in respect to Asiana, I vividly recall the former Transport Minister banning them from participating in any future tenders in New South Wales in the wake of the Sydney Light Rail. So has the government lifted its ban on Asiana performing work for it?
Look, I'm not aware there was a ban. You'll note that they recently were awarded a material contract with Sydney Metro as well for tunnelling package.
Look, which, rest assured, I might ask about on Friday, but I vividly recall the former Transport Minister on the front pages of various newspapers and in this forum telling us multiple times that Asiana can no longer do business in New South Wales. And so, look, to be fair, right, like if this ban has been lifted, that's good. But that didn't have any relevance in terms of their ability to express an interest?
I'm not aware of the ban. It should also be noted that Asiana bought the legacy Lend-Lease engineering business.
They did. They're a very big global contractor that has got a lot of expertise in various projects, which is why the decision originally to ban them was curious, not necessarily the decision to allow them to bid. But I accept that if you don't know if you aren't aware of the ban, I really can't press you much further on that. But in respect to the 3 consortiums that were bidding for, all companies that were bidding as part of the development partner model, they were entitled to compensation as well, were they not?
Yes, they were. The 3 I went through were shortlisted for package 2 of Western Harbour Tunnel, not the development partner.
Yes, I appreciate that, Mr. Elliott, yes. I'm now asking about the earlier one. And did they claim any of their costs?
Yes, I believe there was a bid cost reimbursement contribution, yes.
What was the bid cost reimbursement?
I think it was $1 million per bidder in that instance.
Yeah, so $3 million, because there were 3, was it not?
There were 3 shortlisted parties, yes.
So we did pay $3 million to them as a result of the decision to not proceed with that model?
That's my understanding.
Fair enough. Okay, and I think that's it from me on this one. The line, John.
Great. So, thank you for that information, Mr. de Kock, on the toll analysis. There were just three things I think that would then round out the picture of what I wanted to ask you. One is, given this is just e-toll tags, how many tags are there in New South Wales? Do you know the answer to that? Really, how many linked tags are there at the moment in New South Wales?
I can't tell you how many linked tags are. We don't have that information, but I can get back to you the e-toll tags that we have and accounts that we have.
Great.
Obviously, that fluctuates over time.
Yeah. And how many business motorists and non-business motorists are there?
I can take that split on.
Great. And I presume you'll be providing that just for the e-toll cohort?
I can only provide information about e-toll information. Yes.
Yeah, great. Okay. And then given the, so the Minister's already taken some of this on notice, but given the analysis you've done and the level you've done it at, can I actually ask for, rather than just the 10% and the 5%, what is the number of motorists who are paying this proportion of toll? So we know at 15% they're paying $2,000.
I don't recognise the 2,000 number.
$13 per week per tag?
Yes. So it depends on whether it's a band or whether it's the actual dollar amount.
Yeah, so I'm saying, so at 2,000, 15% and above of non-business motorists are paying this.
Yes, I'll have to get back to you on that number. That doesn't resonate with me.
I'm relying on the Minister's advice for that.
I'll take that on notice.
Yeah, no, yep. That's all good. Can I just ask for each percentage increment, so 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, rather than just the 10 and the 5, up to 1?
Yeah, we can see what we can do from our modelling. Yep, absolutely.
Okay. So yeah, if that'd be very helpful if you can do it. If not, I'm sure we'll keep corresponding on it. So can I then turn to ask about, I might start by asking on some of the speed camera issues we dealt with earlier, perhaps Mr. Carlin, although I was interested first to ask about the specific example that was we dealt with this morning. So that was the issue where a mobile speed camera was 8 metres from a 100 kilometre sign. There's some debate about whether or not it was on a stretch of 100 kilometre road, as I understood it. One view had been put that it was on a 60 kilometre stretch of road. Now I think we're being told it was actually on a 100 kilometre stretch of road. So I might just ask first.
Yeah. So I'm happy to clarify that situation. Where mobile speed cameras operate on dual carriageways, where there's a significant median that separates the carriageways, then it only enforces in the one direction. And the rules associated with the placement, all of the sites are selected with work health and safety, as well as other factors in terms of the former trauma on that route of that road, nominations by the community, nominations by police for enforcement at those locations. And the vehicles are not to be located, so where there's a change down of speed limits. So if you're going from 60 to 40, the vehicle location is a never less than 300 metres from that change in speed zone. If there's a change up in speed zone, then it's never less than 100 metres in where the speed zone increases.
Right.
And that's the current protocol that we have for the placement of the vehicles.
Yeah.
And in this instance, the vehicle was placed 400 metres from the speed zone change and was actually enforcing on one side of the carriageway, which I think we can clarify that that's where the confusion may have come from.
Yeah. So yes, what you're saying is, yes, it was near a sign, but it was actually 400 metres from the change in speed, so well within the guidelines that you've just outlined. And the confusion arose from the assertion in the first place that this was very near a change in speed. But that particular site's been investigated, and that's not the case?
There are a number of sites where it's not feasible to do bidirectional enforcement, and so on those, and in this case, it was not doing bidirectional enforcement because there was a large median in between the carriageways.
Yeah.
Yep.
But are you making the distinction that those are the guidelines for bidirectional enforcement or for enforcement?
No, they're the guidelines for all camera placement. The current guidelines have been in place for many years.
Yes, yeah. Mr. Cullen, would you be comfortable providing them on notice to us to inform our sort of thinking and process about it?
Yep.
That would be useful. I think that deals with the specifics. The one thing I did want to ask you about was, so those guidelines are clear, and as you say, they've largely existed for quite some time. There is a much closer review of the sites for fixed speed cameras, though, the annual review process, than there is for mobile speed cameras. And I'm just interested in your views about, if you could describe to us what the process is for each of those. But I'm also interested in your view about should there be or could there be a closer review of the siting of mobile speed cameras in the way that actually looks pretty rigorous on the fixed camera side?
I think this is a really important point because it's a differentiation between how a mobile speed camera program operates and its ability to generally deter people from speeding across the network. So you want to have a program that has literally thousands of locations where have been certified as safe to actually operate, where they're highly variable in terms of the rotation of the vehicles for the enforcement hours over the month. And so, as we know, this current program has an average of 21,000 hours over the month, and so you literally want to have thousands of locations across the network because the trauma is very distributed and speeding is distributed right across the network. Whereas the fixed camera locations, so the red light cameras and the fixed and the even the average speed cameras, which are a route-based approach, clearly they are at black spot locations. And those black spot locations, I mean, when we look at the evaluation of that program, the 5 years prior to the installation of those locations that are currently operating on the network, we've seen a more than 60% reduction in fatalities at those locations. We've seen around a mid-40s reduction in casualty crashes at those locations. They've been very effective because they're actually at locations where there was a strong history of casualty crashes, either fatalities or serious injuries. In evaluating mobile speed camera programs, we've learned a lot over the last decade from the programs that have operated in other states and other jurisdictions. When we've done the assessment of the program which we operated in New South Wales with the advanced warning signs, which we were the only state that had that in place, and we were preventing about 5 fatalities a year and 76 serious injuries. When we looked to the Queensland model, which was initially announced, that changed from up to 30 to 40 lives per annum, and in the 400s in terms of the serious injuries that would be prevented. So clearly that's the difference in terms of the road safety and trauma outcome and the type of program we're talking about. So the mobile speed camera is really about creating that general deterrence. Some good news over the operation of the program since it changed last year. We saw the overall program, the rate of infringement has gone from 1.2% of vehicles actually passing vehicles doing enforcement down to 0.7%. So 99% of vehicles that are actually travelling around the network that would be subject to observation by the enforcement from the mobile speed cameras are actually doing the right thing. And the number of vehicles that are doing the right thing has increased last year. So that's a very positive outcome.
So this is an evidence-based program. I'm interested, and you're applying that evidence to the mobile speed camera program clearly, but there is a much closer examination of those sites, the annual review of those fixed camera sites. Could that approach be applicable on the mobile speed camera side of things? You agree at the moment it is in that report that you're issuing every year. They're simply not examined because they move around.
No, so I think it's a different methodology, that's all. Yes, we are evaluating the mobile speed camera program and the new program that was introduced. And that evaluation process, clearly you need a period of operation.
It's fair to say the locations are much less examined than the fixed speed camera. You wouldn't disagree with that?
No, those locations are specifically examined for the appropriate operation of the camera so that it's safe for the operators.
Correct.
The most important element is actually having a large number of locations that you're able to rotate the vehicles around. And the evaluations that are done in the mobile speed camera programs around the country are really at the program level rather than at any one of those individual sites that you might do enforcement at.
So I'll put the question again, just the specific question, because I agree with a lot of what you've said, which is, is there scope to examine at a more fine-grained detail that location, those location details for the mobile speed camera program in the way that it is occurring for the fixed camera program?
Well, again, I'd say we do that at each of the locations. From an evaluation perspective, it's more important to be looking at the whole program. Enforcement at those fixed locations happens 24/7. The enforcement activity at any one of the individual 1,000 locations across the network may be, a session of 3 hours in a month or 4 hours in a month. So the actual individual locations, you want to see the cumulative effect of the program and you want to see the general deterrent effect of the program across all speeding.
Yeah, I'll leave that issue there. I'll simply leave that there.
I could say that, yes, it seems logical that we would then include that, initially the monitoring of the success of the program, but then also the evaluation of its effectiveness and outcomes together with that speed and red light camera program evaluation that we publish on an annual basis.
Where is bi-directional enforcement allowed and not allowed in New South Wales under your guidelines?
Bi-directional enforcement happens where it's feasible. So in that example where the carriageway is separated by a large different distance in terms of the median, or there's a barrier between the carriageway, then the program operates in bi-directional mode. There is a proportion that we can, on notice, provide to you about the current operations.
Yeah, good. All right, that was my next question of the current site. So if you took that on notice, what proportion allow that? And do you have any reflections on? I'll put to you the view that's been put to me that this is one of the reasons why those signs have been placed on top of the cars. Is it allows both safe operation for the person who's doing the work, but also bi-directional enforcement. It allows both of those, and that's why it's the preferred model. What's your view on that proposition?
So I think it also addresses a major community concern that the vehicles that weren't marked at all, that the community was raising a concern that when they passed a vehicle, if they had been speeding, that they weren't aware that they had been speeding or caught at that particular time. And by adding a sign to the roof, then those people, the less than 1%, the 0.7% who are currently speeding past the vehicles,
acknowledging that,
would know that they had been.
So acknowledging that point, I accept that. Are those two factors relevant to why this was
absolutely.
selected?
The other benefit, of course, is that the program is able to enforce more of the carriageway in terms of the speeding drivers that are on that carriageway, where it's suitable in terms of bi-directional enforcement. And the other issue is, yes, it's a significant improvement in the work health and safety situation for the operators. I note that during the 2018 to 2021, there were 41 incidents involving portable signage and 18 injuries associated with the deployment of those signage by the operators. And this totally eliminates that by having the rooftop signs, which actually are raised when they actually commence enforcement at a particular
And looking
location.
at the ACT model and what the evaluation of that, and this is very similar to that model, what can you tell us about what impact it'll have on those figures you've named in relation to the other bits of the program, that is on fatalities and casualties?
Yeah, so we haven't completed modelling completed on the operation. However, we do know that the ACT mobile speed camera program is associated with a 19.7% reduction in crash risk at camera locations, with a 22% crash reduction estimated in their most recent completed year analysis. And that estimate translates to a reduction of 3,000 reported crashes and a cost saving to the community of around $60 million per annum.
So over effectively a do-nothing comparison, is that not having the program? Is that the...
Well, no, that's just the evaluation of the ACT program in terms of its effectiveness.
Yeah, so the benefit of having this program as opposed to not having it, is that the evaluation?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, our context is slightly different. Our hours of operation are different, and the distribution across the network is different as well to the ACT. It's a much smaller program. So we would expect the benefits to be significant in terms of the reduction of trauma.
And I definitely don't want you to comment on government policy on this question, particularly having objected to it before. But I will ask this because I left the earlier discussion more confused about the government policy on this. I think it's very clear, but the Minister had me slightly confused. But you haven't been directed at any point, perhaps Mr Sharp, it's more appropriate to ask you. At no point have you been directed by the government to place these warning signs back in front of these cameras or after these cameras. The direction's quite clear from the government. These signs should be on the roof of the car, and that's what's being done.
We as an agency, provided a number of options, and the government has worked through those options and decided on the policy, as you would expect. And those options included the signs before and after, as well as differing versions of signs on the roof. I'd also say, Mr Graham, that the bi-directional operation actually brought New South Wales consistent with the other states.
Yep. No, understood. And I might just ask you to, there was a lot going on before, so I think the Minister said 75% of the signs have been rolled out already. And
yep,
the rest,
so I can confirm that 75% of the signs are actually in operation currently.
Yep.
And yes, all signs will be operational by the end of the month as was committed to. I'd also point out that during this last year of the operation of the new program, the speed-related deaths in New South Wales, in a year where we achieved a record low since 1923, dropped from 46% in the previous year to 39% of the total fatalities on our roads. So there was a significant drop in the number of speed-related deaths
December figures
during the last 12 months that where this program was operating in that 12-month period.
Yeah.
And the total cost of the trauma in the previous year was around $9 billion, and that reduced to by $700 million last year in terms of the cost of a community.
Thank you.
So there's a significant, clearly positive outcome in the road toll last year.
Thank you.
Mr Sharp, again, perhaps through you, but probably Mr Over, I did neglect to ask, when do you anticipate the Western Harbour Tunnel will commence construction?
As Mr Over said, we've just started the procurement process. Yep. So the process for us would be to assess the costs, and then there'd be a gateway with Infrastructure New South Wales and in the government in terms of the actual cost that comes out of that. I'll pass to Mr. Drover, though, in terms of the specific construction date that we envisage.
I don't want to interrupt the flow, but just on that point, Mr. Sharp, but the government has made the final investment decision to proceed with the tunnel,
Yes.
correct?
There's gateway, so once we finish the actual tender processes, then you assess those costs that come in.
Okay, so...
There's about 8 different gateways.
Yep. No, I was a long-standing fan of the Infrastructure Investor Assurance Framework. It's fine, but what I'm trying to understand, though, is the contract, we're up to gate, that's sort of, the final business case has been approved. We're now at the point where the actual result of the tender will go back for another approval. Is that what you're saying, under the gateway process?
Yep.
Thank you very much. On notice, just if you don't mind giving me your views as to which part of the 8-step gateway process that's up to, that would be good.
Mr. Drover can probably
And
comment
Mr. Drover,
specifically
yes.
on that.
Yes, I'll just go back to your first question. So construction will commence very soon for Package 1 of Western Harbour Tunnel, which was awarded 19th of January.
Yes,
January.
2.
So Package 2, as I said, we are hoping to award that package later this year. And then usually with a tunnelling project, you don't start work the next day. There's obviously a detailed design and approvals process, and work will start on site some months after that. But we're also doing the early works packaging, so moving electrical services, utilities, etc. So those works are starting this year.
Yeah, look, and again, I first appreciate that building a tunnel under the harbour is not a simple renovation here that we're talking about. But when then will the tunnel is expected to open to traffic?
Okay, as we said, we expect the construction activity for the main package to take about 5 years, but our preferred contract will confirm that through our tender process. So they'll come back to us and say, look, based on their design and their methodology, it will take exactly however many years and months it will take.
Okay, so just step by step there, just so it's sort of clear. We have the tender will close this year. It will go to government for a decision this year. That's the anticipation, yes?
That's the anticipation?
Yes, and then actual construction of the second package.
They're roughly 5 years.
Sorry, it will commence a year after the government makes approval?
So when we say roughly 5 years, that's the term of the D&C, the delivery contract, as opposed to when the actual works occur on site.
Okay, so we're talking effectively the earliest it could potentially open to traffic is 5 years from the end of 2022.
Yeah, roughly. But as I said, we're going to wait until our preferred contractor has confirmed the time it will take them to deliver the project.
Okay, of course, as you do. That's the whole reason why you go through a tender.
But assuming it's 5 years.
But the expression of interest that you've invited the tenderers to respond to, does it contain a target date for opening to traffic?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so they have the opportunity to come present you different designs and different options.
Correct.
And you're tapping the market's expertise to see what they can do. Is that fair?
Yes, and the bid cost reimbursement means that Transport has the benefit of any IP that the underbidders develop in the tender phase.
Yep.
We have the benefit of that.
And then, though, assuming that the contract is entered into for the second package, your internal expectation is that it's 5 years from that point?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I ask, just in respect to the WHT project, where are we up to in terms of the dispute with the Tiger site on land acquisition?
So we're not in dispute for the Tiger site. So at the request of the property owner for that site, we did enter into a construction lease. So we're not acquiring the site.
Sure.
We're just entering into construction lease.
Okay, well...
And that has been entered into. We're awaiting the determination of the Valuer General on what compensation will be payable to the owner of that site.
Okay, and so I accept that is a technical characterisation of the interchange that you were having with the property owner. When do you expect the Valuer General to reach a determination?
We expect by middle of this year.
Okay, and is that as a result of communications with the Valuer General's office?
Not that I'm aware of. No, there's guidance timelines that the Valuer General needs to comply with.
So the Valuer General, and look, this is a separate matter necessarily to this, but their annual report and other forms of parliamentary scrutiny of the Valuer General Office's operations show that when it comes to the just acquisitions team, the compulsory Acquisition's Just Compensation team, that they are actually well behind their timelines, both in respect to this particular dispute and in general, in fact, to the tune of 6 to 12 months. So have you made any inquiries with the Valuer General as to whether or not this particular determination has been caught up in that matter?
Look, I'm aware there have been some delays, but I'm not aware of any specific approaches to the Valuer General about this matter. As I said, it's a matter of what compensation is payable, not if compensation is payable. So we're just waiting on that.
You need this site for the project stage 1 or stage 2?
We don't need the site for the package one.
Okay, you need for package 2. And look, I mean, to be fair to the Tigers and to the owner of the site, they've been open about the fact that the Valuer General has been very slow on this. And that's created great frustration and, for their point of view, great cost, both to the club and to the property owner. And you're saying that they've told me that they've raised that concern with Transport and that they've raised it with the Valuer General. Have you had any further contact with them about their concerns, or are you seeking any informal resolution on this matter or not?
Look, the project team is dealing with the property owners for the Tiger site. I'm not aware of the nature of those discussions, but I can take on notice exactly where that's at.
That would be helpful. If we can get a chronology as to whatever conversations that have been had directly by Transport with the property owner and or the Tigers in the last 6 months, of any form of communication, anything from a letter to email to a meeting would be great.
Yeah, I will note that we did issue the PAN notice, the property acquisition notice, at the request of the property owner.
Yeah, and I acknowledge that, Ms. Drover, that you did. Can I ask, how many properties are we acquiring for the WHT in general again?
I've got that here. It's a very low number, given it's a tunnel. So for both the Western Harbour Tunnel and the Warringah Freeway Upgrade project, because they were prepared as a combined EIS, there are 17 residential properties and 4 non-residential properties. And we've acquired all the properties we need for Western Harbour Tunnel and Warringah Freeway Upgrade.
Okay, and what was the total cost of all those acquisitions?
I haven't got that at hand.
Can you take that on notice?
Yeah, we can take that on notice.
Thank you. And was that, in respect to the 17 residences, was that acquisition cost determined by way of negotiation or by way of Valuer General determination?
I would have to take on notice how many were by agreement and how many were via the compulsory process. But across our portfolio, 90% of our acquisitions are by agreement. So I suspect it will be the higher proportion.
Okay, well, if you don't mind just breaking it down by the 17,
we can do.
That would be helpful. Another one that's come to attention recently is around Mamre Road in Penrith.
Yes.
Are you in dispute with any person or business when it comes to the construction of the Mamre Road project?
We're not in dispute that I'm aware of, but it should be noted that the Mamre Road, it's a program of several stages.
Yep.
So stage 0 has been finished and open to traffic. We're currently in the final development of stage 1. And there are further stages, stage 2 and stage 5A and 5B. And we're in the concept design stage for stage 2, 5A and 5B.
How many properties are you acquiring as a part of the entire Mamre Road process?
I haven't got that with me, but obviously we would have acquired for stage 0, which is complete. I would need to take on notice how many we're acquiring for stage 1. For the balance of the stages, given we're still in the concept design, it may not be clear how many properties are acquired or whether we need full acquisitions or partial acquisitions for those latter stages of that program.
Indeed. Well, Mr. Drover, can I ask that on notice, can we get the number of properties you have an intention to acquire in the next financial year?
Yeah, so I can provide that for stage 1 because we have certainty of what's required.
I should just rephrase, across the roads portfolio.
Oh. Well, it would depend on the stage of the projects.
What known intention that has entered the process. Let's start from this position. Properties in which you have identified as required for acquisition for which you are in contact with the landowner. And then the next stage, which is the number of PAN notices, if you have an understanding as to how much you are likely to be issuing as of this date as well, that would be helpful. And I'm also looking for the number of PAN notices for the roads portfolio we issued last year, and the number of properties that were acquired by acquisition last year, and the number of requests for value of general determinations as well, if that's possible. Yes.
We'll take that on notice.
Thank you very much. You, John?
I just want to ask about one of the issues we've turned to earlier, which is the Community Road Safety Fund and the question about it being topped up. When we've discussed this previously, the answers from the agency and also from the Minister, but I'm more interested in the answer from the agency, has been that the previous practice of essentially topping up the fund by 50%, the agency's hopeful but not assured by Treasury that that'll continue. It's obviously relevant as fine revenue increases. Could you give us an update about where that is up to? Have you been given a guarantee? I might put the most hardline view to you first and just see, have you been given a guarantee by Treasury that that practice, doubling the money that goes in from the camera revenue, will continue?
I'm not familiar with the commitment associated with that. I'm familiar with the fund, but Mr. Cullen, do you know?
Yep, happy to. So I think there's been a slight misunderstanding of how the fund operates in relation to the road safety action plans. So the government actually...
I don't think there has been, but far away.
The road safety action plans are fully funded. And so the government committed to the development and the implementation of a 5-year road safety action plan, and the forward estimate for the funding of that total, regardless of any of the fine revenues. And so that plan was fully funded and has been implemented. We've done significant consultation over the last 2 years on the development of the next road safety action plan to 2026 and a target, revised target for the 10-year timeframe, as we did with the last strategy.
Alan, I'm trying to help here, but I don't have much time, so yep. I'm happy if you can, if we can deal with it briefly. One of the concerns is normally consolidated revenue has doubled what's in the Community Road Safety Fund. A concern previously from the agencies has been that as the camera revenues increased, that doubling will not continue. Acknowledging what you're saying about the plans. Are you assured that's not a problem, or is that still a live issue? Either.
For the current safety management plan that we're progressing through for approval stages at the moment, which is the next 5 years, will be fully funded.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. That's not the question, but I might. Yeah, I'm happy to leave it there. I might ask this. Mr. Sharp, in relation to the interaction with the NBN in the Greater Sydney area. One of the concerns has been about the withdrawal of Telstra ISDN service product offerings as early as May 2022 and the impact it has on the assets of transport. Can you give us an update about where this issue is up to?
Yes, I'll just ask Mr. De Kock whether you're across that particular technology issue.
I think I'll have to take it on notice, the exact matter. I'm not really across that.
Is there anything you can tell us about it, given the looming deadline?
As always, it's very important that we have connectivity to all the various sites, and so and I have to take it on notice what the exact stage of that is.
Well, it's more than very important. It's it's a key challenge and risk in the assets and services plan. The current copper communications network, which enables the traffic signals and other ITS assets to communicate with SCATs and other systems, is being decommissioned as part of the NBN rollout. That sounds pretty important.
Written you this question.
No. Well, I'm quoting here from transport documents. But given it involves the SCAT system and all the traffic signals, and this is turning off in May 2022.
We are aware that there's older equipment there. There is a SCATs team that's specifically in place. I attend the steering committees. Sits in Mr. De Kock's area. We'll revert with the feedback from the team on that program.
Yeah, okay. So perhaps if you could give us, obviously this time has moved on since his information. Is that still the deadline? How on track are we to deal with that? What implications does it have, including what cost? implications
come back
would
with all
be
of that.
useful. Yeah.
Mr. Secretary, just on the previous line of questioning, I was asking about litigation around compulsory acquisition. Your annual reports disclose that there is a contingent liability of $127.5 million to do with compulsory property acquisition matters under litigation where claims differ from the Valuer General's determined amount, which I guess is the next stage of the process. Can we on notice get a list of who's litigating with you, who your counterparties are?
We'll certainly take that on notice.
As of this date. I guess the pleasing news is that liability has dropped, that contingent liability has dropped from $1 billion to 127. But that also invites the question, how many of those other disputes did you win and lose last time? Because that may have dropped because you actually were found to have underpaid or under-offered. So I'm interested in the outcomes of the litigation from last year.
Take it on notice, yep.
If we could also get the resolved matters in the last calendar year when it comes to compulsory acquisitions. Obviously, this is for the roads portfolio, but to be fair, if you don't mind, otherwise I'm just going to ask you again on Friday, and we'll have to go through this charade again when it comes to the other parts of the portfolio. So your discretion as to whether or not you wish to provide a full answer in roads, or you would like me to ask you again on Friday.
Okay. Yes, we'll take the information, see how quick we can get it.
Thank you. I'm interested in the number on the M4, M5. We'll start with the M4, M5. Has there been any requests for, what is the number of requests for contract variations and or modifications? How are we dealing with?
I have to pass that to Ms. Drover, but I'm suspecting it'll be on notice.
Yeah, so there are obviously claims under all construction contracts. I didn't need to take on notice the exact number that we have live at the moment.
Yes, if you don't mind, I should ask you across the entire roads portfolio. Would be good if we could get it. But this ones I'm specifically interested in is the M4, M5, the number of claims that are outstanding for variations, and the number of claims that are outstanding for modification, and the total value of claims for variation and modification. And I accept the department's long-standing view that a claim is not an outcome, which is fair, and as well. But it would be helpful if we could get that for the M4.
Yes, and Mr. Lockie, the history shows that there are negotiated outcomes clearly on those, and usually for substantially lower numbers than the actual claims that come in.
We'll see
that's true. That's what some of the history respects. Other parts of the history perhaps paint a slightly different picture, but I'm not making value judgments. Like, this is more what's just afoot type. When it comes to the M4, M5, I'm also interested in the Rozelle interchange claims and modifications as well, if we can get that.
We'll see what we can bring back. There's obviously some commercial and confidence considerations, but we'll see what we can provide.
Well, look, I accept that, right? But previously, after various forms of inquiry and various forms of upper house call for papers, various forms of information has been put onto the public record. I'm not asking you to reveal any of the status of the negotiations as well, but I would like to at least know the number of claims for contract variations and the numbers for claims for contract modifications, if that's okay.
So just to clarify, the ones that are open at the moment?
Yes, the ones that are open at the moment. Look, to be honest, if you want to tell me the amounts that you've closed in the last 12 months and what the outcome was, but you might not want to tell me that. So it's sort of, I'm not going to refuse the information if you want to provide additional
Projects
details.
remain on budget.
Yeah, of course. I'm interested in the litigation bill, actually, as well, and how much money we've spent on all these claims and modifications, and equally the amount of money that is spent on litigation to do with compulsory acquisitions by the Transport Cluster, especially around those matters in which there's a difference between the Valuer General and Transport. If we can get that figure as well. I've got your
yes, I'll have to
lawyer's
take that
bill,
one
but
on notice. I'm not sure where that information actually sits, to be quite honest.
Can we just clarify, you want the litigations for construction contractor claims or property acquisition matters?
Well, now I'm just going to take both. I certainly am going to ask now in respect to all that. Or if you wish to break down your total litigation/lawyer's bill by function area, I will also welcome that information as well. And I would just stress, like, the amount that you are spending on
Understand the question. We'll take it on notice and see what we can actually analyse out of that. Yep.
Thank you.
At the end of 2020, when Transport assessed its current maintenance backlog for pavement assets for the Sydney State Road Network, it was $380 million. What is the figure now?
This is the road maintenance.
This is the current maintenance backlog for pavement assets for the Sydney State Road Network.
Yes, I'd have to take that on notice. Is there the particular asset management plan you're referring to?
Yeah, I'm referring to the Greater Sydney Assets and Services Plan, page 82. I might give you the. If you were able to, can you just provide us both these figures? I don't object to you providing one of them commercial in confidence in whatever way you choose to do that. So if you can give us an update about the current maintenance backlog by value, but it's also given by kilometres of road, sections in poor condition. So those two figures. Can I also ask for an update about the we touched on this briefly in the tolling inquiry, but there wasn't quite time to deal with it. So I just wanted one more update about the timing of the in relation to the M5 corridor, about the traffic study now due for 2022, and where we're up to with it. I think this might, Mr. Collins, now be. I think, Mr. Collins, this now might be your responsibility.
And I think, and I've commented on this before. Let me give you the microphone. We are still, obviously, in that survey condition. The one thing we have noticed is still road traffic figures are not back to where they were before, and one of the reasons why the study has been delayed is we do want to have a fair comparison of the traffic on those roads like Stony Creek and others versus obviously the use of the M8. But we are carrying out that study. As soon as it is available and ready, obviously we will share that with the various parties, but at this stage it's not available yet.
Yeah, I might ask you either now or on notice. I'd be comfortable with either. What's your updated? I think we got a timeline at the last.
Yeah, on the February the 14th, I think you got.
But if you could just give us an updated timeline when it's available.
Yeah, we'll do that if it's changed.
This one will absolutely throw you. But can we get an update on the outstanding balance of ETAG holding accounts currently?
Mr. Cook, is that?
We'll take that on
Yeah, you had 64 million at the end of last financial year. I'm just interested in today's figure. The other question I was going to ask is, what happens to ETAG account holders with whom you lose contact? What happens to their money?
In terms of the ETAG deposits, we've refunded those to the vast majority of all the e-toll holders, I think to the tune of $64 million. I'll have to take on notice if we have lost contact with them and what we do in that case.
Oh, no, look, to be fair, this is just a balance at that point in time of what the sum total of prepaid tolls people had paid into the accounts for which you technically had a liability, obviously.
I'll have to take it.
But I am interested in, much like unclaimed Opal fare balances, what's the equivalent on the ETAG side in terms of how many people we tend to lose contact with as a percentage of ETAG holders and what happens to their specific balances? Is there a policy on that, or is it returned to the unclaimed monies account? What happens to that, in general?
I will have to take that on notice and see what information we can provide for you on that.
Thank you, that would be great. Can we also get a sense as to just the turnover through the ETAG accounts each year? How much money passes through all these accounts?
Yes, I can take that on notice as well.
Yeah, and that would be helpful.
I could help you with that.
Otherwise, my colleague will answer the question for you.
Taken on notice, John.
Look, the question I'm going to ask is inappropriate to ask in this short time we've got remaining. So
we might surrender our 2 minutes left. Right. Unless the government has
yours. Well, I don't have anything more, and I've seen both Mr. Harwin and Mr. Farlow busily tapping away out their questions for you. So now I'm looking to them for their 17 minutes of questions.
I think we might wait till next time. Give everyone a well-earned early mark.
Friday you might need it.
All right. Friday we might need it.
All right. Hang on.
Well, Deputy Chair, can I just? This is not in relation to questions. Can I just indicate though, just to put that. Position again for the other transport hearings. Certainly, from a committee point of view, having a smaller team for the start works from the committee end. Obviously, it's up to the minister, whoever they want to bring there, but that's their call. So we don't interfere with that. But we are conscious about having a large team here and not asking them questions in the morning. So, yeah, for the remaining estimates hearings, if you want to strip back the team, from a committee point of view, that certainly works.
Okay, thank you very much for that
And
feedback.
I might just give you some due notice that come Friday there might be other questions to do with the budget papers and the annual reports. So
Okay.
you might want to bring them here.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Mr. Mookie.
Now that both sides have yielded, you have. Thank you, witnesses, for your time. You have taken quite a few questions on notice, and the committee secretary will be in touch with them, and you'll have the allocated time to get back to us. So that concludes today's hearing. So thank you very much for your time, and travel safe in this awful weather.
Thank you.